Am I not allowed to say the word breeze? Breeze. Breeze. Am I not allowed to say the word breeze? Breeze. B-R-E-E-Z-E. Breeze. Guess what? Breeze. Yes, I am allowed to say breeze. B-R-E-E-Z-E. And I'll tell you why. One of my first fishing boats was called the Ocean Breeze. The Ocean Breeze is a boat, a trawler on the Irish fleet. And what? People going to tell me I'm not allowed to talk about breeze? Ladies and gentlemen, double standards. Now, the Nutter Channel. Good afternoon, you double standard, two-faced, autistic, off the spectrum, on the spectrum individual. Why do you think it is very funny, first thing in the morning, to allow your chat to victimize individuals? This morning, I was made aware that 4 of your chat members are targeted a lady. Well, the Nutter Channel, haven't I been mentioning this behavior about your channel for a very long time now? So Nutter Channel, what's it got to do with breeze? Because you're a big bag of wind, and that's what the breeze reminds me of. Wind. Yet again, the Nutter Channel, making life threats towards my direction, will not speak to me man to man. For 6 months, I've tried protecting him and his family against a sexual predator. And he fires back, but he wants to threaten and kill my life, which is the same as what a sexual predator, his friend, for many years, did. Once I recognized he was a sexual predator, didn't I, Tim Draycott? I walked away from Tim Draycott, 50 miles away from my home. He drove back to my home and collected his possessions. And then he threatened my life for the last 6 months. And Nutter Channel justifies and allows and encourages Tim Draycott for many months, before and after. Nutter, I tried warning you and your family that Tim Draycott is a sexual predator. You ignored the signs for 6 months. Tough titty turkey. You want to take my life because I identify that you are harboring a sexual predator? Wow. Guess what, Nutter Channel? every morning, only school days, so you can hear the children getting up and going to school. If you have a look at my YouTube activities, whenever I tuned into the Nutter Channel, as soon as his avatar came on, my phone went on silent. I'm not listening in to his children. I gave him privacy. The only reason I bring his children into it is because he brings his children into it on a daily basis, 5 days a week. Now, Nutter, change your standards. Don't bring your children involved. And certainly don't have your children around Tim Draycott, sexual predator. Don't have your wife around Tim Draycott, sexual predator. If you don't like what I'm saying, and that's why you threaten to murder me, Tim Draycott, BBA, Andrew J, who else? Zara B, who else? Fucking Nutter. What's your name? What's your name? You tell everybody your name. I'll tell everybody my name. But you tell everybody my name, I'll be telling everybody your name. Because Nutter, you've been calling my name for the last fucking 6 months. I can call your name today, but I'm not as low life as you dirty burnt out junkie, no good for nothing. You're a retired burglar, for fuck's sake. You used to rob people's homes. That's why I don't like you, you short ass, no good for nothing creeper. No, not a channel. You harbor sexual attackers like Zara B. Zara B, porn bomber, world international known porn bomber. You harbor her. Seriously, not. You got a lot of sick people in your chatting channel, bro. So nah, protect your own. Don't come attacking. Not for those that have been defending you and looking out for you, boy. You're a divvy. You need your head wobbling. The fact that you teach me vocabulary like living in your head rent free. I put up a section 6 on you motherfuckers. I've got squatters' rights. You get me? So nah, and your fucking lynch mob. Stop bullying women. Stop bullying people, Nutter. Every morning, Nutter. You target somebody, Nutter. I've been to your chat, Nutter, because Shar asked me to come to your chat many months ago because your boys were bullying her. So stop, Nutter, allowing people to be bullied in your chat every morning while you're tuning in for your children rising. I mean, what a fucking weirdo are you? Oh, because I identify Tim Drake as a sexual predator. I'm not a block to me. It's December. He favored Tim Drake, the sexual predator. I've had my channel struck. I've had geographical claims. I've had geographical bans. I've had fucking everything thrown into my direction on this channel because they don't want me saying what I learned. They don't want you lot ringing bells saying, yeah, I see that on that chat and they're the same, it's the same group. Same people. Same small circle. There's only about 300 of them in that UK bullshit where they're Ireland, Scotland, Wales, England. There's only a few of them in comparison to the world. And they're stuck on YouTube. So, no. You want me to start calling your name out? You want me to start doxing you, the same as you've been doxing me? The same as you allow people in your chat to dox me. All right, Nutter? You want responses all day, every day, Nutter? I was willing to wash my hands with it all, Nutter. But you keep going and your friends keep going, Nutter. So, Nutter's channel, bring it the fuck on, you mongoloid mong. Get up off your fucking ass, man up, house your own women and children, stop expecting a fucking freeload. You fucking deadbeat. Man up, you fucking no good for nothing fucking criminal. You spend your life burgling, you spend your life junkieing, and then you go and get some fucking woman up the duff, or you take on a woman that's already up the duff, and then you bring more into the world for potential daddy's little fucking helpers? Or are you going to be the mass fucking burglar when your children are old enough? Have you been teaching your children already? Is that why the community's so tight on you? Stand alone, fight your own battles, you pussy-o. Nutter, I came to your chat, what, fucking 8-9 months ago? All I've ever seen is racism, sexism, prejudice. That's all you lot are all about, Nutter. So fuck yourself, you fucking autistic dumb fuck. But you as an individual, not anybody else. Only you as an individual. You ain't doing what Boss Dog tried doing. I target individuals, not the masses. I'm a very compassionate and considerate until the individuals stand out to be non-worthy. And Nutter, bringing yourself into the world was one thing. You should have passed away when you're junkied up. You should have been murdered when you're burgling. You're no good. But yet you go fucking women? What sort of mad fucking woman gets involved with a burglar? Seriously now. Have a fucking wobble on your head, you dumbass. You amount to nothing in a man's world. You come threatening my life now with your posse, with your boys. You go threatening my life, talking my name, talking my address. You go talking. You bring it back to yourself, Nutter. And you bring it down to yourself, Nutter. I'm one man. I don't need the ministry of sadness. I don't need him and his psychic little fucking bitch, fucking ratting fucking dry rooms. So go fuck yourself. I don't need Leo Lego to go around passing messages. But I tell you what, Nutter, you get your passport because I'm living in your head rent free, you dumb fuck. Guess what? Squatter's rights. You should have listened to me from day one. You come at me, Nutter, you will not be seeing your women and children again. You think you're coming to Spain, Nutter? Come on, Nutter. Bring it the fuck on, Nutter. Travel all that distance, Nutter. Arguments from YouTube. Seriously, Nutter. Your character. Put your name. Put your name like you put my name out there. Put your name out there. You fucking robber. You burglar. You burn out no good for nothing. You're emotionally gripped hold. You're emotionally under the thumb, you dumbass. You're committed. And if you're willing to risk that all, then you ain't living in a very happy existence, then are you? If you're willing to risk it all, I told you so. You don't want to fuck with me unless you're gonna go 110 like me. 110, bro. Are you ready? I'm a nice, happy man. Yeah. Last night I was on 100% banter. I was up on this panel because they was talking about something familiar, ultra collective being a fraud, a womanizer, a woman bully. Okay, look how many people's harboring ultra collective now. When I was harboring him, it was all after him. I stopped harboring him. A lot of people now, he's on their panels, giving it large. But it's too late, ultra. Everybody came to my panel telling me who and what you were. I ignored for me to see who you were. And by me seeing who you are, you clarified to the world. You fucked up, bro. Same as A.J. Smith. You fucked up with your 157 trolling accounts. And then you go crying because I've mentioned you. Nutter, you're a dumbass. You spend your life robbing. You got nothing about you. You live in a council house. You're living off government money. You got your fucking youths wearing fucking government fucking gyro. You're nothing. Right. You're nothing. Look at the condition of you. Burnout junkie, you nothing. You passed that addicted personality on your news. You went out ignorant by a junkie, fucking, without a condom. You dirty wrong'un. Nutter, you threaten my life. You threaten my life. It's one thing you threatening your children's life by letting sexual predator Tim Drake into your house, but you threaten my life. Ha, you mug. Because I'm living in your head rent-free, you mug. I sussed you a long time ago. Nutter, for president or prime minister. Because you're loved now, but you'll be hated. You'll be hated when you're in position. I've been doing that with you a long time, Nutter. Because I recognize how you were brown-nosing for Zara B. For Zara B's attention. Yeah. How you were seeking for Zara B's attention. You're a mug. How you bullied. How you bullied 17-year-old autistic lady last year, Emily. But now she's of 18, you give her a spanner in your fucking chat. But when she was 17, you were telling everybody she's a man. You were telling everybody she's a suicidal case. So nah, For 7 months, you've been bullying little poor old Emily. And she's too, what, needy? Seriously, not that. Your morning gatherings. Your morning gatherings. You're a sicko. You're a sicko. Putting your fucking family on fucking camera, on voice, for all those pervs and sexual predators to come to your live chat. You're a sicko nut. Blocking me at Christmas. You showed yourself. I ain't the problem nut. You're the fucking problem nut. You're the fucking problem. You think you're clever nut by keep calling my name out. You think you're clever nut with your fucking Discord friends and your gaming friends, your Xbox friends. Listen, bro, most of you Xboxers are only grooming the youth anyway. So get the fuck, you sicko. Which just backs me up with what you done with Emily. You treated her mean to keep her keen. You're a sicko nut. Now, here's the panel. Come and talk to me once and for all and shut your fucking mouth. Yeah? Nah. Did I say to you 2 weeks ago? Or did somebody pass a message to you? Because you're living in a community of snitching and bitches, you fucking rat cunt. A burnt out junkie, no good for nothing. Got a problem with that now? You sicko. Look at your boys that you big up. Look at the ones that beat you up in the first place. Bunch of fucking inbred fuckers like yourself, because you're from the same doorstep. Got the same fucking milkman powder. Got the same postman powder, you sickos. Now, not a channel. Have a look at the ones that promote you. Shaz 73, Tim Draco, Michelle C. Yeah? Torbs. What's his face? Sparky Shack. Look at the ones that big you up. Burnout criminals. Half of them never been in jail. They ain't no herdmen. And they've all taken free money. They're all con artists. They're all scammers. And I got the proof. And I can tie you all in together. And that's why you want me silent. Your circle. Huh? Your circle. And it's only your auditors' circle. The bare knuckle boxers ain't got nothing for me. Huh? The Irish travelers and the knackers ain't got nothing for me. But you see you burn out junkies in England with your cheating and your conning online. Huh? With your narrative settings. Huh? I've seen how many people you've pushed to suicide. Huh? What was my message all along? Long before I came to the highlight of a Natta, or before a Natta heard me. Huh? Nick Williams, I'm onto you and your cyber bullies. Huh? You want to see what a fucking bully is? I'm one man, and I'll rip between fucking 2 million of you. No problem. I got nothing to lose. I got everything to gain. You lot got everything to lose and nothing to gain because you lost already. You got nothing already. What you think? Disability allowances, free accommodation for your children. The next generation of junkies, boy. Next generation of pedos and murderers, boy. And you're supporting by allowing it coming into your house. Saying it's all right to be perved on. Go sit on his knee, go give him a hug, go sit on his bed, give him a cuddle, give him a double chick. Nah, not that. You're off your fucking head. Sure, Joanne. Have you had any borders about you. Both of you would be there telling these fucking dumbass muppets how you've been bullied in their chats by numerous peoples, and you've asked me to come and defend you against the Nutter chat or against the Ministry of Madness's chat. Yeah? So Nutter, you lost months ago. I got messages prove it. Boom. Who you got, Nutter? It may be about 20 people to protect the same pervert, the same sexual predator. That's who you got, Nutter. But that's narrative. So Nutter's channel attacking a woman with mental issues, knowing full well that by attacking that woman, they're going to get my back up. So Nutter and your chat bullying yet another woman first thing in the morning. I'm not having it. So I will repeat everything I said 2 weeks ago. And I will repeat it every fucking day, Nutter. You're a sicko. You allow sexual predators into your house. You've got women and children that, yeah? Your computers, your Xboxes, your TVs, everything under investigation. Your bank details under investigation. Not your emails. Your whole household, not that. You're harboring a sexual predator, not that. And you're ignoring the health warnings, not that. So, bullying women at 7 o'clock in the morning, Nutter and Nutter's channel is your typical from autistic 17-year-old girls to vulnerable peoples and women. And you favor over porn bombers, which is sexual abusers, Zara B, and highlighted sexual predators, Tim Draycott. You favor people like that, Tim Draycott, not a channel. And you're a caring father, you say, that you're willing to die for your children, Nutter. Well, guess what, Nutter? When I told you your friend is a sexual predator, I was willing to die for your children. Today, I'm willing to put the bullets in the chamber. Are you ready to go that far? Rathmore Road, Cork Prison. Is a Paddy Doherty or any of the Foley's still around? Mr. What's his name? The Nutter Channel. You remember when you asked me if I would drive things for you? And I always said no, because we are associated, we are in prison together. Well, guess what? Foley's and Doherty's. Tim Draycott's a sexual predator, and the Nutter Channel harbors him. Chucky Alar. Now, you rounding up your boys and girls? You want war, Nutter? Like I told you, Nutter, I'm a one-man army. But if I have to call in people that I know, let's just say the Death Squad Motorcycle Chapter Club from Devon, might just ride up to where do you want to meet up? Not at your house, because you don't want your children watching you die like the bitch boy that you are. Threaten my life, nutter. Have your friends threatening my life and attacking innocent people, nutter, like you've been doing for a long many months, nutter. And the proof is in your videos, nutter. Don't delete them. The proof is in your comments. Hours and hours, nutter. So, nutter, are you ready? How's Cheeky Chops? Huh? How's Cheeky Chops? Since he attacked my children. And I said, enough is enough, ladies and gentlemen. Enough is enough. Now, attack my children for the last time. Now I'm bringing your children into it. I gave you full warning. You stop these cunts now, or I'm taking over. Ha, nutter. You're out of date, bitch boy. Hey, nutter. It's people like you and Ronan Holden that bring the police to YouTube. Because you're too much shit talking. Huh? Nobody knows what's for real. So they just sit and listen. And they do their own work. Hey, nah. Because your channel attacked a woman this morning, that's what today's for. And guess what now? Interpol, International Police. What if you just dug up Tim Drake up? The Nutter channel. Paul Dunn. Paul C. Huh? Michelle C. I said to you first time I spoke to you, I said, I don't like BBA because he screams and shouts and he's got women and children near him. He's got neighbors near him. Michelle C. It's you with the baggage. It's you that need people on your side. Michelle C. A drongo if I ever did come across one. You say I got baggage. Hey, get naked and watch everything drop. Huh? Let's see who's got baggage. They used to say to me on, if we just want your scenery, we don't want to look at your here. Yeah, we just want your scenery. Chug, 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 chug. I does a liter. I does a liter in the same time as a chugging channel to a shot glass. And if you don't believe me, let's do a chugging competition. I didn't even know what chugging was until I seen somebody not chugging. Right then. I've been watching the screen because I've been waiting for Nutter to join the channel to talk to me like the man he claims he's going to be facing. Huh? He thinks he's worthy of sending folk at me. I want to see if that was a man. Because he ain't spoken. Huh? And he certainly ain't no fucking man by my standards. Cowardly allowing people to be victimized at 7 o'clock in the morning on his chat for his content. And when it backfires on him, this is what we call double standards, yeah? He's allowed everybody to talk shit about other people on his channel. He's allowed it. But when somebody talks about him, yeah, come on, hmm? Pussy. When I go to the beach, I carry 8 liters of water for my dogs, you dumbass cunts, and I leave it here in preparation for next time it comes. What are you doing? Hmm? What do you do with your days? Sit there playing the Xbox, waiting for boys and girls to join, huh? Waiting for other burnout junkies to talk about how you used to rub and which veins you used to hit up in the most. Hmm? Seriously, your standards not up. Your standards not up. You're a disgrace. Huh? You need to be put down, you dumbass. So come on, come at me. Yeah, you can't talk to me on YouTube. You got to take it to the real world. Come on, boy. Let's see how many of it you take. I bet you come at me with a team of people. I bet you don't even come at me at all. You're a pussy. I'm living in your head rent free. But while you go around targeting innocent women, bringing them into your petty little bullshit world, you got me on your back. Because you're a bully. And your friends, the people you encourage in your chat, not that bunch of scumbags. And I'll single every fucking one of them up. And I'll give a written essay attached to each one of them. Yeah. And when your boy Tim Drake got threatened me with court, same as when your boy Nick Williams threatened me with court, come on then. Take me to fucking court, is what I said. And I'll bring everybody that I've met on YouTube to court with you. If you're paying, you're for the court. I'll bring everybody, even Method's coming to court. And Paul Dunn, we've already got him. He's one of them sexual predators too. Yes, we got the Paul Dunn. Oh, we do. Watch how many women he pervs on. He's a proper fucking sick. Yeah, we got that Paul Dunn. Right, fucking creepy cunt. Huh? Big up the Irish. Hmm? Oh yeah, by the way, lovely people, I recognize there's some good people who's in the chat and I'm talking negative about your friends. Unfortunately, they're your friends, not mine. I don't give a fuck. I gave them warnings. I gave other people warnings. Yeah, they've ignored the good peoples, so fuck them. Yeah, nowadays having it. Every now and again, I'm going to give it to them. But remembers, Grit C, you owe me $5,000. You called me a liar. You told me in December and January it does not reach 40 degrees. I showed you it does reach 40 degrees. So go fuck yourself. Everything about you crying, you dumbass cunt. Gritzy, crying, get my name off your channel. But don't come into me chat then, you dumb fuck. Get my name off your channel. Hey, Gritzy, those videos are going back up. Let's see you rat my channel out, Gritzy. And this is one of the other things, Gritzy. You're a rat. You strike channels. And I'll prove it. I'll put those videos back up about you. I'll go to my videos, the live chats, where you were telling me that you're going to rat my channel out if I didn't take down those videos. See? So when people want truth, yeah, you're going to have truth. But if you're going to listen to 4 people, all right, you're not listening to the right 4 people. I can promise you now. If you're sick of bullying, if you're sick of being manipulated, like I am, I told these people don't lie about this. Don't cool shit in my direction because I don't know how I'm going to respond to it. The more they did it, the more I held back. But then when I give it back to them the way they give it, they're running to the police. They're running to the mafias. They're a bunch of two-faced, no good for nothings. And I've exposed every one of them for it. And their associates. And their futures is in my hand. So then, we come to Ice Chain, Pure Water. Came into a chat a few days ago. Targeted me because something else I've said to somebody else somewhere else. And he came into that chat. Now, Ice Chain Pure Waters. Going back 3 months ago, I was told to block you and block you for good because the nonsense talk that you were giving to Mrs. Magpie and her family. So Ice Chain Pure Waters. The fact that I left you carry on with your Nazi behavior in my chat with your pal, Ultra Collective. Seriously now, boy. You're a dumbass, double standard, hypocrite, fuckhead. All right, Ice Chain Pure Waters. Remember Ice Chain Pure Waters. You're one of them cunts in every fucking chat that blocks everybody's. And if you see how the chats are, the Ice Chain dominates. You see, he's obsessed with fucking Ultra Collective. All day, every fucking chat. Ultra Collective and Ice Chain at each other, at each other, at each other. All day, every day. Takes over. Fucking faggot shit. The divvies like fucking Nutters channel. Laughs and encourages and invites it. Whereas people like me just down to this fucking point, straight up, and got a lovely life to live. I haven't got patience or time for these divvies, so I just let them be, let them continue, let them show their true colors. And then once it's enough is enough, then I says, hey, enough is enough is enough. You're a dumbass. People think that they can control me on YouTube. No, you cannot. You can't tell me what to do or how to go about doing it. You're not showing me anything better. You might be able to write it better, but you're not showing me anything better. The life I live, I'm showing is better for most of you, but you're too dependent. Most of you burn out on your junk, drinking drugs all your life. Most of you too committed to the sentimental bullshit of what the commercial world forces upon you. Most of you are living in conspiracy theories. You're out of date. You're out of date. The conspiracy theories that you're all fucking talking about, we were dealing with 30 years ago. All right? 30 years ago. And you were all saying it's a bunch of hippie shit. It's a bunch of hippie shit. Now the hippie shit is on you. You bunch of chavvy bastards. Inbred, no good for nothing, burnout, junkie, deadbeats. And you don't like me for my vocabulary. Well, then you shouldn't be a deadbeat fucking junkie. You shouldn't be dependent on government housing. Seriously. Get up off your ass and be dependent. Independent. Independence Day. Independence Day, ladies and gentlemen. Independent. What does it mean if you're not going to live up to it? I get told off a lot. I get told off because my vocabulary. Yeah, people don't understand it. People don't understand why I flip, why I pay attention. When people put the attention on me and says they've been bullied by four people in the chat at 7 o'clock this morning, and it was on the Nutters channel, I says, hey, Nutter, you're a fucking, and you've been doing this for a long time now. You allow your chat to victimize individuals. And I'm sick and tired of you, Nutter. And you've been outed, Nutter. You're a sicko, Nutter. And if people don't believe me, go and rewind and watch the last fucking 10 months of his channel. Really. He victimizes people. His chat victimizes people. First thing in the morning. First thing in the morning. Wake up. He's not sharing sunshine, sunrise. He's not sharing ducks coming around eating bread. He's not showing the foxes. He's showing a dirty junkie den, a shed with a fucking space hopper, which reminds you of sitting on Santa's knee, doesn't it? Huh? Santa's knee, the hopping, the bouncing, the space hopper. Loves it, don't you? Come here, come sit on my knee. Dirty old man. You dirty bastard. Seriously. Psychological games, bro. Reading in as we want. Putting word to it. Oh, you recognize now. You recognize now that I'm taking a piss out of you now with my shed-like environment. Yeah. I try sharing nice things. I try sharing the beauty of the free world. And the people, they've done the robbing and the cheating and the skullduggery of their life, all their life. And they're teaching their youth how to do exactly the same. These people can't expect me to get on with them, and you can't expect them to get on with me. This side and that side of the wall. The fact that I showed them that I'm a tramp coming from the streets, and yet I've been given a mountain house with the riches, apart from no monies. I've been given an opportunity and invitation to take over the fucking valley of heritage and culture. And the people of the YouTube are jealous. They want what I got. And they can't have it because they haven't got my respect. They'd be outed as no good for nothings. The King of Spain might even be aware of me protecting Spain fighting sexual predators coming from England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, for the shit talkers, for these ones that only want grief and screaming and shouting. Do you really want them in the country? I don't. Send them off all to Rwanda. That's what I says. Send them to Rwanda. Send Nutter and his family to Rwanda. That's what I said. Give him a fighting chance. And if he comes back as a man, then he'll be done. But send him off to Rwanda. Dirty, burnout, thieving, junkie, no good for nothing. Free housing. Look at him. He ain't got no future positive for the future of England. But some of these people coming over on the dinghies, some of these asylum seekers, they'll be more deserving of the house that he takes over, the schooling that he's polluting. Hey, I've got another one. JJ's Adventures. I outed him as a lech, as a dirty old man. Okay? Now, if you understand and if you question, you would have heard me at the first time. JJ's Adventures. Always promoting short videos to attract quicker attention and subscribers to your channel. That's how he promotes doing shorts. Now, for me, he's not caring about what his channel's built up of, so long as he's got the numbers. So what's he doing? Who's he grooming? And who's he grooming for? when you've seen his last performance in my direction, come on panel screaming and shouting at me. This fella's supposed to be an elderly man, yeah? An elderly man of wisdom and compassion, consideration and education. He came in fucking junkie. He came in like a raging junkie looking for a crack pipe. He came in acting like most of them do. Shit talking. He asked me a question. Had I been messaging and trolling him? I tried saying no, right or wrong. Said yes, that was Steve. Even AJ Smith said, no, that wasn't Steve. But did Uncle JJ listen to what was being said? Did he fuck? He screamed and shouted at me. He knowing that I've got no signal and bad signal. Screaming and shouting at me. And that's a good person, is it? Hey, JJ, Adventures, you're still a dirty pervert looking for my willy, as Beyonce White Coat Divas showed us on a clip. Eh? You were expecting my willy, is what you said when you were on panel, you dirty bastard. You're always talking about willies on JJ's Adventures. So, when Leo of Lego said this morning that Uncle JJ's Adventures is a good person for reference about me, listen, Lego of Leo. A grown man playing with toys, playing with Lego, a grown man? Seriously, you dirty bastard. Grow up. So, AJ Smith is going to be excited now. There's 47 people in the chat. Okay? That's not me bringing people to this chat. That's all the snitches, bitches, and grasses. Yeah? That's all the snitches, bitches, and grasses. Just communicating with their friends, saying Steve's gone live, and Steve's doing this, and Steve's doing that. Yeah? Snitches, bitches, grasses. Informers. Shit talkers and shit stirrers. There ain't 47 people showing their face loud and proud in the chat. There ain't 47 people showing their face on panel, but there's 47 people that's going to say, hey, Steve, we're going to pay Nata some money so he can come to Spain, buy from the fucking Benidorm Scousers, guys, and we're going to have you done. Yeah? And Tim Drake's paying for it. And Torbs is paying for it. And JJ's Adventures paying for it. And Chaz sent me free. He's going to do a wild walk and a wild talk and do it. She going to finance. And Michelle C, she going to do some finance. Yeah. To see people murdered. To see people murdered for talking truth. So Joe Dando comes to mind. Joe Dando is a name that Nick Williams talked about. Tried telling me I was involved in Joe Dando. Well, who the fuck Joe Dando? But it does ring a bell. Yeah? Talking truth and getting assassinated. Not that. You're protecting a non. You're protecting a sexual predator. And his name's Tim Drake, Traveling Tim D. And you know that since Solstice, when I walked away from him because he was perving on my friends and their dogs. After many months perving on my friends, female friends, in chat, on WhatsApp, and everywhere else. And if you have a look at Tim Drake's behaving of more recent times, you will see that he is still targeting innocent women and peoples. So, Nata, what you support? What you support, Nata? Hey, Nata, you fucking loony? You sexual predator protector? Huh? Are you in the Decahegi Club? Huh? I told you. Nata, the president, the prime minister. I told you. For one reason. We like you now, but we're going to hate you once you're elected. Now is your time. Nata. Come to panel, Nata, you shit talker. You pervert protector. Called out a long time ago, Nata. Christmas when you blocked me, Nata. Because you didn't want me creating dramas in your chat. I never cause drama in your fucking chat. I just come to your chat, greet you, and your fucking chat attacks me every time I go there. And you allow it, you bitch. So, Nata, who told you 2 weeks ago that I made a video, including you and your family? Who told you? Inform us. Inform us. Rats, snitches, grasses. Not your friends, Nata. They're not your friends, Nata. They would have silenced me before you had heard if they were your friends, Nata. I know, because I know what a friend is. Motherfucker. I know what loyalties and friendship is, and I don't include my friends in my bullshit. I don't go around gossiping, snitching, and bitching for he said this, he said that. And you think you'd survive in jail after you've been out it? You think not that any of your sexual predator boys will survive in jail? Nah, but nah, no. You see people like Live Free, and you see people like what's his name? The other ones that's in jail. Guess what they're doing? They're telling everybody in jail about people like you, not. Boom. People in jail now, they're asking questions. They want to know what's what on YouTube, not that. And guess what, not that? There's people in jail, they're telling them. And some people in jail, I put their internet phones, and they're in tune all day, every day. All right, not that. Huh? So tell me I'm not allowed to say the word breeze. Tell me I'm not allowed to talk about kids when I live on a fucking mountain full of wild goats, and goats make kids. You fucking dumbass. Tell me I'm not allowed to talk about grapes when it's a fucking wine fucking vineyards up there. And that's what they do grow, is fucking grapes. You fucking sickos. I'm not living in your council estates now. I'm not sharing needles with you lot. You dirty mingers. I'm not even interested in your spouses. Unless you're coming from the Caribbean. And then you're going to be tasting good. You get me? But them honkies, the blondes, blue eyes, nah. Too close to my sisters, bro. Too close. Not interested. I want something foreign. Yeah? I don't want something that, like, is that my cousin? Is that my daddy's daughter from another woman? Fuck, man. Huh? Come on. We know we grew up in the year fucking everybody taking this ecstasy, the free loving from the hippies. We know we come from a generation of bastards. Are you going to the same nightclubs as your mommy and daddy met? Possibly you're coming home with your brothers and sisters. You dirty fuckers. That's why I get out of town. Huh? That's why I stretch my field further away. Huh? A lot of yous are out of date. And a lot of yous need waking up. You talk shit about me for a year and a half, and now I talk about yous For how long? For the rest of my life. For the rest of my living life. Not just for the year and a half. Now I'm on YouTube to stay. Now I'm on social medias to stay. And there's only one way to stop it. Eradicate social medias. I'm coming in you, and I'm disrupting your gangs. I'm disrupting your circles. I'm disrupting your messages. And you don't like it, because I'm just one man. Who the fuck do I think I am? Well, I'm a man that said, England and Ireland ain't no good for me. A long time ago. And it's not the countries that ain't no good for me. It's the mentalities of the divvies. The mentality of the divvies and the sickos that dominate, to get the special treatment all the time. I'm a hard worker. When I don't have work, I still need to eat. I can't afford to fucking eat. But them junkies and pissheads and the fucking Looney Tunes and the ones that can't fucking move around, them get fucking paid. And what? AJ fucking Smith, the crippled bastard, he ain't got no backbone. He gets free housing, free drugs, free fucking money. So he can come on YouTube and terrorize people like me. What the fuck? Get the fuck. Hey, Lordy, I've got a big message for you. Yeah? And it starts with suck chocolate coated balls. Lordy's one of these ones that like doxing people's information. Lordy's one of these ones that hangs around with Nostok that allows and encourages porn bombing, which is sexual abuse. And by the way, Lordy was attacking Joanne a couple of months ago in Ministry of Madness's chat, and Joanne phoned me up and begged me to come and protect her against Lordy. So go fuck yourself, you woman bully Lordy. People silence me. I don't care. You don't let me on your channels or in your chats. I don't care. I got my own voice and my own life. And if you think that you're going to manipulate and control my life, get the fuck. And this one, Ministry of Madness, hello. I talked to you backstage, but you haven't come to my chat for a long time, so I don't know why the fuck you coming there now. Maybe because there's an amount of people in the viewing in. That's what brings you here. Because you're all about the views and the likes, aren't you? Yeah, you're all about the super chat, aren't you? You're all about the glory rather than, here's Steve. Look, here's the truth about Steve. Yeah, I asked you, didn't I, with your free computers? You could have just put up that news report and read it out and had a fucking insight to what the real world sees me as. But instead of that, you go up with your racist, sexist bullshit, and you harbor the Nancy Ponzi ones, like Robert, his little grandchild, his avatar. Yeah, and you do it at fucking furry. So when you put his screen up, when you put his messages up on screen, you have 200 people viewing a little child looking like a Barbie. And you think that's clever? I think you're sick. Anybody that be doing that, I think is fucking sick. And you've been hearing me saying that for the last 4 months. Yeah, now you know what it's like ministry, yeah? You're back chat, you're backstage. You know why you're backstage? Because you treated me like a mug for too many months. Yeah? Putting me on panel, talking shit about me, making videos about me. Yeah, and you think your fun is. Yeah, watching your channel grow over belittling people. All you do ministry is attach willies to everything. It's fucking gross. You're an older man than me. You can add another 15, 20 years on me. And you're talking about willies like a little boy? Seriously, man. Act like a grandfather, will you? I told you, Ministry of Madness, that Tim Dracos is a sexual predator. But you modded him up, you protected him, and you singled me off. So you think that I need time or respect for you, Ministry of Madness, when you're a fucking sexual predator protector? Well, let me tell you what I know about Wales. When I was in Wales, Pembroke Dock, yeah, not long after, there was a whole housing estate. And every single resident had their home computers taken for pedophilia viewings. Wasn't it, Ministry of Madness? Let's tell the world about Wales being a capital of child pornography. Huh? Why does Ministry of Madness have 3 computer screens, but he cannot put up truth about somebody, but he can continue talking shit and reciting shit about everybody, singling good people's off, whilst he's harboring shit talkers just for the dollar? People like him show that they don't need the dollar with all their toys and riches. So how is it that they keep climbing? I tell you for why. Because it's the middle class looking down on the poor. But you see, your middle class buying into all the dreams that the poor people have. Now you pick up Tyrone that goes off to Crete, exploiting the fucking islands. Go off exploiting peoples. He lives in his 5-star cuisines, whilst the people of the native grounds don't even have drinking water, don't even have roofs over their head. They're not even allowed on the beaches because the tourists have brought the rights to the beaches. You promote people like him, and you belittle people like me. Seriously, like, seriously, you and your mushroom days, it's all for the commercial world. It ain't for the spiritual world. It ain't for the recognition of one is one. The Ministry of Madness. The day that Joanne phoned me up and asked me to come into your chat, I hadn't been in your chat for many months. Yeah, that's it. Get rid of your goofy teeth. Yeah, happy days. So anyway, Joanne phoned me up and asked me to come into your chat because your friends, your chat was targeting her, bullying her, calling her a liar. Yeah, that was the same day as you had a John in your chat and you screamed at that John thinking that was Spandex John from my chat. And it wasn't that same John, but you and Tyler convinced everybody in your chat that it was Spandex John. Spandex John didn't give a fuck. You didn't give a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck that was in your chat. Nobody defended Spandex John. I tried, but I get muted and I get blocked and silenced. And then guess what? When Spandex John don't understand why I'm ranting and raving, I don't give a fuck. You get me? You know what? I've not read one single message that is coming today. Not one single message. I see the 2 people in the chat, yeah, in the back chat. But you see, one of them's got a shitty piss-taking name, and the other one don't give me any time of day. Allows me on his panel just for entertainment, but never comes to me as a real individual. It's all one-sided, which is double standards. Yeah, he comes and lets me get ripped to pieces by 5 people on his panel and 20 people in his chat, but he don't come and talk to me as an individual. He thinks, yeah, that I'm supposed to know that he sent me 20 euros back in January. I had to go back and have a look at my PayPal and have a look and identify every person because I'm not interested in PayPal. I never wanted PayPal. Everybody that was involved in fucking chats and YouTube convinced me I had to have PayPal. And you call me a fucking... Yeah. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I can point out the bakes the ones that begging for attention, with their burnout, bored existences. I've got a good, clean life. I've been accused of some fucking disgusting things for your entertainment. It's been going on for too long, and there's very few of you that'll bypass and ignore shit talk. And I'm sick to death of you lot. I told you from day one. Mental well-being. I'm well on top of it, and I'll give you a give example of what it's like living through it, and I'll tell you how I come through it with every experience. But you keep thinking it's something else. You keep saying there's other things, but I'm telling you, I'm hunting the bullies. I'm hunting the cyber trolls and the bullies, the ones that end up pushing AJ Smith over the edge, because AJ Smith is one of those bullies that pushes himself over the edge. You see, people like Ice Chain and Ultra, them two people are the sort of people that, wow, yeah, heads come off for the things that they say. But you encourage all day, every day. I give them opportunity to show their true colors. That's your problem. I'm not interested in his ministry. I gave you time of day and you weren't interested. Yeah? So you ain't interested now. You're just glory hunting now. That's what I put it down to. See, look at this. Yeah? You won't get another person naked on the screen today. Yeah? They're all wrapped up looking at it like they're in winter. Yeah? They look anemic. They got no color about them. Yeah? They got to take on people's vulnerabilities and disabilities. Like this fella now with his gummy teeth think that he's being funny looking like me. But like, I don't have gummy or fucking pale skin like him. I don't wear baseball caps. I don't have glasses. Yeah, I don't look like a throwback of nature. So is that one of your was that one of your extra accounts? Then was it? I see you playing with your keyboard just as that other person in back chat disappeared. Was that you? Was it?
No, I was just typing in back chat. I'm only. No extra accounts for me. None needed. I'm only here to take heat off Nutter. What's Nutter done, Steve? What's Nutter done this time? What's going on this morning, Steve? Come on, unmute yourself. What's going on this morning? Come on, man. Come on. When you come on mine the other week, I only booted you just to make a point about the ranting and raving. That's nothing more. Nothing more. Oh, no, mystery. The pile box is usually worse than that. I've got to sort of flat pack some of them for moving as well. Yeah. Yeah, there's one of these pet hates in the corner. Look. Technology. Life saving technology in the corner. Like I said, Steve, I don't take anything you say about me personally. You know, I've on and off you on my panel just to make a point last time, but you know, I don't understand what's gone on with that in Nutter's chat this morning for you to be back on Nutter's case. To be honest, other people I can understand because they go at you as well, but as for Nutter, he's and JJ, they're two of the nicest people on the tubes. Yeah, I think so, Mystery. I think so, Mystery. Big up Method. Yeah, I think he's got like some of them pigeon parts down there, and he's probably got some of them, you know, them nano bugs as well that you can fly in and spy on people with. Knowing Crinkle, he's got nano bugs as well. And now he hasn't got electric scooter. He's probably got nano bug to go and pick up his like minuscule rock or whatever and get it in past Mummy. Get it in past the Mummy detector. Yeah. Oh, fuck's sake. I was hoping that was a fucking insurance company. Wankers. Yeah, Ben, I think Crinkle does have butt worms. I think he does. I think he does. Hey, here we are. Ooh. Ooh. Well, it looks like it's the me show. So if it's the me show, can one of the mods put my PayPal in? Sweet. Yeah, I've all done. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether Steve expected me to come on ranting and raving, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I do quite enjoy Steve's rants. I will be honest, but I still don't understand Nutter. There's a problem in Nutter.
All right, let me spell it out to you. All right, Nutter has been harboring bullshitters for a long time. Okay, every time I go into his channel, he's got 10 people ready to fucking start him. Yeah, and he's been doing this for the last fucking since December. Okay, since I fucked off that sexual predator thing. Yeah, no, he's been fucking on one in my direction. He never chats with me. He always talks at me or talks around me. Yeah, I've invited him to talk many times. I've given him a health warning and he ignores it. He invites that fucking sexual predator into his home. So I've highlighted those things, and now he wants me dead. He can go fuck himself.
So, in other words, you're taking out on Nutter because his association with Tim.
Um, you might say that. You might say that, right? But for me, I'm not seeing it like that. I'm seeing that I've tried protecting him, and he'd much rather be at risk than rather be protected.
Yeah, I can understand your problems with Tim, but as for with Nutter and Nutter lets his chat go, doesn't he? That's why everyone's modded it. He lets it go. He as long as it's not too nasty, he lets it go. I don't know whether it's just me. Your volume's gone. Yeah, your connection's muting you, I think, Steve.
Oh, I've got my volume back. Okay. All right. Yeah. Mystery, I'm not sure on the ice chain either. And Ben Daver. No, no. It's been going on. Listen, yeah, you've been harboring bullies in your chat for many months. People that talk grotesque things in many directions. When your friends targeted me and you justify them and you allow it and you fucking like, listen, dude. I was on the beach about a month and a half ago. You put out a fucking penalty. You allowed two people to give me grief. You allowed two people to dominate your channel. You allow other people to dominate your channel. You much prefer and you favor Sarah B over the health warnings that I gave you. If you ignored the health warnings that I gave you to protect your family, then excuse me, but you're nothing but distraction. You're the opposite. There is no way on this planet that I would let any suspected pervert or predator around my loved ones. So for me to see you no longer as loved one, that's down to your doing, not mine. You prove that you're not worthy of my protecting. You prove that you're not worthy of my efforts. So I took myself away from you. When your chat attacked another woman, another innocent being, dragged another innocent being into your domestics, into your doings, when you dragged other people and you allow other people to do what they're doing, innocent people, and you put it down to me, I had to sort it out. So today I'm sorting it out on behalf of that person that was attacked at 7 o'clock this morning. Your time, your channel, your time. This isn't the first time, that your channel has been brought to my attention for people bullying them, first thing in the morning. So not that. You need to sort your shit out. That's what I'm saying. I've never played with your name or your personal details. I've never. But you do it on me every fucking day in your chat. You're all day, every day doxing my name, my details. All day, every day since fucking December and before. And we'll go back to every one of your chats, your live streams, and we'll see your bullshit against mine. And then you put yourself in my position. And you say, why the fuck? Why the fuck? If Steve ain't interested in that, why the fuck is not and these people here in my chat today? Why are they here in other people's chat dominating? Bully tactics. So, you want to play bully tactics? It's good for you, but not for others. Well, guess what? I got names. I got your names. I got where you live. It doesn't take much to associate you and to set you to fuck up with the people that you need to be meeting. For reassurances that you've upset really good things by upsetting me, by talking shit about me, by allowing shit to be talked about me. I gave you truth about me, and you lot twist it for your own sicknesses. So it's about time you lot fucking woke up to the reality of what you've been doing. You allow sexual abusers into your chat. You allow sexual predators into your chat, into your home life. First thing in the morning when your children are getting up and going to school, it's the first things that your children are paying attention to. And you're complaining and arguing about the education system. You lot and your chats dominate and argue about who comes into your country. When it's you lot that set the standards. You didn't give a fuck about your country. You didn't give a fuck about your country. So who the fuck are you to give a cunt about your country now? You'll do as you're told. If you want the housing, if you want the PIP money, if you want the electricity, if you want the internet, if you want the Tesco's, you'll sit down and you'll shut the fuck up. And that's what I'm telling you. Like I told you, you're on my island. You are on my island. And if I want to take my island back, the first thing I will do is send in the troops to get rid of you. And then when I come back to my island, those that are remaining will serve themselves. Nobody will be serving you. You'll grow your own trees. You'll wait for your own trees. Where you get seeds from is entirely up to you. You've got a short time. Not to, when you and your chat involved my kids, you involved my kids for months and months and months and months, and I ignored. I laughed. You dumbass, double standard cunt. I laughed at every one of you targeting me and my kids. I laughed. And I come back the next day to laugh at you some more. Because one day, I knew I'd have to come at you and your kids to show you the mirror, boyo. Mirror. Now go and rewind. Ha! Fucking images. Look at you with your cartoon build-up characters. Nothing to do with your characters and names. But the fantasists. Look at you, you're smoking your ganja in England. Who are you right now? You get money off the government to pay for your weed. This paying for the mafias. This encouraging the human trafficking and the child pornography. You're putting money into those industries because you're too paranoid to grow your own. because you're more likely to go and rob somebody else. So big up Paul C. and Paul Dunn. Meow, meow, meow. Hey there, BB-8. How you doing? Did you know that Michelle C only took a shining to me because of you attacking, the argument that you've had with her for many years? Nothing to do with me. I've only ever told you I don't like yous because the screaming and shouting. And now look at me. I'm matching you. I'm screaming and shouting just like the channels that I tried avoiding. So BB-8, big up for recognizing this shit about Tim Smith. Tim Smith, I recognized a long time before you did. Okay? And BB-8, you're right. What he did to Andrew J was damn right fucking scumbag. Remember, when I first came to YouTube, I used to big up the top mod Tim Smith, top mod Tim Smith, because Tim Smith was going around like the original spanner site. The original spanner site. Okay? Now, BB-8, I'm sorry, right? But Tim Draycott told me more about you than I knew about you myself. He told me about how you insisted that you joined himself and Andrew J. When Andrew J was manic, suicidal, and depressed, and all that whatnot. And Tim offered to decorate Andrew J's apartment. When he went down to meet Andrew J, he had to come and collect you. He had to pay for everything. He spent nearly 300 quid on the piss off between you, Andrew J, and himself. He mentioned you played pool, and he mentioned that you had a phone call from George organising some fake beef. For me, BB-8, you know, when Tim Draycott filled my head with all these things that he's got on everybody else, everybody tried silencing me. Yeah, everybody's tried silencing me. I try and recite it, and they silence me. And this is what it's boiled down to. The people that have silenced me, they're all now in fear because I've rounded up all the situations that I've encountered with them, and I'm putting them all in the same group together. I put them all in the same conversation. And so they've all got that opportunity to get their shit together. Hey, Method. Hey, whoever else concerned about the kittens, go and watch my live streams over the last couple of weeks, and you'll have an update over the kittens. If you don't do the updates, then you have to rely on the gossip, the chit chat, the hearsay, the informers. If you don't do by going and checking out my daily or my alternative days, then you lose. If you're not part of the look, then maybe you're the obstacle. And considering Method communicates well with Ultra, and bigs Ultra up and follows Ultra around, that's Ultra Collective, by the way. I'm sorry, Method, but who the fuck are you? Seriously, Method. Method's been shadowing my channel for since I came into YouTube. Method's one of those Heady originals and Danny Christie originals. So who the fuck is Method? Yeah. When I walked away from all the shit talkers attached to the bare knuckle communities, Method was always there, shadow. So who the fuck is Method? And how is it Method enjoys and encourages such a scumbag towards women as Ultra Collective? Now, last night with 100% banter, it was confirmed all the things that Ultra was saying that he's being bullied for throughout the YouTube communities, for why he took sanctuary in this channel for many a months. It all came to light last night, and I added to it a confirmation that yes, I have experienced the same. From Ultra Collective, he's a woman bully. He does stalk women, and yes, I don't trust him. So much so that his quotes. I'll quote him now. He's upset because these YouTube channels brought attention to his YouTube channel that he came to us with. We take attention back to where his 7 or 8 thousand foreign ladies message him. That's what he said so many times, loud and proud, on this panel. On this panel. Mr. Beautiful Blues, I love you on that one. Yeah. You know when you was eating spaghetti bolognese, I was eating, what was I eating? Because Mr. Beautiful Blues was watching and listening, I can take the humor that he's passing, which is just feeding divvies like meth with the ammunition of what they need to prove that they're complete fucking divvies, that they're going to react to hearsay, they say, what say, when say. So sit down, shut up, and listen. It's education for you. Travis, I'm telling you now, I woke up this morning, the first channel that I tuned into, yeah, I was going to share Sunrise with, she was complaining she'd been bullied by 4 people in the Nut channel. It's 7 o'clock this morning. She was being bullied by 4 people in the Nut channel. This, for me, is a daily reoccurrence. And so, for me, yeah, these people are targeting, they're bullying innocent women with mental issues, psychiatric issues. Do you get me? They're bullying. They're seeking out the weakest of victims. And another channel is one of those first thing in the morning where everybody gathers. Yeah? So it's almost like the headquarters, isn't it? When you have a look at the people in their daily activities, you will see it is like the morning headquarters. They're not showing beautiful things. They're sharing bullshit ugliness. Well, hi there. Hi there, hi there, hi there. Guess what? Are you one of these? Oh, yes, you are, aren't you? You're one that went to school with or grew up in the same area as another channel, aren't you? Yeah? Right, now I understand why and what you're all about. Yeah, you've had Tim Drake around your children as well, haven't you? So that puts you in the irresponsible of having fucking nonsense and punches around your children. So of course you're going to be backing up. Because your back's up. Because you've been made a fool of. Did you follow Nut into this community? So Nut is responsible for your upset. All right, bye. Method. If we go back a couple of weeks when Ultra was in this chat friendly, we will see you communicating with him, encouraging him friendly. And if we see ice chain pure waters everywhere where we see us saying pure water, we see ultra. So they're evidently working together. My boys are in the shade. 8 liters of water, they got food, they can go to the sea, but they want to sleep there. So that's where they're sleeping. Now it's getting a bit fresher, and I got shadow here. I'm going to put my bed here. You see? Uh, how to get rid of people. Stop ranting. Yeah? Show them niceness. Show them the beauties of what I'm living with. And they don't want to view it. But give them something to, question. And they want to pay attention. Like they own it. Yeah? Well, guess what? Out of 51 people, one person came on panel. Out of 51 people, they'll go and talk about this everywhere else. Like they own it. But one thing they haven't been through is this, for this 1 year, one whole year, dickheads doxing my address, my name, and using it fashionably. When I start talking personally about them, they're gonna have life threats in my direction. Ladies and gentlemen, I won. I won. It doesn't matter what you want to twist it around, or why, or for what reason. Maybe try bullies. I warned you all, but you didn't pay attention. When I asked Androgna and everybody else come together to stop one cyberbully. And they refused. I said, okay, I recognize it is all just one big game to you. Because you all keep saying it will be somebody else tomorrow. You all got this new vocabulary, this new to me. And I ain't going to play with that vocabulary. And a lot of people are going to get hurt me playing with that vocabulary. But it's the vocabulary that you encourage on your daily basis. If you're caught up personally, then you should have thought about it. You should have done some homework and recognized that with me, you're not playing. Unless I say you're playing. Otherwise, I'm keeping it real. I'm leaving a trace for the happy days in the one loving. And if that's how I bang out of order, drink another cup of coffee and shout freedom of speech in the hippie community. Alright? And you might understand one or two things. Seriously, until you sat and walked my path, none of you can tell me what my head tells me is wrong. Not one of you. If I spoke out loud and I stuttered, BBW, BB8, BBJ, BB1, BB2, BBI, BB6, BB7s, all the BBs, even Mr. BBs, all the BBs for fuck's sake, Secret Blackburn, you fell into that category also. What I said about you as an individual is you remind me of somebody that is scamming the disabled and the elderly. All of your channel, most of the channels that you push loudly is for sub. And a lot of the foreign channels that Secret Blackburn promotes are channels that you go to, you subscribe to them because that's what you're being encouraged to do. So you subscribe and then they say thank you. If you stay commenting with us for an hour, we will give you 1,000 subscribers. And I says, no thank you, I want an organic channel. I'm not interested in all that fake shit. I'm not monetizing my channel. I want my 500 and then I'll have my community page. That happened 6 months ago. I've got my community page. My growing of channel, I need no more. The fact that my channel will grow because I'm still going around, billions of channels is available. Billions of channels available. I'm going around and I'm accumulating people. I'm not relying on you to talk shit about me, to bring shit to my channel. AJ Smith, Ultra Collective, 2 female abusers. Mental abuse is the same, if not as bad, as physical abuse. You didn't get charged for abuse of a lady. You got released on the charges. But guess what, motherfucker? From your behavior since, you have abused many ladies. Okay, Southampton Drone? AJ Smith, no more lies? Now, ladies and gentlemen, you want to know what got me back up? Not AJ Smith. AJ Smith was like butterfly wings. Very decorative. And worth watching. I like watching butterflies. I like watching how butterflies eat shit. Now, AJ Smith, here's a message for you, you dumb bitch ass motherfucker. My youngest son, his baby mother, her best friend committed suicide. Left 2 daughters. One that was only a few months old, and the other one was best friends the same age as my son. My baby mother and the social circle wanted my contacts for benefit gigs, fundraisers for that dumbass suicidal bitch. And I said, what? Get the fuck away from me. You're not getting no telephone numbers of good people for your fucking suicidal junkie bitch. What about her children? From that day onwards, the baby mother said she didn't want me having contact with my youngest son. So go get fucked. I got no compassion for suicidal, dumbass, junkie burnouts. I hate, especially when them mothers or fathers and they got loved ones them leaving behind. Nutter, Nutter had every opportunity to say sorry to me when Mick Jones was up on his panel with his legs spread wide open. Said that he didn't have any problem with anybody on YouTube. I tried making peace with Mick Jones, yeah, because he fucking had issues with me for many months. So I tried showing him and not the beautiful scenery that I was meeting up with a friend from 20 years. Yeah, I've worked with this fella in the music festivals. I've housed and I've worked with this fella, traveling around with this fella. I know his family. You know what? Yeah, I refused to take wages off of him when he was expecting his newborns. Right? Seriously, ladies and gentlemen, I tried celebrating with Noah. Okay, he refused me on panel because the other fella jumped off panel. Then somebody else jumped on panel, and that person I've been trying to communicate with online for 6 months because that person has been attacking me for a long time and harboring and no good. So, anyways, Noah made a fool of me. So he thought, but he made a fool of himself. He let other people dictate his channel, and so Noah became bottom of the food chain. He became worse than a dandelion. You know the dandelions that they all say that I'm smoking? Yeah, well, he's one of them. He's just been smoked. If he wants apologies, he comes up on my panel. Not just once, not just twice, not just 3 times, 4, maybe 5 or 6 times. And if everything goes well after 6 conversations with that individual, then he might get an apology from me. But until he's proved himself to be a man and not a coward, what's he teaching his youth? That he's going to put himself in jail for a few words about a cartoon character? I haven't even doxed him yet. But he's doxed me a dozen times, if not more. So, apologies. Who owes who an apology? And who's setting standards? Mr. Beautiful Blues, you know far too well, yeah? You have been my biggest supporter. Seriously, Mr. Beautiful Blues, yeah? Am I a money grabber? Am I chasing the dollars? Am I doing this for money? Really? Seriously, Mr. Beautiful Blues, you kept me alive for many months. Many months. With your over generous supportive donations. I'm not here to upset you or your friends. You understand this? I shared the love. I shared the one love that was abused. Abused. What do you think comes from the one love? When love is rejected and refused, what do you think comes from that? For me, it's absentness. I shut doors. I close. I ignore it. But when it's coming at me, 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 what am I supposed to do? Yes, Jamie. You know this, Jamie. How many people? Fuck's sake, Nick Williams was offering, or people were charging Nick Williams $2.5 grand. Come and sort me out. All them BBAs, the monks and Lucifers, yeah, and Sean Greggs. Everybody's been on about coming back at me. All the Archies and fucking Shufflings and the fucking fighting Irish. All of them. The fucking Mays from Cesspits. Oh, they all wanted to come and batter me, ladies and gentlemen. Even Dick Hagee and his sister wanted to come and batter me. You get me? Do I give a fuck? Seriously, ladies and gentlemen? Come on. I asked for what I asked for is people give me the respects that I'm demanding, that I've earned, that I'm telling you I've earned that respect, that I get listened to. Okay, fine, I struggle with technology. So it's very difficult to take me serious or to even pay attention when the technology doesn't even serve its purpose. So happy days. Speak to the people of the wisdom that know, they've followed, they've like, hang on a minute. Yeah, they put two and two together, they see it. They followed from day one, they're still here. Instead of listening to those people, you block them. Why? Why? From day one, people like James Sawyer and Ms. Magpie's been targeted. People would rather isolate themselves from me than to be dragged down with the bullshit because their lives are too peaceful or their lives are manic enough. They don't want all the bullshit. They'll keep their distance. Hey, Lloydies. Now, Lloydies was involved in a chat this morning where the host told me I had to sort out today, the fact that she had been bullied by 4 people in the Nutter channel. That woman was very distressed and told me I had to sort it out today if I wished to communicate with that woman anymore. I said to that woman, goodbye, bye-bye, out of respects, thank you very much, but I ain't done fuck all wrong. I identified a sexual predator, a very dangerous individual. It has been proven time and time again by his continuous behavior. He is a very dangerous individual. He is attacking and sabotaging good, honest people. Now, for him to be harbored for 6 or 7 months by the Night Channel and by Michelle C. and by Shaz 73s and by various other BBAs and Andrew Jason, whoever else wants to protect him, straight cut. Seriously, ladies and gentlemen. I said, I'd rather sort out my channel. But people like Leo of Lego came into and Renata came into the chat and they started targeting the chat. And the host was reading and paying attention to the chat. I was in broken signal, so I'd race down to the beach where it's hot, where I can't afford to be, but I'm down here so I can communicate with that lady and show that lady, hey, excuse me, this group of people have been targeting me from day one. I know they're targeting you because you're associated with me. That's not my doing. The fact that I have proof that Nata was bullying Emily on different platforms. Emily is an autistic 17-year-old girl when I came to YouTube. The Nata channel was very proud and loud, emailing and texting people and communicating on gaming stations about Emily being a fraud. Apparently, Emily was a man. Then Emily was a suicidal, and like everybody's to ignore Emily. And that was the message that was being passed around through 100 channels. And every chat and every channel Emily came to, she was crying that she was being trolled. Now Emily is 18 years of age. All these 100 channels that was bullying her, a lot of them have modded her up. She's now a mod in their chats and channels. Nobody's confirmed if it's a boy, a man, or a young lady, but I'm not interested. I get accused of bullying Emily because I'm talking about it. But excuse me, the only reason I'm on YouTube is because people like Lucifer, Monk, Ireland, Ronan Holden, Nick Williams, talking about me being involved with a very, very serious crime of the worst possible outcomes to do with a young lady or a young child at the time in Portugal. A very famous missing person case for Madam McCann. When Nick Williams and Ronan Holden and Lucifer and Jim fucking what's his face, fucking Zeus's comments, fly me to the moon, when all those people were talking about me being involved in such a case, and I get a notification on YouTube because I've had a YouTube account since I came out of jail for rioting, fighting the police. Yeah. So yeah, fighting police. Not for burglaries like Nutter. Not for robberies like AJ Smith. Not for fraud or perversion like Zarabis. I'm not sexual predator. I'm not domestic violence like R9 Gamer. All these people, they're bigged up and encouraged. Ladies and gentlemen, not good people by my standards. They may be nice people in comparison to the rest of the people that you're aware of, but excuse me, that don't say much about the people that you associate with, or went to school with, or work with. The people that I live with in my life, full of love. If not, I walk on. There ain't no upsets. There ain't no need for it. I can walk on. I'm a man. I'm a warrior by name and nature. Hey, hi, Meister. Proof. Here's something for proof for you, yeah? Go and speak to Secret Blackburn's world, yeah? He upset me the day he listened to the cesspit and he told me that I have to come back with black and white, yeah? I told him go fuck himself. Same as I'm going to tell you, Heister. There's enough information about me to know that I don't need to lie. Heister, if you're at a date, yeah, if you're fighting somebody else's corner, you've lost already, bitch boy. Yes, yep, one love. You seen me, didn't you? You know why? That's out of respect to Nilo Mac. I put all my beefs aside. When I go to your channels, I ain't gonna beef with anybody. I practice what I preach. I don't take my beef from this channel to your chat. Oh no, I don't. Unless you invite me to. Now, Nilo Mac's chat and channel, I respect 110%. I don't take no beef there. You get me? It's all peace and love. Yeah? If I visit his wedding, if I visit his christening, or if I visit Holy Communion, or a birthday party, or a Christmas party, I'm not one for a problem. I'm coming with a big bag of ganja, and I'm coming relaxing. Maybe I'm coming with half a cow. yeah, or a big bag of fucking prawns and salmon and tuna. If you don't believe me, do some research. It's what I've always told you people, but you don't listen to the mouth, yeah? You listen to the fucking maggots, yeah? The shit talkers. They can't handle encouraging the good, and we've seen this time and time again. No matter how good a person is, they're gonna get rattled. They're gonna get bullied and tormented. We've seen it time and time again. I'll highlight it. People who use me as an example to highlight what's going on. I've seen it. I've seen it in the music. You think that by learning from the Clippers, you think that you're learning what's what? We keep showing you. Take an LSD trip. Is it the same every 20 minutes? If it was, it'd be a very boring thing and nobody would be doing LSD anymore. Right? It changes every split second. Thanks again, One Love. You're always there to point out the truth. And I thank you there very much. I do apologize that some standards in some environments, like some performances are not suitable. I mean, going to the circus or going to a high school and shooting out like you would in an African safari, like there's time and place. You get me, yeah? I mean, you don't be making coffee around fucking loaded circuitry boards. You get me, yeah? As an electrician, yeah, you have somebody else make coffee. The thing with me is I don't ghost. Yeah, I do not ghost channels. Yeah, I am there 110%. Yeah, and this is one thing people will learn. I ain't one of these ones that will backstab and go chasing you and text you loads of malicious messages. I'm not one that will haunt and stalk your channel. Like, yeah, if I don't like you. If I don't like you, I don't pay any attention to you. Yeah. The fact that I'll meet you in other places, I expect to be respectful. Yeah. The minute you start causing me beef and those things, I'll either be gone or I'll be up on that panel ripping you to fucking pieces. But the fact that I can't be up on that ripping you to pieces, I'd be better off just gone. So I go and find another channel. I start my own lives. I change my sceneries. Yeah, I'm not one to see it through just for the fun of it, unless I want to. And I've gone through the phase of wanting to. It's a passing phase to see if I'm good at it. I'm so good that I get death threats every time I open my mouth. I get people isolating because it's like not what they want. It's like this DJ Pool C. You will see him in chat after chat after chat. He puts the law down. Who comes to your chat? He sets the standards. And we studied this all the time that he kept coming to this chat, telling me that He's not welcome. AJ's not welcome. Fucking this person, that person not welcome. Listen, lad. Tell yourself who's not welcome. Because that's the only person listening as far as these ears are concerned. You keep it real, One Love. I know you'll be back because you said you're gone from here a dozen times. Yeah, you're more frequent than I have hot dinners. So I look forward to feeding you around the place. And if I'm ever in your part of the world, I'd take you up on your offer. Yeah, I don't believe that you're a Tim Smith. Aye. So, what answers you fishing for then? Maybe some tuna, maybe octopus, maybe baby great white sharks. You know, one thing I recognize about the people that kept saying, go fishing, go fishing, go fishing, go hunting, go hunting, go hunting. A lot of these people are just bloodthirsty cowards. But then that's just my opinion. Now, I'm worried for our friend Shark. Last time she was in this chat, she only came in with tears. She hasn't seemed herself in the last couple of months. And I feel for Shark. So please, if anybody has contact with Shark, just give her that reassuring, you know, like she's a good one. You know, she's loved, she's respected. She's a human being. Yeah, I remember, Louis, you told me you're going up to care for some family. Big respects, fella. Big respects. One thing I'm embarrassed about, Lloydie, about this channel, yeah, as some of our followers who share wages. For me, I'm fully aware this family orientated people that comes to this channel mostly. And so I try and share, you know, like I don't swear unless I'm really like stuck for words and frustrated. Like then I swear. For me, I'm knowing myself. Yeah, what I'm not knowing is other people, and so I'm learning about other people. I'm learning about myself with other people. Hey, Diane, I apologize to you too this morning. You getting caught up in something that's got nothing to do with the channel that we're at. People bringing it to us. I mean, snitching, bitching, and grassing. Informers. For me, telltales. I mean, tit for tat. Sure. That Leo Lego that was giving shit to me and misdirecting Kaz earlier. For me, you know, he's never spoken to me on one-on-one. He's fighting somebody else's battle. He's got things twisted from the Clippers. He hasn't got things from the horse's mouth. And as people try and question me about what happened, about what's all this about, it gets worse because I have to recite it. I have to repeat it. And so I'm going to make it sound worse than it was the first time. And this is one of the things that I came to the chat this morning. Being told other people are attacking the lady for other things from other places. People listening to other people. And yet I have to come out and sort 4 bullies associated to a particular channel that I've already ranted on about the last fucking hour or so. But like for me, it's kind of like them is a bunch of cowards. They bullied a woman 7 o'clock in the morning, and I can prove that that's common behavior from that channel and the people that go to the chat. So happy days, not my doings. Well, bare bones. If I drop out my hooks, I don't know what I'd be catching because I don't know what fish are here. Yeah, I don't know the names of the fish that are here. One thing I do know is it's too choppy for my boat, so I'm not going on my boat. I'm going to relax around here. Yeah, I'm just going to throw my lines out when it gets a bit cooler. when it gets a bit fresher. Nothing worse than dry fishing. Nothing bites. Hey, Heister, you go and do your fucking research on your mate's fucking channel. You go and find out, and you go and fucking bring out the 4 people that was bullying that woman this morning. You do your channel and your fucking gathering areas. You go and do them some fucking justice. I'm not doing fucking dirty work for you. I'm not naming and shaming. That's for you lot to do. They're your people that you're harboring. What do you think I am? A rat like you cunts? Get the fuck go to jail. You deadbeat no good for nothing burnout junkies. So, are you from the same burgling, thieving ring that your boy Nut is from? Huh? Heister, were you around a year ago, 7 months ago, when your boy Nut was bullying Emily, the 17-year-old autistic young lady? All right, Heister, are you associated with the same channel that harbors and encourages porn bombers like a Zara B? Seriously, Heister, have a look at what you're encouraging, Heister. Before you start coming up against people, go and do some homework, Heister. Go and find out what. All right, Heister, and maybe it's you that will be going around to Nutter's house and looking after his children when he's not there. Do you get me, Heister? Heister, did you go to the same parties? Did you hang around at the same pub? Heister, did you ever get drunk together? Hey, Heister, did you ever share the same needles? Heister, Heister, did you ever share the same ladies? Hey, Heister, do you get where I come in at? Small communities. Shh. Hey, Heister, do you know who the milkman is? Do you call the postman daddy? Okay, Heister, I know how your small communities and your small minds and mentalities are all connected. Yeah, I know how you all grow up. Okay? So seriously, but all right, stop. Yeah, do some fucking research. Yeah, before you go fighting the wrong ones corners. Right, and Heister, Mr. Beautiful Blues, Lloydie. Let me see now. Jamie Sawyer, Bare Bones. This time last year, I was smoking my ganja, right? My ganja, my isolator, and my acid extraction. Okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I grew 200 marijuana plants. I was carrying water from this beach here up that mountain 3 times a day, as well as collecting food and dog food. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, why people are pissed off with me? Because I smoke ganja all day, every day, because I got no teeth? Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, Zara B, listen, I never said you've been done for fraud. I said you'll be investigated for fraud. But anyways, Zara B, listen, Zara B, you know for a fact you told me and followed me over to Jarek's channel. I walked away from that channel the day you came on there as fucking me done one. You you did do one. I walked away from that channel, but I came back months later when they were outing you to be a porn bomber and a fucking Fruit Loop. Understanding, Zara B. I gave you benefit of the doubt until you and AJ Smith had arguments. AJ Smith mentioned your 15-ton. You came and fucking porn bombed for me. That was the last time you were on my panel. Now listen, woman. You're reciting things the way you want to recite it. I'll recite it the way it was fucking recorded. Alright, girl? I ain't got no higher feelings for you. I don't even think for you no more. I used to have considerations for you when I was wondering and trying to get to the bottom of why you were being blocked and banned from so many channels and so many people were taking the piss out of you. When you came to this channel, I learned from myself what I needed to learn. And I treated you exactly the same, but with 110% respect. You're not fucking welcome. Alright? I do apologize for that, but there was reasons for that. When you sided with Tim, a sexual pervert, predator, when you got off and you got excited by that, and you started threatening my life with your gangster ex-husband, Zara B, you made a complete fool of yourself. I showed you sanctuary. I showed you a place where you could be happy, but you only abused. You AJ Smith, abused. Tim Drake, abused. And you expect me to tickle and laugh for the abuse? You're a bunch of sickos. I showed the truth. I showed my truth. If nothing else, my truth, how I see it. And I get silenced for that. But yet, when it comes to news reporters and the TV stations and the universities, they write it up and they put in fucking coursework. What I gotta fucking say? To the fucking general public, really, to be ignoring the professionals. Who the fuck makes these people like fucking JJ's Adventures, judge and jury? He's another burnout junkie. Criminal. Seriously. And now we take compassion on these fuckers because they can't come and rob us no more. Ha. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it all wrong. Them robbers, them criminals, and now we got Pip. You know, the tax man never stops paying for these criminals, for these junkies. Seriously, ladies and gentlemen, they're a non-stop fucking energy source. It's absolutely disgusting. That's why I don't live in England or Ireland, because it's full of them disgusting type of people. Self-righteous. They rob you. You got to work for them. You got to house them. They got free medical, free dentals, free education. Seriously, ladies and gentlemen, something fucking wrong with us. If we're supporting the weakest, AJ Smith got no fucking backbone. He can go and have an operation, but he's too scared of the drugs. He's a recovered drug addict. 26 years he says he's been clean from the drugs. Surely he's man enough to go for an operation and fucking see himself strong. Fucking deadbeat. Put a bullet in his head. He keeps threatening with suicide. He's tried it 5 or 6 times. It's been reported on fucking YouTube. Should he be on social platforms with the message that he's sharing? Seriously. When he's attacking people that want to live, he's attacking people that want to live happy. He makes people like misery. Because we start taking a soft touch for him. We start being emotional and emotionally connected for another being. Sentimental. Oh, the poor boy committing suicide. Oh, fuck. But I'm glad I gave it to him raw and real. I'm glad I never gave it to him no fucking padded cushion style. I'm glad I never sedated him or tranquilized him. I'm glad he had the fucking real from me. When he does croak it next time. When he's so lucky to free us from his fucking intoxicated ignorance. Ask anybody that knows me. I've only ever chased the ganja. I've never chased the ladies. And I've never chased the fight. I'd rather my teeth fall out from smoking than let any one of you fuckers anywhere near me. None of you's claiming my teeth. But hey, I'll claim yours. And I'll wear them around my neck. Alright? If I smash every one of your tooth out, yeah? One by one. Bam, 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 bam. I'm claiming them. And I'll wear them. I'll live up to my name and titles. Can you live up to yours? Nata. Nata. Off to the psychiatric unit. Nata. All nutters to the psychiatric unit. It's medication time. Junkie. So, bullying. Bullying. I like bullies. I eat trolls. I'm an ogre. I'm a mountain man, and I eat trolls. Bullies. Aye. That's not the first time I've said that. I said that for nearly a year now. But it only starts making sense now, doesn't it? Because there's so many trolls and bullies that think they're clever and getting away with it. Well, I tied them up all together. I don't need to eat them. I'll let them rot. How will I do? I'll let them rot. They might be good for a few maggots. Feed the fish. Feed the birds. But I won't eat that fucking waste meat. Not even if it was served in a McDonald's box. If my mother, or my sisters, or my nieces or cousins came home with a fucking burnout junkie like Nata, I'd have to murder them both. If any of my sons ever come to me with a dirty, skanking junkie whore, now, there's some things I just won't tolerate. Ask my baby mothers. They'll tell you. What do you mean you got junkie fucking tattoo in you? What do you mean you hanging around with that junkie? What do you mean you're in a relationship with that junkie? I've been like that all my life, ladies and gentlemen. But I live up to it. I live up to it. I avoid the things I don't like. I got invited back to the Nutter channel today. Not by the Nutter, but by somebody that said they were being bullied in his channel. Well, I've been saying to the Nutter's channel for a long time. Nutter, you're one of the channels where the bullies arrive first thing in the morning. You even got sexual predators in your chat every day, Nutter. And you even bring them people into your home, Nutter. Wow. You must be really angry with the world, Nutter, to be putting your children and wife vulnerable like that. Is what he says. Scammers. So, Nutter still don't come up on my panel and have a chat. Yeah? He got a lot to say to the women. He got a lot to be on my back. But he can't say nothing. Coward. He thinks he's gonna resort to threatening somebody's life. Don't you recognize Nutter? Your whole city and airport was on lockdown. Did we? Everybody leaving your country is reported, recognized, and followed. Don't you recognize that, Nutter? What game do you think you're playing, boy? This is a world game. This ain't just the Borough boys. This is international, motherfucker. Even the aliens and the gods and the angels are involved. So my message when I came to YouTube was, man, I never robbed you, I never beat you, and I never abducted you. You did pay me and the man in the van to come and collect you. I did march you down to the mountain, down to the village, to deliver me the dollars that you had promised. And I did give you a backhander as I reached over you as you were giving a hysterical fit after I asked you for about 6 hours. Open that fucking back door. Open that back door. Open that back door. Right, I'll open that fucking back door then. And you're hissy fitting, so I give you a backhander. That ain't no beating. My main message attached to that was, you asked me to be your carer. You offered me €600 a month, and you arrived with nothing. I had arrangements. You couldn't even translate a fucking message. And I was doing everything for you, nothing for myself. I'm helping you. I'm saving your life. You're the one with neighbors that you can't live with. You're in fear of going to the village. You want a strong character like me to care for you? And you offered 600 a month. So when you gave 600, that was a month's deposit. That wasn't the fucking month. That was just deposits. And now if you break the contract, you do not get your deposits back, is what I shared with the world. And business is business. You don't go through the efforts like I went through that fellow for nothing. And I showed him physically to share and show respects where it's due. When he came to the YouTube and announced to the world that he suspects me of being involved in XXX, I said, man, you're fucking deluded. You're fucking off. You're fucking it. And the people still come at me with these accusations and insinuendos. When they find out on YouTube or when they find out on fucking the news or everything else that I'm not involved in all those things because they've done a research on my father's name and they come up with other bullshit. And they play on those things. And I keep telling them, you're involving innocent people. Stick to the name that I've given you. Stop exaggerating on things. But they can't. They got to keep on doing things. So I've done the same. They attack my family, I attacking them. They harboring, so will I harbor. But what will I harbor? I'll harbor the ones that don't like sexual predators. I'll harbor the ones that don't like the junkies. I'll harbor the ones that don't like the benefit frauds. I'll harbor the ones that do the real living of life. But I won't harbor no bad people. Nick asked me. Nick offered me an apartment and €500 a month cash to care for him in the apartment where he was renting in North Kiva, above the hippie community. I can tell you a lot of what he told me because I still remember. But this is it, though, Jamie. The man's a nitwit, for sure, right? He's a fucking delusional fucking dumbass. Yeah, and he's very dangerous to the public and himself. You see how many people, like, since I came to YouTube, how many people he associated with that thing in Portugal. Everybody that said he was a fruitcake. Everybody he associated with that same shit. I mean, the is like really unsafe. Really unsafe. Coincidentally, that traveling Tim, him being associated with Orkiva at the same time as Nick Williams arrived. You understand me? And also, another fucking important factor that people are trying to silence about is Nick Williams left Spain, allegedly, the same time as traveling Tim arrived to Spain. A little bit suspect how I attach and recognize that Tim is a sexual predator. The same things as what Nick Williams is allegedly hunting, and yet some people are harboring. You see what where it goes? Much deeper. Much deeper. When it's spelled out with what you know from me. What's come from them. And it has come from them this here. I haven't read it on newspaper. I've not read it or listened to anybody else. I've listened to him and him. And I remember what he said. And I remember what he says. And he arrived on a bicycle with methadone. And he arrived with money after selling his house. The one that arrived with the methadone addiction on a bicycle, living off of daddy's pension. The one that came from Shrewsbury free, living off of suing because the council refused him a blanket. So he made a lot of people jobless. He sabotaged people's characters, intimidation, bullying. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a long history, long history of these types of Nick Williams and Tim Draycott's stalking, bullying, pestering, all for money, all for the free money. How's that fact notification? I got hooks, I got little lines, hooks and float. I got hooks, big line of feathers. Yep. How's that for you? It's like 40, 50 degrees in direct. It's about 35 in the shade. Yeah. So when it gets a bit cooler, when the sun goes down, it'll be better fishing. This time of day, the fish don't even bite. Yeah. Seriously. Where am I? I'm under my bridge. I'm under my bridge on my beach. One thing I'm aware of, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of these people that's talking about me, yeah, how much have they talked to me? How much have they learned from the Clippers, and how much have they learned from this channel? For me, I'd be more inclined to ask those questions if I was to be investigating anybody on YouTube. I'd be starting with them. Yeah. How would you know the person that you're talking about? The people that I talk about, I've had personal experiences. You got heat waves. Wow, I was told it was fucking pissing down in England, and then you got fucking horrible storms there. See, under the bridge, in the tunnel, waiting for the trolls. Yeah, ain't no fucking trolls around here, but the trolls come with people like AJ Smith or Sparky Shack. That's the ones, or with Zara Bees. That's the ones, like, yeah. Or when Dry Cock joined this channel. That's when the trolls arrive. Yeah, or when like the Ultra Collective arrive to my channel and chat. That's when the trolls arrive. Yeah, it's pissing down where you are. And I got a fucking heat wave. Well, I don't know if it's a heat wave, I know it's warm. Yeah. But that's why I live in Spain, because I love the weather. It beats my asthma. Yeah. It beats the anxiety and the depression. Okay. Which is something that a lot of people take for granted. They'd much rather go to the doctor and have a tablet. For me, I'd much rather smoking ganja. Natural medicines. Doing what I want. Yeah. Sunshine. Yeah. Not being in clothing. Letting the body breathe. Letting the body get the vitamin D. Yeah. All the things that we learn is good for us, but we ignore it because we go to the McDonald's. Yeah. We got to drive everywhere. Hmm? We got to bank everything. Yeah. A water bank. Look, a water bank. Yeah. A power bank. Yeah. My tobacco savings. Yeah. We good. When you recognize this is a beautiful life based on your own doing, it's easier to pick faults in everything and everybody. When you're dependent on everybody and everything, yeah, uh, you will accumulate self-worth, a self-righteousness. And this is something that is inbred in English people. Because English had that greatest empire, it actually amounts to nothing apart from fear-mongering. If we have a look at the typical English behavior, if you don't conform, then you're a nonce or you're a dog fucker. Yeah? That's what they do on YouTube. But look who's passing that judgment. People used to rob, steal, Christmases, birthdays, rob everything. Rob your car, rob your house, rob your kids as they're going off to the supermarket to buy your fucking Christmas presents. Go out Halloween trick or treating, and you got these junkies robbing you and robbing your kids. They're the ones that's making the judgment. Because they've got no conscience. They burn their conscience. They burn them out. They got no conscience. They can tell the world that they're doing good because they don't touch no more. But that's the same as what they teach you in jail. Don't touch no more. Weird. How is it a junkie's got a bigger voice than a non-junkie? How is it a mad one, the psychiatric cases, is one on the antidepressants? How is it these ones with the antipsychotic drugs? How is it these ones have the authority on social platforms? Fucking baffles the fuck out of me. How is it folk they can't even wipe their own asses? How is it their voices are louder and more accepted? And why is it that we've gone to times where we have to protect them? We have to protect and serve them. Forget about your kings and queens. Forget about your church. Damn it. You see where it's gone? We used to worship the kings and queens, the gods, the Jesus Christ, and the holy thingy-majiggies. Fucking madness. Fucking madness. I show you that I am willing to walk away from all that social and commercial shit. I can show you what it is to walk on stones or swim in the sea. I can show you what it is to be a free man, to be happy. 44 years of age I am. Do I care if I die today? Shit. At least I won't be dying of cancer. At least I won't be the fucking suicide. At least I won't be dying of being taken over by the Albanians or the Kurdistans or the fucking Pakistans or the Afghanistans. At least I'll be taken out I identified sexual predators and the harborers, the protectors, the enablers. And if you tolerate this, then your children will be next. Manic Street Preachers, baby. I can feel it calling in the air tonight. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Jesus, he knows me, and he knows I'm right. Because I've been talking to Jesus for all my life. And yes, I'd recognize him if I seen him on the bus. Yes, I would call him by his name, and I wouldn't have a discuss. I know. I'm smoking tobacco. I'm smoking bleached papers. I consume sugar. Yeah, yeah. I take herbs from the gardens and I turn it into a substance which is categorized as a drug. Yep. But these are substances I can kind of manage. It doesn't manage me. Although, because they are criminal, the marijuana strains are criminal. Because they are criminal, they do kind of control me that little bit. They do manipulate me that little bit. But if we lived on a free world, a free planet, where everything natural is allowed, but the synthetics, no. The manipulations, no. But using the natural stuff, I reckon there's no problem with that. You might have heard me before. The peyotes, the magic mushrooms, for example. If I pick magic mushrooms in Wales, I'll consume them in Wales. Chemists, I'll consume them where I pick them. I wouldn't take them to Ireland. If I want to trip out in Spain, I'll look for the psychedelics that's available in Spain. Chemists, I don't need to bring cocaine to Spain. I don't like cocaine. I'm allergic to cocaine. I like marijuana. If I wanted to go to Africa now, I'd be there within about 4 hours. Within 4 hours, I can be in Africa. And I can go to Africa and I can just sit there on as much weed and hash as I want. If I want opium or diamonds or cocaine, I can go to Africa and it is waiting there. It is waiting there to go to England. I am not sort of person they would say, hey, give me a boat of marijuana, hashish. I'll go to fucking England for you. But you see, who am I doing it for? Nutter and the likes? No, I will not. Heggies and the likes? No, I will not. I'll sit here and I'll smoke it all. And you'll get none. Here in Spain, under these temperatures, it's quite nice to just switch off, smoke a joint, not worry about the heat, not worry about having to do anything. The dogs have got fresh water, the dogs have got fresh food, you know, like there's nothing to worry about. We're in a safe, fresh environment. Happy 420 coming from Spain, 320 in UK. 6 hours take, give, east to west. Happy days. Yes, practification. Yep, you're on it there. Different herbs, different medicines for different times and different experiences. I agree 100%. Yep. I said to the people with the DMT on the dance floor, you're murdering the DMT. Get off the dance floor. Stay the fuck away from the dance floor with that spiritual stuff. Yeah. But they're gonna keep doing it because they think they're clever. Yeah. But they're not clever. DMT's not for the dance floor. DMT's for spiritual travels. Yeah. Ladies, bro. In a bit, bro. Thank you. And I apologize for the dramas. I don't take my dramas anywhere else. I keep my dramas here with me. Yeah. So if people want to come here and listen to me dramas, they're gonna have it the way I want it. The way it's coming. And you'll see the amount of clippers, snitchers, and bitches that'll make content based on what I say and what I do. They'll make content without permission. It's different to the artists. The artists that you're inspired by what they learn from me, from what I share with them, from what we experience together. Those that are inspired, they share the art. They share art. This is a big difference. They're not snitching, bitching, and grassing. They're artists. So artists, please, yeah, do not be dragged into the stereo words of, you know, like, yeah. If you use this channel for art, then you're an artist. If you're doing it to snitch, bitch, wind up, or, you know, gossip. Hey, Lady Wolverine. You know, the people that come to this channel on a daily, whenever I do content, the people that come daily, those people get victimized whatever chat they go to because they're so associated to this channel. We're all fully aware of it, and for some people, it follows further. People who have had emails, people who have had their channels stalked and played. You know, people have been talked about, and it's absolutely disgusting because those people, they're not coming here to discuss. Oh, factification. I blocked that fucking ultra collective. Yeah, I gave him benefit of the doubt when everybody was saying he was it, but when he was saying he was this and that, occurred into everybody else. I've identified. Yes, he's a woman bully. Yes, he does stalk ladies. And what 100% Banter was saying about him yesterday. Yeah, I back that up 110%. We've experienced it on this chat. If the people want the content every time he was in my chat and then he was on my panel, you're more than welcome to it. If you want channels where you can see, if you look back in the history of those channels, when you appear to those channels, you will see these targeted women. Yeah, he's followed and targeted females. Okay. The American channels he's latched onto now are channels that he followed me to. Yeah, I was associated with those channels for many months. They started associating themselves with my channel. As soon as they did, it was due to Ultra screaming and shouting at ladies, and that's how their friendships have developed. He's there screaming and shouting at ladies. Magnification. Yeah, many people tell me many things. Do I have to believe it? For me, yes, I do have to believe everything everybody has to say, but it doesn't mean that I have to receive it for what it is. I can investigate it in my own time, in my own ways. Yeah, I'm not doing anything else. For the people that are curious, the homework has been done, the evidence is available, and it is there. And I've done it so many times. I've deleted 800 fucking live streams and uploads because the evidence that people leave behind. People speak freely. They don't realize how incriminating they are. with what they reveal. Exactly. The clue's in the name. Yeah. A fucking sanitary towel. Seriously. Always Ultra. Yeah. Ultra Collective Plus. Do you get me? Yeah. A fucking fanny pack. Name and character. And destination. Current location. Flush down the toilet. Exciter keeps popping back. Yeah. Exciter was introduced to this channel, I do believe, by Ultra, or they're familiar with each other. I do believe about a couple of months ago, Ultra was bigging up Exciter and introducing Exciter as one of his friends. So that could be one of Ultra's trolling accounts. I don't know. I'll say what goes through my head when it goes through my head. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the sea. Yeah. But because when I was ranting, I ignored everyone's message. I haven't got a clue who was in the chat or what the fuck they were writing. I was just ranting. So now I'm paying attention to what's going on in the chat. Hello. So I did not organize this upset this morning. For a lady in distress telling me that she was being bullied by 4 people in a morning chat, and that I had to sort it out. How can I sort it out on channels that I'm blocked from? So I come to my chat and I just start talking. I wasn't aware of how many people there was or how many people there will be. I just recognized that I was talking and I just kept going. Ultra has serious issues. Serious issues. Serious. Yep. Ultra is now latched on to AJ Smith and Chubby Rain. About 3 days ago, I was last in Chubby Rain's chat. I unsubscribed from his chat that day because I recognized the Ultra Collective and AJ Smith are now dominating, and even Ice Chain is dominating the Chubby Rain's chat. For me, I don't want anything to do with that sort of shit. Even seeing Quaver Raver there, you know, the first one in on Chubby Rain's chat. That's another incentive not to pay attention. I was starting to give Chubby Rain benefit of the doubt. I even unblocked him from my Google account. What have I started? What have I started, eh? All because I said Ultra was bigging up Exciter. Yeah? All because I said maybe. Maybe. Personally, I'll accept what Exciter says. If Exciter says he is not, then he is not. I trust that. If I'm proven wrong, well then what a big fool I'll be. You get it? So his exciter, this what do you call her? The one that put copyright claims on everybody's work if you so much as mention her. She's exciter is writing very feminine. If I may analyze the responses. You see, what I've just proven, yeah, what I've just proven is how easy it is to, like, have people like, what the fuck, really? Oh, wow, okay, so we're going on that one, yeah. And also, what I've just demonstrated is I remember when you came to my chat, who bigged you up, who was supporting you, and how things end up. I'm not sure if everybody else pays attention to YouTube the same as I do, but the people that give me the time and patience, a lot of people share great fucking respect in my direction because they recognize that I'm doing something fucking good. I'm very fucking clever and good at what I'm doing. The people that I've given benefit out to has been education for everybody. How they turn out, how they shine their true colors, how they share gratitudes, eh? How they take distractions, how they take leading positions, how they take the authority when they're only but Valium. So I remember folks saying, "Give me that fella's car registration. Give me that fella's name. Give me that fella's telephone number, and I'll have him sorted. Just keep your mouth shut about him." And I said, "Dude, I'm leaving this on YouTube. This ain't to be taken out onto the streets of the real world. This is YouTube. I protected a sexual predator's life a long time ago. Just he's a sexual predator, it doesn't mean he's got any victims. Amigo, bien, bien, ¿tú? Sí. Hoy no, mucho calor. Hoy mucho calor. Pero, ¿dónde compro? Yo compro este, me parece mucho. Este es más pequeño. No, más, este es más pequeño. Este es más pequeño. A ver, yo me doy un modo. Es igual. Pero, pero, Doon, or 21 personas. Um, Possible save personas, script. Yo solo habla. Solo habla. Primero habla, andar, no, you know, tampoco. Siempre habla. eh, Buen sitio, buen environment, buenos amigos. ¿Sabes? Todo el mundo. Canadá, Kenia, Afganistán, Filipinos, Inglaterra, Irlanda, España, Morocco, todo. Australia, USA, todo. Todo. TikTok, no, TikTok. Para YouTube, soy 18. TikTok, possible mucho, menos quiero. Igual PlayStation, Xbox, menos quiero. ¿Sabes? YouTube, 18, nunca menos. Para jóvenes, no es posible entrar a mi YouTube. Necesito 18. No, es, no, es batería. Batería solo. ¿Cuánto? 26 horas. Exacto. No, al campo. Es grande. 20 4 días. Un día. Para este móvil. Este móvil. Yo, well, first be solo móvil. Yo muchas películas de YouTube. 8 horas. 10 horas. Amigo. Bueno, bueno. Yes, I was slaying them fool secret millionaire. Sorry, secret millionaire properties. Yes, I've been slaying the protectors and the encouragers, the enablers, and the cowards. I've been slaying through them like it was a scrambled egg fest. It's a gamut. Yeah, a race to the womb, and I was the winner. The thing with them, yeah, is they talk about me, but they don't talk to me. They never did. Yeah, they don't talk to me. They talk at me, and they think they're clever. Well, I outsmart them the day I was born. I outsmart them motherfuckers. It's happy days, isn't it? I was just talking to a Moroccan friend. Yeah, well, a Moroccan gentleman. I wouldn't so much as call him a friend, but more of an associate. I think he's a good guy. Sometimes. Yo, what did you miss, mystery? Well, I don't know. Everything. I think I noticed you in the chat earlier. Yeah. I was busy ranting. I think a lot of the people, yeah, um, they got their content to go and discuss me and discuss my talks and my supporters and non-supporters. I think they want to talk about that elsewhere. They don't seem to be here talking about it, but then that's normal, isn't it, Mister? I mean, you're quite regular here. You don't see the people that I've talked about here. So, yeah. But that's their normal behavior. They'll talk about me. They'll block me from their chats and channels, and they'll block me if they've got the mods in other channels, and they'll talk about me to other people and get innocent people involved in their arguments with me. When I listen to people saying that they're not other people orientated, but yet they give me their opinions rather than analyzing my opinion, it's all good. Well, there you go then, Zara. There you go then, Zara. You're as delusional as half of them. Yeah. So come back when you got some facts. Because at the moment, yeah, you're talking bullshit. You're writing bullshit. It was brought to my attention this morning that 4 people in another channel was targeting a woman for me being in her chat. She was being bullied by 4 people. The typical behavior that goes on in the typical circles where you hang around. So listen, woman. Listen. Hear me now. So the fact that it was brought to my attention that people were talking about me at 7 o'clock this morning, there's no justification for what they are doing. So Zara B, stand down. You're ruined goods. You're battered goods. You're nothing of attraction of my eyes. Your judgment of character is nothing in my eyes. You do recognize that throughout history it has been proven that bad tempers in gentlemen is hereditary within their sons. So, woman, you have potentially given birth to an aggressor, an aggressive, like your own husband. So, RB, come nurse your own. Go and nurse your own. The things you have told us, the things you have told us worldwide about your life, RB, worldwide. You have admitted that your children have witnessed you being abused. Says RB, your words used in a time where you need reminding. Your judgment amounts to nothing. You get me, wench? When you pulled your tits out on screen at 3 o'clock in the morning and your son come down and smash the phone out of your hand, do you remember when you were smashing the fucking piano and your kids had school the next morning? You're phoning me at 3 o'clock in the morning, drunk, Seriously, woman, get a life. Weirdo. And you know, Zara B, you know for a fact that fucking shitty wet wipe that left his fucking trader trash game. You know that when you phoned me and he pushed me out of the way to prove on your picture, you know what I'm saying is true. Listen, woman, you talked about my kids and my family for a long time. The fact that I remind you of what you're responsible for in the world, you should be nursing your own. You should not be involving yourself in YouTube domestics and screaming fucking things. You should not be porn bombing people like myself unless you want your shit reported and recorded to you all day, every day that I see you everywhere. On YouTube, I have one half regret, and that is not telling Artemus and Jarek that Zara B is a porn bomber, that she's a fucking internet fraudster, that she's a dirty talker for the dirty old men. That I'd had my trolling experiences from her, that I'd given her panel time for a few months, that I gave her grace when nobody else would, because she was being abused on all those panels. When Zara B threatened my life back in December and January, when she was threatening my life, all that's recorded. So since Zara B was threatening my life, I was a dead man walking. So it doesn't matter. You should have thought about that before you made me a dead man. Now I'm just haunting you. Trick or treat. You see, mystery. I laugh at them, yeah, because I go away from these people, but these people keep coming back at me. Yeah. If you have a look at my YouTube history, I've avoided all those negativities for a long time, but they keep coming back and inviting me in. They can't do without me. They they have a look at my like list. They troll the places where I go. They want my attention. That's not my doing. Zara, I've still got the recording of you and Quaver Raver. I've still got that recorded. I've still got it. I think it's either private or unlisted. Yeah. Would you like me to release it? Would you like me to release the last day that you were on my panel and your behavior every day since? Would you like me to release the messages, all the phone, all the unanswered messages that you plaguing and trolling me on WhatsApp? Would you like me to show you in the world, Zara B, who you are, Zara? Zara, spread your legs. Is that crinkles climbing out of there? Or is it flavors? Or is it the dirty, letchy griever? Zara B, you're like the abusers. Yeah? I set you up with AJ Smith. You know, you and AJ Smith are the perfect couple. Seriously, you're round enough that if you get bounced around, you ain't gonna feel it. And because you're so experienced with being bounced around, well, you're used to it. So you're just perfect for AJ Smith. You talk the same grotesqueness, and then you come in acting all reformed every now and again. I'm reformed, I'm reformed, I'm reformed. People like you don't reform, Zara. People like you and AJ Smith with your suicidal tendencies, Zara. Oh, happy birthday, son. You're 18. Now I'm going to commit suicide. Man, what a horrible cunt you are, Zara. How many times did you say that on my live, Zara? Seriously, Zara, you sicko. For every time you said that, how many times were your children listening? Oh, you say they don't listen because they're too busy playing on their video games and they're freaking, you know what, they're 2 million fucking TikTok subscribers. Wow. You talk about how your boy robbed your bank card, leaves you with no dinner money. Zara, you know what you've got there? That's fraud. Yeah, that's fraud. That's criminal. Your boy's going to jail just by your words, Zara. Huh? Do you want me to release the evidence that can be used against you, Zara? Huh, Zara? Zara, stick to the facts, all right? Stop talking shit, fighting other people's corners. Yeah, you got your own battles going on. Yeah, go and mother your children. Isn't it summer holidays? Zara, when you were offering me your stepdad's dog sanctuary, I was laughing at you because 5 years ago I was offered that job when your mama was still alive. Zara, stop being a silly little spoiled brat bitch that you were born into. You look like a fucking garden troll. You act like a garden fucking troll in a Nightmare on Elm Street version. Seriously, Went. You get where I'm coming from. She's left me. I know, yeah. But you know, her mate Yugi. Yugi's a 50-year-old gamer. Yeah, he's a clipper, right? Well, like he likes to clip where Zara goes. He follows where Zara goes. So the fact that I know that he's just recorded everything, and he's potentially going to highlight how Zara get run off, or run out, and not even a voice, but a large mention. You get it? It's education for peoples. See, some people are forgetful because they're drunk, because their life is too repetitive. So they become very forgetful. But for myself, I'd remind them this mirror is not forgetting. Yippee! The sun shines, give me shade. These walls, this tunnel, give me fresh air. Everybody else is suffering with heat wave, but I've got the sense it's not to be where everybody else is, where I've got the freshness of the elements, contrasts. Only people with the patience would see and notice what I can share and show. The people who want to press buttons, the gaming generation. Okay, let me do some urbex for you. I am standing in a a runoff chute, yeah, um, a weather relief design. The floods from the rivers of the mountains come rushing through this tunnel and enters the sea. Yeah. So this tunnel goes under the road. You can see the old tunnel and you can see the new tunnel, the extension. Oh yeah, we got some graffiti. It's been weathered. 2015, 2013, 2018. For 3 years, somebody updated. Like a gremlin, I feel the light. I feel the light. I'm burning my feet. My feet. The dogs don't want to be standing out here. I tell you for why. This surface is cooking my feet, burning my feet. So like the rainwater that leaves the mountains, it comes out. See, I'm following that same path. Yes, yes, yes. Last year I made videos of this very same area, and you can see various fish coming by my feet. It's rather beautiful. These stones are very slippery, very, very slippery, these stones. They've got a very, look, it's got like a seaweed. It's got a seaweed on those stones. So it makes them very slippery. So I don't want to put my phone out there. Natural sea salt, Mediterranean sea salt. Well, it smells very fishy in here. Sarah, are you in here? What's that fishy smell? Hiya, Grizzles. Hi, Captain. See, they're not panting. They're not. That's what they be doing most of the time. But today they're not. Because today they got fresh air. Nice, innit, Captain? Want to sleep here? No. Go bien? And on this side, we've got more graffiti. Yeah. That says Pimp 2020. That says PIMP, FTS, fuck system, and 2020. Black and red being the Dennis Menace signature colors is associated with the anarchists. I'm at the beach. I got beautiful dogs. I spend my life partying away, loving and being happy. YouTube brings out the darkness in the happiest and most loving of people. We all have that darkness in us. And you've got some very, very manipulating, crazy people on YouTube, in life, on the streets, everywhere you go, in the workplace, in school, everywhere you go. You will always find these people. They will upset, and upset. I'm a thief of your time. I'm a thief of your heart. But your money and your gold I'll keep close to your hearts. For they're yours to weigh you down. I don't need them as I'll drown. But as I walk carrying you in your heart, it is gold filled, diamond lined. I'll carry you and your wealth. For it's yours to carry. I'm carrying you. The day I start living for the dollar, dollar will no longer be. And that will make me one of the happiest mans. Because when I've got a dollar and nobody else hasn't, I know what to do with it. The only thing that I've taken in life is freedom. Freedom to be shared. And I felt the most freest when I was in jail. Stress free prison is stress free. You ain't got to worry in the world. Unless, of course, you're a burglar. And then maybe you got nothing in jail. Because you're a burglar on the outside. People are going to rob you on the inside. There's a lot of burglars and thieves in the jail ain't never got none. The hard men in jail, they're no longer hard because they don't want to fight because they'll lose their TV, they'll lose their friends, they might get extra time, so they're no longer hard men when they go into jail. Hey, hey, old school, yo, yo, black butts. Hey, there's James Sawyer, honk, honk. Going black. Have you got a true life lesson for me? It's really just what I somehow from my boxes. But it's bankstory, not a freak accident. This is new neighbors from God. Enriching the area by cooking dinner. Dumb. What a hunk. For a while I fool, I was reading you're calling me a hunk. But that's a hunk, not a hunk. A hunk is like a smell or a hunk of the horn. Yeah. I remember one of these panel hogs, one of these narrative tellers, one of these territorial milkshakers. She kept going on at me like it's a problem for her that I do 20-hour lives and then set up another 20-hour. It was doing her head in. No, I can talk and entertain in my fashion, share my life the way that I share my life on YouTube. This upset some people, and it upset her particularly. And that was her only beef with me, is the fact that I can talk on my own 20 hours and start another 20-hour. Right then, Blackwatch, how do I play that you're asking me to play? How do I play it? How about Blackwatch? You come back chat. Yeah, you present it to me, and I'll play it then. Well, I tell you why they're making shit stew. Yeah, because this is all they can afford. Yeah, recycled bones. You know, throw away bones is easy. Make a stew, make a soup. Yeah, and that way you can afford your top of the range Jeeps. Yeah. Yeah, Jamie. They will be taking their kids' small claims courts. Black, which I'd love to be able to play that link. Mr. E, are you computer awareness so that you could come on panel and present that tune, that thing that Blackwatch is presenting? I think Purple Spliff knows how to do it, but Purple Spliff's not in the chat yet. I think he might have been earlier, but I might have ignored him. I ignored a lot. I ignored everybody that was in the chat earlier. I just had to get off my chest that I'm not happy about these people bullying that woman 7 o'clock this morning. Fucking bang out with her. Yeah. So now people understand, yeah. You don't go bullying ladies 7 o'clock in the morning. Unless you won't be talked about for 20 months, 20 years. Right then. Now, Blackwatch, if you don't want to be on panel, that's okay. You can tell me in back chat. But if you can present, if you can present that link, I don't know how you do it. Man, there's a lot of these people on benefit frauds, yeah? Lots of them, you know? Right, Blackwatch, I'm letting you on screen, all right?
Pardon me?
Blackwatch, I don't know if you can hear me, brother. You all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I can hear you. I didn't know if you wanted to come on panel, so I let you there a while, hoping that you were going to send that thing to be presented.
Yeah, this is coming from YouTube. It's something, you know, that doesn't come up very often. This guy does it. But I'm not going to qualify it too much. You got to watch it. I don't know if you can play it. I don't know if it, you know, it's going to result in a copyright. I don't know. But it's...
Man, I don't care for copyrights. That's for people that want super chats and they want to try. Yeah, I don't want that stuff. Yeah, I'm a free man. Yeah, I don't abide by the rules. I'm not a sellout.
it's just a very moving point of life. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
it's
If I click on
simplistic,
that,
but
it's going to take me to it, but I don't know how to share it on my phone. I don't know how to present it on my
I
phone.
don't.
Yeah.
I used to know Zoom and StreamYard's better to share screens. I can't get StreamYard's updated about 6 months ago, and I don't have the client, but I can't share the screen. I don't know why. I don't know how to do it either. Other than the people in chat might want to play it, I posted it. You know,
Yeah.
it's a simple message, but it's I don't want to give it away. You know,
Okay, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I thank you for it.
Yeah.
This is the sort of things that we like in this channel. Yeah, we like inspirational bits. You know, the people who've got inspirational stuff that's relevant. You know, and they want to share it. That's what this channel is for. A lot of people haven't been doing it. Mystery, he shares a lot. What do you Purple Spliff? He done a great night the other night. That was absolutely brilliant. But
you can usually, as the story goes, you can usually see it coming. I didn't even see this one coming. It's. I found it moving, and I think you would too in your present walk of life, if you will.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you.
Says somebody can share. It doesn't. Mr. E, I think, said he can do it. Just said he can share it or something.
Oh, you can share a screen, but it doesn't share audio, desktop audio. I don't know.
That's all there is. The video is of no point. It's the audio. You know, it's
right. Okay.
it's
Okay.
just a band.
Well, I'll click on it. I'll click on it, and I'll. Is it a long one? Is it a long one? Can I go and watch it and then come back to you?
It's only about 3 minutes, I think.
Okay. Well, if you want a whole panel for 3 minutes, I'll go and watch it a minute.
Sure.
Cool.
No
Cool.
problem.
I'll leave it up.
Doo-dah. I need food too. Can anybody make me breakfast? Sausage.
I'm trying to click on it. I can't. That's very strange. That is.
I don't have a phone, so I'm not experienced with that in the least. How you doing, Jamie? Mr. E. Purple was in there earlier, I think. Element. Copy link.
Every day.
Yep, plays. Plays just fine. Dum 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 dum. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Do-do-do-do. How is everybody in the world? Europe, I would imagine, for the most part. Mr. E, there, when you share it, there's a box. When you go to share a video, there's a box that says share audio. You got to put a check mark in share audio box in StreamYard. It will share the audio, but you got to put the little, tick the little box that says share audio before you share it. If you look at it, there's a little box that says share audio. It's unchecked. You have to check it. In my vision, I can't see it, but I have seen it. Maybe I could play the audio, but I also think noise cancellation will remove it. Whoever American. Moonwalk never happened, dude. Never happened. Neither did the Mars rover. Never happened. Oh, speech, whatever. NASA, you gotta be kidding. They used to paint the booster rockets, right? And somebody said, what are we painting them for? All those millions of dollars, they're not coming back, are they? No, they're not. I guess we won't paint them. NASA. The old $1,200 toilet seats, right? The $20 million staples. Hi, Steve.
Hey.
What did you think? Hello? I guess your signal's breaking up pretty bad. That little clip should play on anybody's phone or computer. If your phone's got what it takes to drive, this and two things at once. Yeah, in the later years, Buzz Aldrin said it was all crap. So NASA said, oh, he's old and demented. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It really happened. Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened there. I got power, I think.
You're good now. You're pretty good signal now.
Oh, wow, cool.
What's
Yeah,
your,
so that video very emotional, wasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah. The
There's a
man's
long.
the man's got a big heart, and he's got his eyes are attached to his heart. You get me?
There's a small story to that man. Um, Years ago, he only did one video about it, and he was hit with cancer. And he says he's kind of sitting in the, I don't know if it's a waiting room, whatever you'd call it, wasn't clear. And he's feeling sorry for himself, right? I mean, I'm a big man. I played football, gridiron, all this, And there was a wheelchair came out, and about a 10 or 12-year-old boy sitting in there, bald, clearly, chemo. And he's got a baseball, hard ball in his glove, slamming it back and forth. And he says, "You play ball, son?" "Yes, sir, I play ball." Southern states. He's in South Louisiana. And he says, "You're any good at it?" He says, "I'm damn good at it." He said, "Where are you going to go with this?" He says, "Well, I missed 2 years." "Well, what do you see? You're going to go back?" He says, "You're damn right I'm going back. I'm going to beat this thing, and I'm going to. And he says, "I never looked at my cancer differently than I did then. And I didn't give up." So, yeah, he puts his heart on the sleeve. He's real. He's also hilarious. But, yeah. Do we deserve dogs? Or do the dogs really deserve us? But dogs
My
can.
personal experience with dogs, living with dogs, I don't think we're living in the right times for dogs. Yeah, dogs can blossom and prime. Yeah, but we're holding them back. With all this artificial breeding and mixed breeding to get top breeds and all this stuff, like we're causing more damage to them than anything else. We should just let dogs be.
Yeah, I have my own little story with them. I've had a lot of dogs. And my ex, I was married 22 years. I've been divorced just about 30 now. And it all went south. I had to get a house. It was a new house and yada, yada, yada. And the job, I could see once Boeing put me under this manager, I knew he'd get me. Anyway, long story short, she decided show dogs, right? And we only had one that really showed. And I did, it wasn't in me to do it. But the thing is, we divided the property. I was still working. She went with her daughter, whatever. All I had down there with the television was a lawn chair. This one male dog, one time, I stepped between its legs. It was an Afghan hound. And I caught its fur, and it sunk its teeth into my ankle. I had to do it. I put it against the wall by the scruff of the neck and slammed it. I looked at it like, "I'm it, not you." But you know something? Sitting with that lawn chair, the only one that sat beside me and watched television with me. When I think about it, through all of that, that became my greatest friend. And then I had to put the damn thing down. I had to. It drew blood with somebody I gave it to. The guy collar was on wrong and everything, and his guy's forearm was all bloodied. And I thought, charge me if you will, but I know what you did to this dog. And then it turned out I had to put it down. I had to. That's my little story. The only one that was sitting beside me, the only one didn't judge it, circumstance and everything. And the only one I took care of, well, I could care of them all, was that one. And then I'm the one that put it down because it drew too much blood. And rightly so. But anyway, my little story. Um, it was a domino, very rarely occurring domino. Anyway, my little story. But I saw that this morning Zach put up, and I never saw it coming. I really didn't. Most of his stories, you can see where it's coming. And I never saw the man looked at the ground. It's the only thing that doesn't judge me in this world. Anyway, so much for the stories. That was a very long time ago. And
I'll respect any man that can see that, the bigger picture, like simple words, and they have that physical meaning. They means nothing else. You get me, yeah? That's what I connected with the two, with the fella telling the situation and the fella in the situation. For me, whoa. I feel that 110%. That's the sort of life I live. Both perspectives.
I
Uh,
didn't I didn't troll over here to do that. It's kind of, I went back to everything. I'm looking, oh, you're still alive, and it just hit me. If nothing else, I'm going to post it to share.
I thank you very much. I thank you very much. I've had a need to shed a few water drops from my eyes. I've had a need. It's been in the pipe work for many a months now. Well, at least 2 months, anyways. So for me, I'm grateful for the opportunity to, be sentimental in somebody else's way of thinking and experiences.
The most, I don't know, prevalent, I'm not going to call it historic. He did one years ago, and he went through, college ball and the guns, the hunting, the mud, the way of life. And it's entitled My First All Black Cookout. And of course, it's not in the hood. It's kind of like picnic tables, and it's an event, and it's hilarious, but it's true. You got to look at it. It's just, I thought, when the black channels get a hold of this, quite honestly, they're going to have a field day, and every one of them ended laughing, enjoying it. The man's quite, he's simple, but some of the things that occur, touches a lot of people. I just say his nephew, he's not going to have children. He's not. He's about 280 pounds, a giant of a man. But, there's one where he helped his nephew. Didn't do his homework, but he helped him. So he did the math. And he comes home and he phones him. He's almost in tears, about 10 years old. He says, Uncle Jack, yeah, I got 15 on the test. What do you mean you got 15? I got 15. Well, how many math questions do you get wrong? None. They're all right. Well, how'd you get 15? He says, I couldn't show the teacher how I did it. I think we can all relate. It's simplistic, but the meaning behind it, is quite something. But anyway, he's quite the man. Funny too. I could go on and on. There was something where his woman said, damn you, Zach, you're out hunting, you got all the mud on your face, you're ready to go duck hunting, and I still got the flies in this place. This place is full of flies. South Louisiana, Georgia area. So you know how he figured it out? Loaded his shotgun up with salt and just about blew every wall out. He said, damn flies are gone. I'll fix the drywall when I get back. Anyway, I thought I'd share it. I'm not going to take it all over.
Blackwatch, you should know by now. You've been coming to this channel a long time. When people comes up on on this panel, they're given the platform. Yeah, I don't need to say nothing. Yeah, miss. Yeah. So if you're happy, I'm happy. The chat's happy. Like, please, this is your time. You know, you won me over many months ago. Yeah, you're a very compassionate and very considerate person. Yeah. Many times you've said like, I'm not sure if this chat's for me. But you're here. You get to know me as an individual, everything that I go through. So for me, please, yeah, you've got the decency to be on panel. Show yourself. Talk how you want to talk. For me, it's educational. I like it.
I just concluded I wasted 3 years on another channel. I'll just sum it up this way. In the 60s, remember Helen Reddy? I am woman, hear me roar. Numbers too big. And that didn't make sense because women are more than equal. If you get a good woman, to me. And I thought I had, but I didn't. So there's one channel. I'll just say the woman is somewhat faith-based, but she doesn't push it down your throat in her experience. But there's one that came on there, and she takes it over. She just doesn't stop talking. And the truth of it is, she's almost ashamed of her intelligence, what she doesn't know. But I'm not going to put that to her. But an incident occurred. The owner of the channel got led by somebody, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
In decisions. He'd go to one guy, Chuck, that guy's good. Why don't you give him a wrench? Well, Chuck, that type of thing. And he called me out. Called me out. So I had it. I went in there with a chat with this woman going, Deanna. Like I'll just say it here. If you're transvestite, if you're this, if you're that, well, fuck you, and we're going to get you, and fuck you, and all this stuff. They'll rant. So I thought, it's 2 a.m. here. I'm going to say it. I'm done. I know I'm going to do this. So I said to the one that owns it, Monty, take this wrench. You broke our covenant. Long ago, you broke it. But this woman goes, don't start your bullshit. Don't start your drama. I see you on other channels. You're not our friend. You backstab. Fuck you. You're not a man and all this. I listened to it for 10 minutes. So in the chat, I don't know if they removed it. I was going to go on panel. I said, you know what, Deanna? 2 words. Fuck you. Fuck you stupid bloody bitch. I'm not a bitch. Yeah, you're a bitch since the day you were born. A number of them that I knew said, stop it enough. I said, fuck you too, bitch, if you listen to her. I just let it go. And at the end of it, I said, Bonnie, are you going to do the adult? Are you going to put your rabid little pet away and shut her mouth and deal with it? And she said, I'll make you happy. And they laughed at me. And at the end of it, I just capital letters. They didn't ban me. Fuck you.
Yeah.
In some, I know what she is, Steve. I know. She wants to, evangelize for her county and that. But at the bottom of it, because she came from South Chicago, she's ashamed of herself. I didn't go there. You know what I mean? Like, you don't do that. But when she starts calling me out and saying, you're not a man, and, my man's one beast of a man, I felt like saying to her, your man, your husband is Paul, okay? I know, it's Paul. And if he isn't fucking you on a Saturday night, I ain't doing it. And I left. So somewhere in this mix, when I heard that video this morning, it is morning here, it just, everything came together. My dog, the only one in the world that won't judge me. Anyway, one of the more meaningful points of life. I don't know about you, Steve. I remember when I was 19, and there's a story to it. And my dad said to me, I never had a summer off. He never said get a job. He never did. Since I was, 10, 12, I had 2 paper routes you had to buy, it all delivered for a butcher and all that. And I pumped gas in my godbrother's gas station. And I learned about cars. I learned about high performance cars. But in any event, he said to me, September's coming. The only year I had summer off. I knew what he meant. You're going to go to college. You're going to go to school. You're going to get a job. You're going to do something, but you're not sitting around here any longer. And I could drive 10-ton trucks since I was 12, 14 on a lot. And I went to a department store that my mom worked at. And I said, I know they're not union. I like to drive. And we don't have anything. But we have, will you read cash registers tapes, the old day? So September 69, I started electronic data processing. And we had a controller, and he cleared the books on ledgers, 1 to 3, put it together, put it in a computer room tonight. So the same guy, he was German, and he came by, and he says, stop it. I said, look, I'm 20 trays into 58 trays. I'm not stopping that. You cleared this. So he goes in after hours to the same German assistant manager, and they walk out by me and says, stop it. And I says, look, Klaus, that was his name. I said, Ken told me to do this. So if you look at it from the Army standpoint, military, my sergeant said, do this. It would take somebody higher than him with his knowledge to say, don't. So he says, what am I? I said, shit, man, you're going to do this. I'm 19. You're going to do this. You're assistant manager. So I said, fine. You know, I ripped it apart. It's going to take me 3 hours to put it back the way it was. And he walked to that guy's office and he walked back and he stopped and he looked at me. He says, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but it just doesn't work that way. And I said, you know something, Klaus? I'll remember that to the day I die. And I thought to myself, and you son of a bitch, I'll find my way around it each and every time. I didn't each and every time, Steve, but a lot of times I found my way around. It just doesn't work that way. I made it work my way. Anyway, life lessons, eh? There's a woman I know, she says you spend too much time in your past. My daughter says to me, Dad, you know, you press a button, story time. So I call my daughter Mick. I said, Mick, when almost all, if not all of your years are in your rear view mirror, come back and talk to me and see how many stories you got. But anyway, it's one of life's lessons when you watch that video, is it not?
Yes. Yeah, most definitely. Yep. Yeah.
Do you have to wait for that 3-dog night to feel the warmth of that story? You know,
It certainly rings bells. You get me, yeah? It certainly rings bells. It certainly touched me heart, touched me mind, stopped me from talking, made me stutter when I came back to the live stream.
yeah.
And very emotional. Yeah. It's so real. Do you get me, yeah? It's so real. I mean, in the way that I see the world, you know, from both sides of it, yeah? I've been both sides of it.
I don't know about your life experience. I have a photographic memory, and it's a curse. But I also have one thing other that you might relate to, and I've had very bad circumstance of it being proven to me. Nobody can lie with their eyes. Nobody. And the truth I found out was heart-wrenching every time I saw that, because I tried to stop those people being a part of mine or somebody I loved's life, and the tragic consequences of it. Nobody listened to me. And it's still over on that channel. They're not listening, Steve. That's why I don't do panel. One guy said to me, come up on Zoom. Come on, come on. And I thought to myself, sitting here, you don't want to hear what I have to say. Everything I say, which is more or less the truth, not judgmental, just the truth of what things are there. I'm banned on 9 channels. And the first one that did it called me out on another one. I don't look for it, but, I should never have gone on those panels. I'm not talking about now. Now is light years away from that point. But you know something, Steve? For the majority of times, they didn't want to hear what I had to say.
Yeah.
That's what I said to you when you started with mirror, mirror. That's what I found Blackwatch ended up to be to me, a mirror.
Yeah.
And the hardest point about it, because people are a little bit judgmental, they are. And I said, the truth of it, whenever I created it, for whatever reason I chose those names, which, there's the 3 Scots and everything, and it wasn't that. I said, the first thing I found in those first few days, I looked in the mirror, my mirror, and I didn't like it. But that's all I got to work with. That's all I got to work with. If it works for me that way, then it works for everybody. That's all you got to work with it. Do the best you can. I'm trying. But anyway, that's my little, not so small little ditty, It makes me smile when some guy on there says, my God, I'm 51 years old. So I asked each one of them, what are you going to do when you grow up? What are you going to do in the next? That's what hit me the most, some of it with that video. How old was the man?
7. He wasn't. The fellow with his dog, he's allegedly in his 70s.
Yeah, the man, Zach is about, 40s or something, but listen to the way he said, that man's got to have been
Yeah.
70 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, I wish I was 70 years old again. Because maybe
Yeah.
now this would make sense to me. But anyway, it's life. It's very, yeah, I said to one woman, I said, you're getting old because, do you remember when you see an old couple going down the street? And you can kind of tell in their life what you just witnessed is all there is between them now. And it was a kiss on the cheek. I said, careful when your man takes you walking the next time. Because as you're going down the street, you might hear behind you, look at that old couple. Isn't that sweet? It can happen that quick. You know? So it seems to me, you know. But anyway, it was an interesting video on a very interesting day. And it all made sense after all that I've been going through. I stay away on panel, I listen to it, I comment and say hello to the creator, the person, and then after 2 or 3 hours in comes somebody, tags me and said that wasn't very nice. And I said, I don't know what you're on about. What you sent an email to Gigi. I kind of laughed at him and I said, have you ever been in an office by a water cooler? I have. Have you ever started a rumor to see just how far it went and who pushed it? I have. And it works. So much for your email that I got before I sent it. You know what I'm saying? I sent it to the woman to see who she's going to tell about it. And the same person she called a low-life piece of shit that treated me as poorly as I've ever been treated in my life. And she's almost 60. Now she wants to make up to him so her new channel can go. You know what I mean?
Mm.
That's all I did. I'm going to agree with you and say even more about the man, which is true, the truth. And I'm going to see what you do with it. And I'm not going to email you anymore. And you won't do a StreamYard. And of course, she told him, look what this person's talking about you. I don't believe that, do you? Just to get, she did an hour long the other night from here, like Rose area and stuff. He was the only man on panel, and she only got about 10 views. So my point is this, who's worse for it, her or I? But he still calls me out. He's still, and I'm just not going to take the shit anymore. And if I get banned again, I'm up to 9. What matter, And I know the woman whose channel it was. I know her heart on the matter. And anyway, so much for my.
I feel for you. Do you get me, sir? For the fact that you says that you wish you could be 70 years again. I mean, Ensign, you're older than I know that you've shared your age before. I don't, it's not necessary you reveal that. But for me, you've got life experience of wisdom that you can share. As an elder, you can share with us youngers. For me, I take that into deep considerations. And I'll share respect for you. You've always been respectful and playful in the chat here. You've always been considerate of other people's. You're more than welcome. Yeah, I like listening to people's. My lifestyle, I'm isolated from people that I understand that I can listen to. Yeah, I'm in Spain. I'm not here because I fell in love with the language. I fell in love with the natural elements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of looked at it, see, like, I grew up for the most part. I mean, in Canada, everything's changed, but Irish, Scottish, English. That was more or less it. Scottish was the strongest, paternal thing. But you didn't have to say to me, respect your elders. I didn't have to be threatened. I didn't have to see my dad. He had big hands. And I didn't have to see fear from him. You know what I mean? But the thing, if I look at it, if somebody thinks I got something to share, I would rather experience it with them. Do you know what I mean? It's not like I've been there and I've done this and I've done that and this kind of way it works and, this, respectful thing. I'd rather experience with it because everything's different. It's going to be a different for you. I often thought maybe there's a reason I didn't have a son. You know, uh, the wife and I, there's been stories lately that, things didn't make sense then and what happened. And I didn't want to tell you, I thought I lost children and things like that. And I thought, what would I do with a son? Would I do it any better than my father? And the point is, I'm not going to say, this is the way it works. Would you rather, I know what you're saying. I know the circumstance. I know what you might be feeling. Let's experience together and see if you can come out, we can come out better at the end of this. But my days are gone. You know what I mean, Steve? It's for him, you know, and maybe my daughter too. She never listened, you know. But yeah, like I said, careful because bunch of, teenagers could be behind you saying, look at that lovely couple. Look at that old man. He must have quite the life. And you stop in your tracks and you go, holy shit, I'm not 40 anymore. Where to go? But anyway, that's been my experience.
You
So
know
that,
what, right? Blackwatch, yeah? Honestly, yeah, I have never wondered where my time is gone. I have never regretted being older than I want to be. Yeah. In actual fact, I don't even celebrate my age for being my age. Do you get me? Yeah. Like I'm 44 years of age, but
yeah.
I don't recognize that. Yeah. I recognize more of the days than the years. Yeah.
Well, there was a dream I had of the 60s, they talk about muscle cars, the
Yeah, mate.
67 to 69, 70. That oil embargo didn't happen. That was created by the United States and their, Emirized Republic. It didn't happen, it was created. But I went through that. I lived through it.
Yeah,
In
man.
high school, there was the guys that were, their dad bought him a 68 Swinger 340. The other one got a 440 Runners six pack. Things like this, but I lived through it. And I was good, I'll say it, banging gears on the street. It just worked for me. And I thought, one day I might have a car that I trailer, couldn't go on the street. And I got to be about 45 and everything ended, the job. You couldn't get a job in the industry. You just couldn't. It was the time. IBM ruled again. And so I went to a shop, and it's kind of like, well, do it under the table. Here I kept the disability going because you never know in life. And it was under the table, and it was young guys. And the thing was at the time Mustangs, small block and that. And then I had a friend in the States and he came up with the first turbo. He had a friend drive his car, but he had a car. Um, I think it was an 89 or 90 red um, trunk Mustang. So he's trying street tires, that was the big thing. You got to run 10-inch tire and that. And it was M&H tire he had. And it was either New York preparing for Jersey or Jersey for New York, something like that. And we got a call. It was Hastings on Hudson in this New York turbo people, Job Stutter Sr. He was a brilliant man with tuning. And Joe and Racing Jason Bethard, Jason, was testing it on the strip. That's when it's still 14, 20, feet. Because they shortened the drag strip to a quarter mile. 160 miles an hour, he flipped it. He had the best of everything. He flipped it on the roof. The top of the car stopped with the guardrail. The rest of the car didn't. And so did Jason. And so it happened with Jason. And the point being, we went to Reading, Pennsylvania for the weekend and everything. And this guy had $250,000 in the car. He had a butcher business and all this. And, and his wife determined, you're going to kill yourself. You're going to kill yourself. So he quit. when we got back. And, basically, do you want to buy them out? The engine and everything. But I got the chance within margin. It cost me 38,000 in the car and all the work. And so I got my little dream for a while till somebody decided, I know where he stores the car. Why should I work for the shit when I can go steal his? And my insurance, which was special, walked away on a technicality. Your dreams, Steve, with you. I was 45 years old. So just like you, I wasn't looking at it. And the strange thing about it, I can say it. I know where my life's going to go now. I spent 3 years with it too. I let a woman in. One I have never trusted with more myself. And she decided, I'm sure I had COVID twice. She decided on the second one because she's been hurt in her life. Not even married 2 years, and knock at the door. I'm sorry to tell you, your husband's dead. The point is, to protect herself, beginning of February this year, she determined I was going to die. So every feeling she had for me in that way died. And I don't think it's coming back. And that makes you look back, you know what I mean? Makes you look back and, is she right, Is the time gone? It's different for everyone, Steve.
It is, yeah. I'm not attached to women and family and stuff like that. I'm attached to the ganja. My dogs. You get me? They're the life. Yeah, that I give myself to. I'm their servant, innit? But yeah,
I went, I got separated, divorced and everything. And the car starts and everything. And you feel the weight of the shoulder. My dad died, so it was kind of like, it just worked to be around my mom, like I could do the plumbing, I could do the thing, I could do all of this. And I remember a year or so, after moving home, and, I go out, it's a summer's day, and you got a light jacket, I'm going to walk to the garage, and there's a car parked on the street in front of the house. It never happens. They park all over, it never happens. And there's a young woman in there in jeans, casual jeans and that. And she comes walking up the driveway, and I'm thinking, you're a process server. I know what you're going to give me. The woman wants her name back and everything else, right? And I felt the weight of the world off my shoulders. I didn't have a responsibility in the world, not to the kids, not to a woman. So I kind of thought to myself, that's it. Then three times, I don't seek her out. I don't. Life just goes. When you hear on the phone, is there a future for us? If anybody ever says to you, Steve, is there a future for us? Say no. Build your resistance now. 3 times. And 3 times I got cut again, deeper and deeper each time. But you know something? She got it too.
Yeah.
She went with this 26-year-old or something. Another, is there any future? Like, if you sit there having a beer, I don't care. This is my stuff. I'm going to move in, which I had to get a sheriff of the court to have. But she went with him. They had a fight, physical fight. He's a kid. He's 26 years old at the time. So she has to get out of there, and she goes with the property manager. Ken was his name. And he had all these plaques, of pinup girls and everything. And I thought, I could read this guy. And the women coming in, oh, Ken, how can I ever thank you for helping me out with this, working out the finances? I thought, I know how Ken gets thanked. Go buy some knee pads. I know that. So it was New Year's Eve. I'm standing outside the apartment with her. And I says, look, tonight, like I can go to my mom's day, I can do whatever I want, go wherever I want. I said, come with me to a hotel or motel. I don't care. It's on me. I said, we get a case of beer or something, fool around, lucky, whatever, or not. I don't care. Just don't be here tonight. And I said the drinks and everything, and well, I can take care of myself. And I said to her, you didn't have the childhood I did, the experiences. I know what I'm talking about. Don't be here. Well, I'm fine. I thought, okay, go back to my mom. It's fine. Okay. What can I do? Again, what can I do? And my daughter phones me the next morning, Happy New Year. And yeah, the kids come on. And I'm thinking to myself, are you still living with that asshole? But eventually you'll get away from him. And she lagged, And I said, Nick, what's the problem? Why'd you phone? She says, Mom can't get off the sofa over there. I didn't want to say to her how many times, which was once before midnight and once in the new year. And I had to stand in front of that man. I could still see him. I had to stand in front of that man. If I was still married, you know what I would have done? I couldn't help it. And the blessing would have been a shot to the head for him. But I thought, God's going to take care of this, right, Steve? God will take care of this, man. Long story short, with the woman I met, and she had to go, and the look on this camera, I thought, God, comfort her, reach to her. I can't. He didn't. She went through hell, so I determined, fuck you, God. You're out the door, which kind of gets with each other. I could go on and on. It's how the fuck did I get here?
I feel that.
But yeah. The eyes, Steve, the eyes never lie. Even though the person's lying to you, bald face, you look in the eyes and you see the truth. Yeah. I could give you many examples, but the point was she got raped again for the second time.
Wow.
So I gave up. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed that video. If anybody else, got a shot at it, it's
I did. And I'll share my community page as well. I think that's very complimentary
yeah.
for people. To be reminded of simplicity we take for granted. Definitely. Yeah.
What would somebody do if they never owned a dog?
You sound like an honourable. You sound very honourable, Black. You sound like you're a man of adventures. You get me, yeah. I like that. Yeah. And purpose like that as well. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know other people in the chat they appreciate. I mean, a lot of people in the chat. I think you're coming from the UK, where they may not be so familiar with muscle cars and like the extent of machinery you're talking. But like we've all seen on TV. Yeah.
Oh, on television, the things I saw, the moonwalk. I saw Martin Luther King Jr. on the veranda with his entourage, and I'm thinking, even at my age, if a camera can see you scoping a rifle can, why are you out there? I saw JFK being shot. I saw LBJ get out of Air Force One, and the ramp comes up, and he steps out, and he's waving with that smile, and even most of the Texans agree. I thought, you knew what they were going to do to John. No, yeah, the 60s. The 60s. I guess your signal just went.
Oh dear. No, I was quiet. I went quiet. Did I go quiet, right?
Do you really think I'm that honorable?
Yeah, a man that's willing to share his experiences. Yeah, for me, very honorable.
My daughter married,
shared your humor.
My daughter finally got away from that man and married another, and she has a 14-year-old girl. Point is, I have 4 granddaughters, 4 great-grandchildren under 7. I'll never see them. But you want to know, Steve? I don't care about America. I don't care about bloody Biden or anybody else. I don't give a shit. I want to live my life out. I want to have what I have, and I want that woman, and I'll trade everything I got to have it. So is that honorable or selfish? Well, then shoot me, because that's all I want.
If that's all you
A
want,
shot.
happy fucking days. Do you get me, sir? Happy fucking days. Live up to it.
I guess you're breaking up pretty bad, but I don't even know how you get a signal on the mountain the way you do.
Yeah, it is complicated and very time consuming and very mental training.
Do you I like all kinds of music. I don't like rap. Rap is crap. It was meant to stop street fights between gangs and everything. But there's also musical theater and things like that. And I don't know if you know it, Leonard Cohen. It was a poet, Hallelujah and all that, which is, it makes me laugh. You say Hallelujah, now there was a secret chord David played and that pleased the Lord. And everybody goes, oh, hallelujah, oh, God, praise God. That ain't a fucking religion. It's about the breakup of a marriage. The last woman he ever had in his life. But what he says, the way he uses words, his stuff is amazing. But, like anything, Steve, like I said, hallelujah, if you really listen to it, and everybody says, you're an idiot. That's about God, isn't it? It's about God. It has nothing to do with it. So here we go, another mirror, right? They don't see it. But you might not care for his stuff, but it's amazing what he put into words. An interesting story with him, Steve. He lived around Hollywood. He had the money, he was affluent. And he lost a woman and everything else. It was gone. So he says to himself, I quit drinking, I quit smoking some time ago. I think it's time I took it up again, which he did. And yeah. Hi, Jamie. Long time no see. And Purple. Come on, Purple. Why don't you come on?
Can you hear me?
You're better now. Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all.
I just wading out into the water there, and I seen a big jellyfish just over there. Big, massive thing. I'm going to get a better view so I can show you.
Oh, okay. You're off.
Biggest jellyfish I ever seen. Right, he's over there now.
I got about 4 or 5 windows open here, I think.
That's a big ass jellyfish. That one. Big ass. I tell you that now. Like a fisherman on trawler boats in Ireland, and I see a lot of jellyfish, but never anything as big as that one. Wow! It's got like the cauliflower ends underneath. It's pale, very pale white. Wow!
Let's see if I can find it. You know what I would have liked to get to see? You're seeing things there in Spain, a lot would never see.
Yeah, I know. That's what I like about YouTube. You're in Canada, you can show me things I never seen. Yeah, I like it. Yep. Different sunsets, different sunrises. You're in Canada. You probably see the auroras. No, for me, I don't see see them in Spain. Yeah, the happy days. I can't think. Yeah, it's like we grew up with what I grew up with on the movies. You know, like Blade Runner, for example. Yeah,
Yeah.
the fellow was talking to his television. You know, like the police were monitoring the television. Kevin talking to him on television, and it's like, whoa, yeah. That's real life for now. You know.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you remember the high? Do you remember hearing the high points of backpacking to Europe, particularly in the '60s? You know that guys would take like 2 years off to go backpacking to, hostels and everything.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
my sister's really her first boyfriend. He was going to be an industrial artist. The drawings he could do was incredible. I am sorry, this guy was incredible, and he went to Europe. He took off. I'm going for a couple of years.
Sorry, Blackfoot. Look at this huge jellyfish. I've never seen like that before. You see it?
Yeah, vaguely. I'm blind in one eye now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Well,
like
I'm
it's not
seeing for you. If you remember what a cauliflower looks like, that's what this looks like underneath. It looks kind of like a cauliflower, but only in like babes, not in solid form.
Right.
Only like yeah. But it's huge. It's about like a foot wide and a foot fat. And now it's gone over this side. It's upside down a lot of times, so it might be dead.
The two things of Europe I'm thinking about now that I would like to have seen, and I almost saw one of them: the Highlands of Scotland and the fjords of the Netherlands. I would have liked to.
Okay, well, I've got friends. With channels. There's Scottish channels. One fella that's been following my channel from day one. He just put up video footages of Belfast. Yeah, the Highlands in Belfast. The Black Mountains. Yeah. So the fact that you're black watching there, the Black Mountains, maybe you'll have an interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in the days of backpacking there, every American that went to Europe like that stitched a Canadian flag on their shoulders. Never the stars and stripes.
Really?
Kind of. Oh yeah, anyway, he said to me, what do you want me to bring back? Customs was different then. The world was different. And I was about 12 or 14. You know what I asked for? A switchblade. I wanted a switchblade.
Right.
So he came to me and he says, whatever, and he's talking about what it was like and everything. And he knew in my eyes, what did you get me? What did you get me? So he pulled out a switchblade. It was 10 inches long. He got it through customs.
Wow.
That was his. He gave me my switchblade, Steve. When you snapped it open, it was 2.5 inches long. It was good for cleaning your fingernails. I almost punched him in the balls for doing that to me.
Whoa.
I almost did. He says, boy, you don't think I was really going to get you one of these, did you? Oh, jeez. Anyway, maybe it's a good thing you never did.
Yeah, again. Imagine you with a 10-inch fucking switchblade. No, a 2.5 switchblade is perfect.
The funny thing when I think about it, like 2 or 3 years later, I had a paper route and I had a box with wheels on it. I was 12, 13, whatever. And there was this Italian guy who decided I'm going to torment him every day after school. and he outweighed me by a lot. Long story short, you know what stopped it? I put a 12-inch butcher knife in that box and I held it to his throat and said, you know what? You know what it's like. You're Italian. You keep doing this, I'm going to stick you like a pig. What would have happened if I had that switchblade, Steve?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I would have, you know. So maybe things do happen for a reason. And maybe that man's judgment of me, that you might not ever be ready to carry one of these. And maybe you shouldn't. And maybe I don't want it on my conscience. It's funny how things,
Yep.
you know, I would have
Yep.
stopped.
For me, I was a bit like that. You know, like, I was very conscious. You know, like I was very,
Mm.
I know, within my own head growing up. You know, I had no confidence. I was being out of me. Like, yeah, my confidence is quite new. So it's
Can I
fresh
ask
and
you?
strong, ready to war.
Can I ask you something? You're 44. You've done whatever you've done. When you really look at it, you look back. I mean, you still got another 30, 40 years, but you look back on it and ask yourself, because I had to, would you ever have killed a man? Would you ever have killed somebody and not regretted it? My answer to that
Wow.
was there were 3 men I would have killed with my bare hands.
Yeah. Wow.
You know, when you think about it, and I would, you know, there's a home invasion at my mom's, and I got the door shut, and the gun came in. If I had a 45, I would have emptied it. I would have emptied a Glock. I would have emptied 2 of them into the man's face to protect my home.
Yeah, I think I would have done that to protect my home as well. Yeah, we had but our problem was within the home. So for me, it's kind of like, yeah, to be responsible for taking out my own father would have been, you know, like my first. I think I should have done that. That's what I should have done at a young age. When I had those thoughts, that's what I should have done. And then there would have been a lot more innocence. You know, there would have been an eradication of a bad one, for, and well, an eradication of 2 bad ones, because I would have probably been trying to kill him. But
Well,
anyway.
I think I hear some of these men, you know, especially on some of the YouTube, threaten. They are threatening. You know what I think to myself? I'm not going to say a word, but what you're threatening to do, you do realize you will live the rest of your life inside your own head if you do that. You know, it's one of those things in life. My first son-in-law, I told him, clean this place up. Clean up this laundry room and everything. You don't have much money, do it. They just got insurance on the house 3 days before. They couldn't afford it. You know, I don't know what happened at 3 in the morning because my daughter couldn't sleep with the man. She woke up to a fire. And I said, where the hell is he? At work. I said, if one hair is singed on one of the girls' heads, I will kill him. Tell him that. I will kill him. And the third was the guy that raped my ex-wife. Those 3 men I would have killed and never looked back. But anyway, you know, story time.
I would say to both my sons, because like I understand the life that I've lived chasing marijuana. I mean, both my sons, I've said to them, recent times, I said, Reece Wood, the eldest, I said, you said in England and Ireland, not with your mothers, yeah, not raising you the way I should be. You see, them people that give you the first drugs, you think they'd be living now? I said, you know, you're taking them peoples just because they're the first to give you the substance up many people.
I don't know. Everything I have in me, Steve, is philosophical. I don't know. I don't know. I like to think, you know, the measure of a man at the end of his days is happy to have been himself. He can live with himself. Doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. But you know what? That could be so full of shit. I shouldn't even be taking a breath to say it. You'll never know. Never. You know. But anyway, onward and upward. Anybody got a joke?
Go on. Here's a joke.
I don't know. You ever notice all the stupid sayings we got? Better to have loved and lost than to never loved at all. And you think to
Yeah.
yourself, that was that guy that was a lifelong virgin, right? He doesn't know what he's talking about. But anyway, let's see what is going on in chat.
We got old school. He's reminiscing with us. We got Purple Split in and out of the place.
Yeah.
Jamie's still with us.
But anyway, who knows? I enjoyed Purple when he was up there when you fell asleep. Even though I
Yeah.
cut him up, he's got a good voice. He's got a good voice.
Yeah, Purple Split's the good one. Yeah, he's the one introducing to the American channels, the 420 channels, about 9 months ago. When I used to leave this channel, I used to go to the American channels to relax and chillax. Yeah, me, sir. Yeah. Drama free in my perspective. It's none of my business. What they're, you know, if they've got any dramas, I'm not involved. You know, I'm listening for entertainment. Yeah, me, getting stoned with good peoples. That's what I reckon.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's been, you know,
got a lot of respect. It's Purple Split. He's a cool fella. Yeah.
yeah. Sometimes you can tell people got a good heart, you know what I'm saying? But that's only my opinion. What do I got?
Ladies, bro. Seriously, bro. Check out, right? Ladies, Blackwatch. Me, I might do 20-hour lives and then start up another 20 hours. And then another 20 hours. And that pisses people off. Yeah. But yeah, I have done a maximum of 18-hour lives. Yeah.
Yeah.
In one. Yeah. I'm not worried about going over the 7-8 hours where it all gets cancelled by YouTube. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in growing the channel. I like communicating, and if 24 of us can be communicating at the same time, happy days. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've all got differences in life. You know, we've all got different adventures. I mean, like happy days. You know, like listening to yourself, Blackwatch. Yeah. I mean, like I grew up. My father and his family, they were all blacksmiths and mechanics. You know, like of the heavy machinery, diesel fitters and stuff. Yeah. But like I never met my grandfather, and I think you'd be a bit more of my grandfather's age than my father's age for sure. You get me? It's like, yeah. No, it's not know my grandfather. It's nice to be able to relate with people of that era. Yeah. The wisdom I missed out on, but I had to seek it from strangers.
The one thing I would have thought, and it's a long story how I got to this, I got bored. You know, I did mainframe security, you know, Boeing aircraft and things. It's 2023, right? Well, just say the 21st century, you know, a large mark into that century. When I look at some of the men and, you know, kind of what makes a man, if you know what I mean, how you look at yourself, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed since 1960s, which is where I came into being, quote, a man. Nothing's changed. We're still directed by the same things. And there's shackles. There's shackles. We can't be ourselves. And yet it's still there. You're pushing
Yeah, right.
60. I wish I was pushing 60. Really, if I was 45 again, what I could do with that, but when I first started this, Steve,
Is it though?
and
With good guidance, yeah. I mean, people of their 60s and elders above myself, yeah. Yeah, you'd be sharing and inspiring people of my age groups to, like to the way to be managing the time changes. Like when I was curious about the elders in Ireland, I went to the old people's home and I socialized with the old people in the old people's home. Yeah, and they
yeah,
would tell me about the war and the recession. Tell me about the changes, the TV coming and the different celebrations for fashion and different stuff. And it's like I enjoyed listening to the elders. Yeah, these days is almost something that's I don't know. I communicate more with the elders now than ever before. I think. Yeah, in general, I don't go looking for younger people. I go looking for elders. You get me? Yeah, people that need people around them. Yeah, people that I can maybe help.
my
Yeah,
personal my personal view on those homes, and ever since 1948, they came up with palliative. They came up with that. It's a death watch, nothing more. There's no dignity. There's no caring. It's simply a paid death watch. That's my that's my opinion of it. This is one thing about my father went about 6 months. He had a stroke. I put the car away for the weekend, did everything like that, and I went to another town for a woman. And 10 in the morning, I said, "Where's the phone? I got to make a phone call." Why? I got to make a phone call. My mother answered. I said, "What's wrong with Dad?" He got up in the morning, went to the washroom, and collapsed. And my mom said to me one day, I'm going for the nap. I'm going upstairs. I don't know what's going on with my body. I did, Steve. She was 95. It was dying. She only stayed in hospital for 2 months. So point is, it wasn't that long. Wasn't years. It wasn't a great deal a month. So even though I lost them, I lost the first woman I ever truly loved at the age of 95. At least it didn't go on for 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, 5 years in one of those hellholes. That's just my view. You know what happened? You know what happened
you
here
love
when
95 even passing.
careful.
That's beautiful.
But anyway, it's you know,
And both healthy and strong. Yeah.
yeah,
Wow. Oh, that's brilliant. And you say you've got Scottish heritage.
yeah.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Nothing like
It
nature when you really.
has some good bloodline. The Scottish, them is a good bloodline. Yeah. That's good,
Yeah.
strong. Yeah. Good, strong individuals. And as a clan, wow. Remember this, every Scottish man is William Wallace. Yeah, miss.
That movie was not true. Let's
I
just put
know.
it that way. The way it was presented.
I know,
It
but
had
it's a fun one, though.
it
It's
had
one word fact.
it had the facts, but they had to compress it for the movie. The timeline.
Yeah.
That princess he saw that Longshanks was going to marry. She was never in the country. She was in France, and she was 9 years old.
Yeah.
But they
But
had to embellish.
were marrying. But they were marrying 9 years old. Back in the day, they were all like it was prearranged marriages. For peace and for anti-war. You get me? Yeah. Right. I'm marrying your fucking firstborn. You get me? Yeah. It was all done before the children were born. A lot of those arrangements. It is possible. I mean, I don't know those details. I'm just going on what I've reacting to what you've said. Them royals, yeah, them's always had that friggin' desire for the youngers. It's disgusting.
Yeah, but you know what I found that really made me laugh about that movie that made sense, Braveheart, was,
Uh,
the English cavalry had never been defeated in 200 years at that time. And they kind of got the idea of those poles, if you will. It's almost like a pole vaulting pole to put spears on.
Yeah.
So there's one big guy, if you recall him, with his father got shot in the shoulder with an arrow and all this. And he says to him, some men are longer than others. I thought that was really funny. The humor of the time. And, but it was not accurate. Long shot.
And I've always felt like
you know.
the Irish Steve. Yeah, this is my island. I've always related to him in that movie. I never liked the fella.
Beautiful. That was.
And I tell you that fellow was a bit off.
That was.
And I tell you, this is my island. They're my brothers. They're my cousins.
That was the guy that played that Irishman did it beautifully. I mean, I remember, if I come with you, we'll be able to kill the Irish. I will. Wonderful. Where are you from? Ireland. My island. Your island. Yeah, I own it. It's my island. And remember the next time you saw him, there was Wallace went hunting, and they're not sure that Irishman. They're not. And all you see is the kilt, which they didn't wear kilts till later. And it's the Irishman running to him. And you figured, he's going to kill him. That's why he's there. And he turns Wallace to fire, the arrow at him. And he hesitates that moment. And he lets his axe go, and it goes right across and gets the true guy that was going to kill Wallace.
But
I don't know if that was true.
But being an Irish Steve, me being of Irish blood and raised in Ireland, I was born in England, right? But I lived in England until I was 12, and then went over to Ireland.
Yeah.
But for me, I've always felt more Irish than I'm English. And for me, watching that movie, okay, I recognize that the Irish. Yeah. That Irish Steve was 110% Irish in character. And I share for how, right? If the Irish have got a problem with you, they're coming to your face.
Yeah.
You get me? Yeah. They're not going to worm their way in trying to be pally with you. Yeah.
No.
For fucking artificial reasons. If they've got a problem with you, they're coming at you in the face. So the fact that Irish Steve said, it's my island. Yeah, I know, if it means fucking killing Irish, then I'm in the right. If it means killing English, then I'm in the right place. Do you get me? Right? That's what the message was. Right then, Irish Steve, and he's there to kill the English. Right now, then he goes out. He goes out fucking throwing a sword at the same time that Wallace is out hunting. A man's tranquil time. A hunt. Yeah, he's going on a hunt. And he's got this Irish Steve. This is Empire Army. If it means we're going to kill the English, he goes out into the woods and he protects the man. He protects the William Wallace. That was 110% Irish. Yeah. You don't test the word of an Irishman. You don't test the words of the Celts. You get me? Yeah? Their word is their word. Yeah. If they got beef with you, they're coming at you face. That's what I know.
There's a lot of I found it was well done.
Yeah.
With the point they're trying to make. If you recall, when the biggest problem was nobility, and of course, where William's about, I don't know, 6 or 7, and his brother and his father leave with the nobles to meet with Longshanks. You know what's going to happen. William, go home. I want to come with you. No, you go home. And of course, he found his way into that barn, and then his uncle Argyle. But there was one with that big man. This is what they fought with. sticks, stones, and everything. This great big man, and he's got it probably, a stone or a rock that was maybe 3, 4 stones. And he said, it's a face off. And Wallace is standing there and he says, throw the rock, throw the rock. You'll move. No, he won't. You move. No, he won't. And he throws it, and Wallace just tips his head, and it goes past him. You know, the David and Goliath thing. And he throws the rock and hits him between the head. It was well done in that regard. It was entertaining.
Yeah. It was the same movie. It was the Robin Hood movie, wasn't it? Like when Robin Hood came into the Merry Men. He had to take on Little John with the in the river, didn't he? It was the same thing. It was the same. The smaller fella taking out the big fella with smaller weapons. With intelligence rather than brute force.
You remind me of my paternal grandmother. Very strong. They came here in the late 1800s. He was Scottish and her English, and they married. Anyway, when I was born, I remember her. She always had extremely bad arthritis. She had these round glasses, and she'd sit in the sofa, and the tears would be running down from the pain. And I remember her saying to me, you kind of sit at her knee, really. And she says, when I was a little girl, my backyard was Sherwood Forest. That's true. I went out the back door and I ran in Sherwood Forest. She says, but Robin Hood wasn't real. Robin Hood didn't exist. I said, yeah, I know, Nana, I know. The things you remember, And that was kind of a form of respect that I didn't know I was giving, to listen to her stories, her real stories. I don't know. I don't know. What can you do, Steve? What can you do? Other than don't get old.
Go on.
I don't feel it. You know that? In the last 3 years, I don't feel it until now. I feel the loss of 3 years of bullshit. Really, it's bullshit. Why did I even bother? However, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah. We'll find out one way or another. In our time, when our time's natural and it's done ways meant to be. No interceptions and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, we'll find out. There's an answer there somewhere.
I don't know. When I was about 14, my dad's cousin Ada, a widow, came from Edinburgh. And I often thought, she's going to stay with us, but she's a strong woman. What's she going to do? What's she going to do here for, like 6 months, 4 or 6 months? She was a very good pianist. She went to downtown Toronto and she played for the Royal Ballet. And when she was going home, she said to me, and my dad was there, if you ever backpack over, Edinburgh's your home. My home's your home. That's your home base. You want to know something? My dad didn't let me go. Didn't let me to take, a couple of years off of school and just backpack to Scotland. But maybe he was right. Maybe I shouldn't have gone. I'd come back with a switchblade, right, Steve?
I know, yeah. And I said bagpipes. Yeah. And get stopped in customs for having haggis. Yeah.
What type of music do you like? If you were to say it.
Mate, I listen to various. Yeah, I don't have a set music genre. I don't have a closed mind, you know.
No.
Different music, different artists, they got different energies. You get me? Yeah. For one thing, there's good and bad rock and roll. Most artists, you know, they've got good and bad performances. I never really followed one particular genre or one particular band. Uh, I like music. I've walked in the music festivals. You know, I've done the light staging for bands and stuff. You know, I've encouraged the free parties, the squat raves. Yeah. So for me, I just like music. I like the fact that people can gather and be happy. You know, and yeah, be respectful. That's what I like. Normally, it's not about the music. It's more about the environment. You know, the surroundings, the company. That's what I says about music. Is that allowed?
Pardon? You're kind of choppy with your connection to the internet at the moment.
Okay. I was saying, for me, I listen to all types of music. It depends on the environment, yeah, the situations and the mood. Because I like the free parties and the festivals. I've worked at them. I've done staging, light and sounding for various bands and established music buildings. So yeah, it's more about just people gathering together, having fun. It's not about the music genres.
You know, one thing I found more than anything now, Steve,
Go on.
is what happens to you in later life. You know, some responsibility, and there is responsibility in one form or another of what you leave behind taking care of you. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, the Americans with their communism, you know, do you believe in communism? I said, you do realize something. There's Tommy Douglas in the prairies here long ago, and it was a socialist party. And he never gained power, but he did get the backing to put in our pensions and that. What old people? There was nothing. You know, if you didn't provide for it or you ran out or you got sick, you had to pay the medical thing. Tough. You've been in a cardboard box. And through socialism, he was trying to say society has an obligation. These people work, they do construction, they do whatever, they provide what we now have. They went to war, they fought, they died. We owe them something. And it was like a unique concept. And you know what it's like here now with the food and everything? There's old people, there's people advanced years and they lose things because of health and everything. And to pay the rent, they starve themselves. Quite literally. I've had the experience. What used to, at the beginning of this, what I paid $250 for, I'm paying $650 for. And you can't tell me somebody isn't profiteering. And yet they do nothing. The common decency and respect to those that went before you, it's just not there. You know, this I'm sorry, the thing in America just drives. I never, until I went drag racing, you know, and the Pro 5 I couldn't, for the most part, stand Americans. I didn't want anything to do with them. But that was a brotherhood that, you know, that would defend you, that had your best interest. And those years were the best I ever had. But aside from that, I haven't got any use for them. Sorry if that offends, but tough. I tried in my life to see the other side of the coin. I haven't yet. You know, so for what's going on down there, you know, whatever. Just leave me to live my life. Leave me alone.
Yep.
What have I got to lose? I'm probably up to 11 channels banned by now, you know. Like I said, they don't want to hear it, Steve. They don't want to hear it. You know, I don't want to make this a political statement. I tried to stay away from religion and politics at every turn, but they always come at you. They always do.
Yeah. I don't know nothing about politics. I've just got a way of life, and that upsets a lot of politics
Yeah.
and religions, and it upsets a lot of business.
Well, like I say, I do have respect for the politicians that really was a way of life, like Tommy Douglas. And he spent his life trying to get that for people, and he did. You know, in the Canadian schools, they don't know anything about him. You know, who the hell was that? You know, yet when you get Canada pension, you get old age security, you get those things that come in, your parents get them, oh yeah, you know, they should. Wasn't for that man, they wouldn't have it. You know, the history of what they really do. But I just, this will exemplify it. I know at least 3 people through YouTube tech. They have cerebral palsy. One woman's just outside of Bogota, Colombia. She's to be admired for what she did. But there's one guy in Sheridan, Arkansas. And he's fairly intelligent, whatever, but that's his life. And he was talking about their president, right? He's 80 years old. And I said, but you do realize, Alex, you have to be a certain age. JFK was the youngest one. He had to be a certain age. You know what he said? He's old. Get rid of him. Get a younger one. And what does it matter to the world who our president is? I said, what? What does it matter in the world who our president is? And I said, Alex, go back in history. 1944. Give me the damn bomb. The war with Japan is going to cost 56 servicemen's lives. So we're going to kill hundreds of thousands. Give me the damn bomb. Afghanistan. Should we go after these people? George W. Bush. No, special forces will get them. Leave them alone. Afghanistan people are not your problem. Don't bring the world into it. But he did. Korea. Vietnam. How many more examples are you going to want where the world just said, United States, stuff it up your ass. We're not going to war for you. That's a mentality, Steve. What does it matter who the president of the United States is? Ukraine. It's amazing. These are the young people that are going to form the next generation. So you see, I don't give a shit, Steve. I just want the food on the table, clothes on my back, and be in a woman's bed until it doesn't anymore. I don't give a shit. Not my responsibility for my great-grandchildren. The grandchildren had it. He's got the gonad, she's got whatever to make kids. Knock yourself out. Not my responsibility. I'd love to look at the little boy finally came along, and I finally got a picture. And I thought, you know, you kneel down to him when he's about 3 or 4 years old. And I waited for that chance, for 10 minutes for that chance, before I wouldn't be able to see his face. Hasn't happened. It never will. Not my problem. Not my monkey, not my circus. That's all I want. Is that noble? Is that honorable? I don't give a shit. It's human. I just want that one chance. Anyway, far as music, there's a lot of channels. There's Lucy Thomas, there's all these young ladies and young men. And they sing, Lucy does kind of the musicals like Evermore, Evergreen, Barbara Streisand stuff. And she's perfect, Steve. The pitch, everything. She's wonderful. But you know what you don't see? Because she started when she was 10, she's 16. She has no life experience to sing those songs. Now I'm getting too somber. But that's been my life for the last month, cleaning up all the shit I left behind.
My Name is Earl. That was a TV series, wasn't it? My Name is Earl. Yeah. A lot of people does that.
There's also an old comic that went, "My name is Jose Jimenez," one of the Mexican ones. That's what everybody
One quote I have on my gravestone is, "This is Sparta." Yeah. I'd be taking Sparta instead of grave with me.
I don't know. But it's, maybe I'm wrong with my attitude about that. Maybe I'm not seeing the big picture. But I was old enough to be hearing about Korea and onward, and the involvement of the Americans in the world. You want to know what this came from? People that my dad should have died in Belgium, was hit with a shell from an 88. No, anyway, the underground got him out. But the final years, when Germany decided it's a good idea, let's invade Russia in November, classic things like that. And Berlin's going to fall. You can see where the Iron Cross is stone and they blow it up. But this is, I understand from the men that were there, the stories was true. The Allies were poised, Britain ran, the Canadian Armed Forces and everything, by there. And a lot of those generals went back, retired, smoked their cigars, having killed 100,000 men with a stupid decision. But they were posed outside of Berlin. And you know what the Allies were told? Wait for the Americans. Don't go in. You will wait for the Americans to get here. And they did. True story. No matter what history tells you, that was from the men that were there. They wanted the glory.
Yeah, it's like with the Adolf thing, like he offered everywhere in the world to offer to do sanctuary. Everybody refused. You get me? Yeah, he said openly he can't afford to fucking keep them. If you want them, you fucking take them. And nobody wanted them. And then they hold him responsible for the inevitable, starvations and the inevitables of, like fatigues and diseases and viruses and outbreaks.
Yeah.
Malicious controls. But like they blame him. But I mean, like it could have all been prevented if people wore their fucking hearts where their heart should be, and their fucking minds where their minds should be, and never mind the fucking killing of each other. Never mind calling each other's bluffs. Yeah, there could have been compromises. Yeah, we take anything you don't want. Thank you very much. Yep. Happy days. Now you have all the things we don't want, and we haven't got room for the things we don't want, but you're fucking having them. You get me? Yeah.
Well, I think we all know about the British dominance in history. The United States, and it's rightly noted even by, the knowledgeable Americans, is 250 some odd years old. They're a child. They're a child in the spot of history. It goes back to the Romans with the British. But that being said of the influence, of them, and perhaps rightly or wrongly so, First World War and the Second World War, the United States prospered by staying out of the war. They didn't go into the Second World War until they got arrogant and put all their ships in Pearl Harbor in 1941, December 6th. Then they went into the war. And there was a Long Island. There was another island out there, east of New York. It was an arms depot. They were selling arms to both sides. Till a German spy got in there and blew the whole fucking island up. And they said,
Yeah.
this isn't working, is it? They would gladly sit and watch the world at war and profit. Sorry, America, that's history. I didn't write it, but I am
Yep.
reciting it.
Yep. Give it how it is, keeping it real. Yep. Keeping it real. We loves it.
Well, I'd like to ask them, how the hell are you going to clean things up unless you acknowledge things? You know what the most blatant I saw one night, and it kind of jarred them? And it's just history. It's just history. And they're going on about communism, you know what I mean? Oh, communism, this, and socialism. You know, you're the enemy. So I said to you, you do remember the late 50s, do you not? I said, or is it just erased? You do remember McCarthy, not the one that just became the speaker, McCarthy, the Spanish Inquisition of your United States, where you hunted down anybody that made a buck, but especially the Jews, where Metro Goldwyn Mayer, as bad as it was, but they're fighting and to make, $1 million a year. And then they spent the rest of their life in jail because of your McCarthy. Because Congress said, my point is, what is communism? We want to know. I said, that explanation got published. Who wrote it, McCarthy? Communism, anybody that has a decent buck and he's got a Star of David on his back. You do remember that? Or did I just make it up? Look it up, the McCarthy years.
So the prison system, is that a form of communism?
There was
Like institutionalized.
The
Is that like a form of communism where everybody's unequal, but you got that hierarchy? That energy system for them.
There was a war on communism where it was kind of, you're guilty till you pick. Salem witch trials, exactly the same. Exactly.
Yeah.
They talk about the prejudice and everything else and burning cross on the lawn, but I bet you there, Steve, there was hundreds and hundreds of people that never made it to trial,
Yeah.
But that doesn't happen in the land of the brave and the home of the free, does it? Then they see what I mean? They don't like me. They don't like the mirror. And I'm just reciting history. I was a child when he was doing that. And you want to know another fact? 1939, Hitler built Germany back up. Russia destroyed it, took the machines out, everything. He built it up, the world's leading economic power. And it all started to go wrong. We all know how. Circling, centering people out and saying they're wrong, which I'm sorry, if a normal Jewish family has a Rembrandt, I'd like to figure out how you got it. But that being said, the War Crimes Act, there's men that spent their life chasing Joseph Mengele down and confirming his death and everything else. But there was a well-organized, well-funded hit squad for the Jews to go after Gentiles. Just history, don't blame me. But your only crime is you're a Gentile, and you should die for it. It's fact, not fiction. So when you look at it, I don't know. But like I said, Steve, I'm just an orny old son of a bitch that wants to be in a woman's bed, right? I don't care about this shit. The simplicity of life.
Yep.
Yeah.
Food, water, shelter, happy days, and a bit of love.
Yeah.
Priceless. Yeah, a rich man, very rich man.
You know what I get? Like, I get the First and Second Amendment. First Amendment really only applies to the government, which was a federal court case just went through. A federal judge said to the government of the United States, you will stay out of social media. You will not influence it. You will not do anything. I don't think it'll be challenged. It was in the last few weeks. But it's I've been in chats, right? And the guys will talk about food and that. I haven't had a steak in so long. I'm on for that, right? But they don't know where to go for the next hour. And you know what comes out? I got a brand new gun. It's a 60 caliber handgun. It's a Smith and Wesson. I'll blow your arm right off your head. And I can put that bullet right through 9 rows of cinder blocks. So I said to them, only in America is there status and existence of deader than dead. So they're going on about it's kind of like, well, if I get a 16-inch barrel, my cock's going to be 18, right?
Yeah.
So I say to one of the women in chat, here we go again. I said, would you pass the testosterone shaker? I'm kind of short. I'm going to sprinkle it on. Then they get pissed off with me,
Yeah.
and they're for the most part. And then you hear a guy who owns a channel wetting his hunting knife. And I think to myself, what's wrong with this picture? But they're bloody. Reminds me of the guy that's about 4 foot shit nothing. And he's got a Lincoln Continental and 4 feet of cushions to see between the dash and the steering wheel, right? But I'm a bigger man. Sorry if that disturbs some people, but what's the measure of a man?
I like how that's just made me think and relate. So like these people with their tools and their weapons and all these sort of things to show off their thrust throws, yeah, their machoisms. For me, it's like for me as a child, I left England, Bristol, yeah. I'd been around the southwest with my mother, growing up with my mother in different relationships. Then my father, meeting my father, and then going off with him to Southern Ireland. Southern Ireland was a huge difference, yeah. I went from Sky TV, playing rugby in the fucking cadets, like army cadets, after the Boy Scouts, and I wasn't even really thinking about girls at that point. But going to Ireland, I learned how to farm and fish and slaughter all those animals for the table. Like when I sit here at the beach, I'm just reminded of all that blood and guts, and it's not something really that like I want to fill my mind with anymore. You get me, yeah?
No.
But a lot of people, it's what they all live for with the video games, with the movies, the music. Like it's what they seek in other people. But can they handle, all that in life like I've handled with my knives? Do you get me?
But there's two questions when I think about what's the measure of a man to himself at the end of the day. And for one thing, what still goes on, Steve? It's a long story, but anyway, I got tired of typing shit into Google, right? What are you going to do? You're on here and whatever, I got tired of it. And I did security. So someone said Windows Defender, the new version of Windows 10, it's just as good as anything. So I took an image of the drive. I can see I took a picture of it. I was sort of a rootkit, which scraps the machine. I was protected for a virus. Porn sites, right? They're inundated with it, and this is how I found something to do. But you know what I found disturbing? Men's paying money for this stuff. And this whole, I did a Zoom, quite frankly. I got nothing to hide anymore. Like, why should I? And it was about 8 or 10 guys, and they ran about from 30 to 65 or something like that. And it was after, it was after the live and everything. It was just us. I said, I got a question for you all, and I'm just curious. Someone were going to get married and she died, all kinds of walks of life with things, experiences. And I said, you have a woman, she, for the most part, if it's not your wife, it's significant. It's just not a roll in the hay for a couple of weeks. And I said, when you're with her, do you ever think of the men she's been with? Does it ever bother you? Do you ever think, frankly, are you adequate? And to a man, they said, if I had to say it, if I had to admit it, yes, I do. Do I? You know, the measure of the man, what he's comfortable with himself. Because when I started Blackwatch, and it wasn't on purpose. I never did anything on purpose. One thing, they didn't know if I was male or female. The other thing, they didn't know how old I was. Because you know how I ended one? I finally went on the panel, Steve, with this woman, Ani. And she says, well, I got to wrap it up for the night. It's been 3 hours, 4 hours. So I was on panel. You know what I asked her? What would I ask her? I said, Bonnie, tell me one thing before I go. She said, what? I said, are the seams in my stocking straight? And she said, they're just fine. Good night. What are you comfortable with, Steve? I know who and what I am for the last 15, 20 years. You know, so statements like that don't bother me. Just so you know, I don't wear stockings. I love the women that do, but it doesn't bother me. Look at what we call each other as men, Steve. When the gloves come off and the names start flowing, if you look, what word do you not use with a woman? A 4-letter word. That was the other.
CUNT.
Yeah.
Yep.
We go for it. We use a woman's anatomy. We put it down. That panty waist, that whatever. And of course, there's always the fucking this and fucking that, right? Fornication under carnal knowledge, whatever it means. The point is, do you ever hear calingulitis? Not that word. C-U-N-T, cunt. That comes from Anglo-Saxon, centuries old. And it was just used the same as you'd say vagina. We bastardized the English language. We've taken a woman and put her down as some sort of a piece of meat. Shame on us. Shame on us. That's all on us of what we learned. And it's 2023 and you listen to the panels and it's still the same. It's still the same. Faggot, you know?
Now, Blackwatch, yeah, on a few occasions, I wanted to say this because it sounded appropriate and relevant. I found a video a couple of days ago on YouTube, and it was quite funny the way I understood it. Now the thing is, yeah, it was kind of generalizing a little bit of the females, and now it states that there was 3 types of females. You've got the Roman Catholic, sort of the Roman female.
Yeah.
You've got the Mongolian female, and you've got the Spartan female. Now, if I just give you those 3 as they are, I mean, this is a 10-minute video, 15-minute video that I watched, and I've just rounded off into like a couple of simple sentences. For me, a lot of ladies would be offended or, shocked to hear such things. But as a man, can you relate to what I see as much as the Spartan, the Mongolian, and the Roman?
Well, for one thing, and you know, the religious concept, you know, because I've had discussions with a lot of good friends, you know, and varying persuasions of what they thought. The most is angry conservative, if you've seen him. And, you know, I said about Christianity, and he says, look, you can tell a true Christian, God gave us this world, you know, and he's been through hell. He's not of this world. So I says to him, yeah, but what's with all the churches? But the thing is, because I said to him, you know, take Adam and Eve beget, you know, Cain and Abel. And Cain killed Abel. So tell me, and this is a question I asked, who did Cain marry to propagate the human spirit, the species? And Richard would say, if you really looked at the Bible, they never mention women. One would say from the land of Nod. Well, you mean there's women that God put there before Adam and Eve. But the point is, if you look at Tangia, you know, the great continent that, you know, blew apart and the whole thing, And it's pretty well assumed up north there was a landmass and people walked from Europe to the Americas, but they won't accept that. So my point is Mongolian, Spartan, all the women you spoke of, they all intermixed. Well, Europe, there's 3,500 miles of water. Not all the time. No, there wasn't. So some would argue that mankind started in Africa. They could have a point, but my point is this, that this whole thing of all of a sudden, Adam and Eve were created, right? Poof, there you go. And ate of the apple, and God was walking through the garden. Adam, where are you? Adam, where are you? I'm hiding, Lord. Why are you hiding? We're naked. Who told you we're naked? Come on, give me a drink. I need it. But is it, like the different aspects of, Asian cultures and everything? It makes sense to me personally.
Yeah.
We may not have created the present climate, but we fuel it, Steve. Men fuel it, and we'll pay to do it.
Yeah.
If you really want to be comfortable with yourself, whatever you are, I use the analogy, they're talking about transgenders, and the thing if you use an academic explanation, I'll say, first of all, the way they make a woman out of a man makes me shudder, right? I know how it's done. And then maybe, you could somehow stitch a dick on a woman. I don't know. But I'll guarantee you one thing, even if their mind is that of a man and the man of a woman, you'll know what I'm talking about. There's one experience they'll never know. Not possible.
Yeah.
Never will they know that feeling. And you know what I'm saying? Where the bodies move and everything, from a man's standpoint. They'll never know it. Give it up.
Yep.
But the thing is,
110.
but I'll say to them, you see somebody walking down the street, a couple, where it's a peck on the cheek, the love's in the eyes, the passion, everything's there. There's a guy on Britain's Got Talent, was Matt Todd. He did I Who Have Nothing. And his wife's backstage watching him on the monitor. And she's gray haired, and he kind of drives a bus for the elderly, and sings to them. He was brilliant. But the thing was, a camera cuts to her eyes, and you can see the love. So you have this, and they walk down the street, they stop at the corner, whatever, and they kiss one another. And you think that's the most brilliant thing you ever saw. But you take a gay couple who are committed to one another, they're good people, they have values, they walk to the corner, they kiss one another. And that's gross. That's an abomination of the human species. And I think to myself, and I say to them, you know what the problem is? You're the problem. You see it an example of love like that, and you drive it into the dirt. You make it dirty. The problem's you. Doesn't matter what they identify. Doesn't matter what the physical interactions are. They love one another. There's no room for hate in there. No room for everything that's going on. They love one another. The problem is you. And of course, I'm some sort of a rebel kind of, what are you, panty waist and all this thing like this. So I say to them, I'll give you the address. Come over the border. And I assure you, by the time you knock on the door, there'll be 2 clips of Glock 9mm in your fucking head. Maybe that'll make sense to you. Because what do I got to lose? It's the whole male pounding the chest, There's one guy that has the stories. He called me out. Said the microphone was too loud, which I went from Scotland to Hawaii. And the first thing I asked, like I would here, how's the microphone? Clearly it's their problem. But his stories, I went to a bar fight, and the guys left in the car and they came back. And the point is, at the end of it, Steve, he'd say the man had 11 broken ribs. I broke both his arms and one of his legs. So I just want to say to him, Carl, out of your own mouth, how do you know that? Were you charged? No. So you never went to court. Did you go with them to the hospital and ask the doctor, what state is he in? No. So how do you know you broke 11 ribs, 2 arms, blackened his eyes, and broke his leg? You're full of shit, Carl. You're absolutely full of shit. But this is what I've been going through for, which I leave them out, but he called me out. And I didn't bother saying, I've been on eBay since the 80s. I was number one. Really? So you know what's wrong with all this. It's all my problems, all that. Yeah. And I wanted to say to him, you're right. You're right. After all, I only have 52 years in information technology. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't have any clue. But I didn't bother. He wasn't worth it. But anyway, why beat my chest? Why say what I did? I know what I did. I don't need to tell anybody what I did. I don't need to brag about it. I know what I know. And like I said, Steve, some of the things I've learned, I remember it. I can see faces. I can see events. I want to forget it. I wish I could, and I can't. So,
Well,
the
you know what?
women, yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of women who, I'm not going to say in their 40s, but advanced years, ones that are looking at having to have operations, you know what I mean? Because the big C and things. And particularly this one. And they still have the chip on their shoulder, and perhaps rightly so. And they'll still say, when that surgeon's saying, we're going to cut you, we're going to draw you up and cut you, we're going to take away some of what makes you a woman. And when they have to go through it in order to live, they'll still come out the other end and say, would you be that same way? Would you say the same things? Would you show as much compassion as you showed if I was cutting your balls off? Think about it. It's still there. But anyway, this wasn't supposed to be a lifelong lesson today. It was just that video that I saw. We do it to ourselves, Steve. I think you'll see it in you and some of your friends around 40 some odd years here. That's 40 some odd years old. We're still buying the same bullshit line. I don't think it's ever going to change. I think it's genetically within us. But I don't know.
I think it's genetic in us not to be lazy. The lazier we can get there.
Are we ever going to be comfortable in our own skin? I don't think so.
I'm comfortable in my skin.
It's kindly sorry, you're really breaking up.
Oh dear.
And stuff. It's referred to, as they call it, the social, educated people, the hunter-gatherer syndrome. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. I still see it in the younger ones. I still see it. It's still there. But maybe, I don't know. I don't care. But I don't know. I don't know. This is what gets me about the Americans and this, the Second Amendment and all that. YouTube is a business. Might have a number of shareholders, but it's a business, and the business is to make money, not to promote your freedom of speech. It's a business. If they go down to Walmart store and start screaming and yelling like they do on YouTube, do you think the Walmart store's not going to put them out on their ass? Because it's a business. It's a private place. But anyway, that's just my view on it. what time is it there? 7,
Yeah, 7:24
8 o'clock. Yeah, 6.
here in Spain, and in Canada it'll be 1:24. Yeah, you got 1:24 where you are.
Do you feel better for all this, Steve, for your years on here? Just curious.
Uh, I feel better in a lot of ways. Yeah, because I'm connecting with people. I was isolated for a long time, and before I arrived to this mountain, I was kind of isolated and restricted to what people were available then, and that was before I was on social media. Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
I've only really played social media for the last year and a half. For me, it's done wonders. For me, social skills. For me, connecting and stay connected with people's. Yeah, is is brilliant.
I remember, the first times I went on Bonnie's things, and you see, I could see better, and you see the YouTube thing, and she says, you know something? You look at these little lights, orbs, and like avatars, and she says, one thing I've learned, even within a year or two, there's people behind that. There's people. There's real people. And the point is,
Yeah,
this woman I'm talking about was on her way out from a tech channel. She happened to catch one of my Shakespearean comments, and that's how it began. If it didn't happen that day, it wouldn't happen. But she'll say to me, those YouTube people, they're not real to me. They're not real to me. Like, I'm tired of hearing it. But like you, Steve, there's a couple in East Yorkshire, England, and what he's 53 and she's 45, and what they're going through breaks my heart. It's hard even to talk to them. But at the end of the day, I think I'm better for it. I mean, how do one of the essence of love, you love someone, you're in love with them, which she destroyed in herself because she thought I was going to die.
yeah,
It hurts. The one thing you don't think about when you go into it, it will hurt. You will lose that person through death, separation, something before your time comes. And if you sit and analyze it, as she does with logic that seems to work for her, you'd never go into it, right? But the whole thing is, there's people that, very few that took my heart away that still does, that I feel. And the rest of them, I'm sorry I ever let them into my life because it just hurt. It's just waste. But I also know one thing. You'll never say you love someone. Where you have caring, then you have love, and you're in love. The difference of whatever it is. And it's going to hurt you. I went through the longest time before, months before it was June the 3rd on a Saturday night here, with Sunday there, where she finally said the truth of what's going on. I beat myself up because I've been lying to you. I'm not in love with you anymore. And I stopped it because I knew it was going to hurt me. Just like losing people always hurt me. I know it's not coming back. It's one of those times in life, Steve, where you turn and you say, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. So you know what? Fuck it. And you walk away. But tell me, every time you've done that, you kind of concluded and assumed you have the years to do it till the next time, right? Very sobering when you turn to yourself and say, I don't have those years. Poor me, but it's true. Each generation goes through that. I don't mean to. The one thing I said to Bonnie from the start, when, I said, look, there's something in my life that's just not going to go away. It's not. I'll live with it every second of every day. And for that reason, and that reason alone, don't look for me to be serious. And she knew what I meant. I thought she did. But that's why I just joke. It's just like, I think to myself, Steve, get over yourself. Do you know what I mean? Look at the bigger picture. Because the only thing my dad told me, really, he never talked about war. It wasn't until he was gone that I sat with my mom and I said, I got questions. I got questions back to when I was 10 years old. I don't understand about it, man. I never did. And it was an experience because damn it, I was late 50s, if you don't get it by then. And yeah, he should not have made it. If it wasn't for the Belgium Underground, I wouldn't be here, my sister wouldn't be here, and my mother would have been a 1-year widow, But try to understand it. And this is why I look at these men on here and they talk about fighting. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And what was the last one on Angry Snowman? Some black guy came in. I own 17 houses. I donated $500 to you. And I put in the chat because I didn't know where I was, Steve. Angry this and angry that. And I think this is angry conservative. So the first thing I put in is, where the fuck is my wrench? And he never gives it. And it kind of went on like that. And I said, because it's cross-platform, you know what I mean? There was somebody else's StreamYards and he was in. So I said, where's the dipsticks where we shove it down our dick and check our testosterone levels? You ever thought of that? When you hear these guys talk?
You know what? It's very rare that I sit around listening to people talking like that. Yeah. In real life, I definitely wouldn't. Do you get me? On YouTube, I've tolerated it a little bit for the social purpose. For the understanding how people are communicating. What triggers that behavior.
Well, there's so many where I dare not say anything. The guy goes, well, I've only had a few beers. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, a few more than that. How many bottles of testosterone you've been chugging down tonight?
Yeah.
So it make your balls swell up. But you see, that's not socially acceptable. But it's
too true, isn't it? It's too true. It's socially unacceptable.
Yeah. But we men are predictable. We are. And you know what? We'll pay to prove it. We'll pay money. We'll pay good money to prove it. And maybe I'm wrong, Steve. Maybe if you get to this point as a man, you're lesser for it. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. But I just don't see why men have to get together, usually have something to smoke and drink, and spend all night beating their chest to the other one. I don't get it. I got to prove I'm more than a man of you than that. One thing of life lessons, and I got a number of them. I lost my best friends. They said, come over for the night and watch Hockey Night in Canada. I said, I got to go in 24 hours. I just got home. Well, just come over. It's only the two of us. We'll watch the hockey. And I looked at my wife, and I only remember 3 times when she was pregnant. And the only vision I have is to look up at her at 9 months pregnant. I got to get out of here. And my problem is, I'm responsible for that. So we went. And it didn't go well. You know what I mean by this one friend, this guy that was younger was a drug dealer, and he was eventually married his sister. They played mind games. It was insulting. I told him to fuck off. I didn't have any friends since. I think I was supposed to go to his wedding. This is the point. We went downtown Toronto, and it was freezing cold to Sid Silver for the tuxes, to get fitted. And there was Ray that I talked about. His dad was Ray, a down-to-earth kind of guy. So we came out. Her father wasn't a drinker, really. And we came out and we're freezing. And of course, the thought was go for a beer, right? So we looked down the street, and at the corner was the Parkside Restaurant, which I didn't know at the time was a gay bar. Long story short, we're sitting, have, drafts and everything else. And Ray's looking at a guy in the corner with long brown hair. He starts blowing kisses to him. So the guy starts blowing kisses back. This is what happens, right? So Ray Jr. gets pissed off. I'm going to punch the shit out of him. His dad reached across, grabbed both his wrists, said, you started it, you're going to take it. one of life's lessons, right? Anyway, I could go on and on.
You going on, bro? I got battery power. You're happy and comfortable to go on. You go on, bro. You're more than welcome.
It's still the same, Steve. If I was in a bar at my age and I blew kisses to somebody, that man's going to want to get up and beat the shit out of me. And it's not because I'm gay or anything else, but it's predictable. To defend his manhood, he beats the shit out of you. He's a man, right? Got to prove to his buddy I'm a man. He can't reach inside of himself and say, this doesn't bother me. It's a joke, right? Doesn't mean anything to me. I'm okay the way I am. Oh, no, I got to get up and beat the shit out of him because I'm more of a man.
I know. I've always laughed at Patrick because he's always more of a man to be up. So I laugh at people when they think they can be up on me. I laugh at them.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
You know, I get
Big man.
I get off on the guy. Sorry, I'm stepping on you. Sorry. I don't know. Try to figure it out, Steve. It'll drive you crazy.
You got to. Yeah, you're talking.
But what can you do? What can you do? You know what I found you know what I found? I don't know if you find this entertaining at all. My daughter's trying to, buy me stuff and trying to understand your father. She's going to be 50, I think, pretty soon. I think about it. Anyway, I grew up, you know what jockey shorts are? You know what they are?
Yeah.
I grew up with that, right?
So.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like a brief. They're just that, right? Flat, whatever. It's kind of the concept. You only need this little flap here because you want to pull your dick out to pee, right? That's all you're going to do.
Yeah.
So later on with her second husband and things, and, it's cold here. Anyway, she buys me clothes. And I just determined. It must have taken them 50 years to decide, maybe we should put a pocket in front of this. It'll be a little more comfortable. There's technology. There's technology for you. I mean, the guy it's not going to bother him to go all his life feeling like he's got a jock strap on, right? And somebody gets the right idea. That damn thing hangs out in front of him. Maybe, and they talk about technological advancements. It took us 50 years to figure that out. I don't feel good about technology, Some of the questions I've answered for this woman, Steve, is just simplistically simple. But when you think about it, you have an absolute reason to wonder. You know what I mean? Should I go on? Should I go on? Think about this. Maybe I shouldn't keep with the stories, but it's been an experience. I've had to think about things I've never thought of in my life. It was just there, Could this be the mark of senility? Am I on my way out? I don't know. But anyway, you're right, Steve. You meet people, and they touch your heart in ways.
Yeah. And this is one thing I like, I do like meeting people. I do like bringing people together. I might not be the best of persons, but yeah, I've got my animal instincts. They're in tune.
Oh, we all have them. I don't know if you find comfort in it. My view of it, for the next 30 years, your views won't soften, but you need to express them personally. There's no reason to, because you know them, if that makes sense. And at the end of the day, Steve, you'll say to yourself, fuck this, I want to go back to when I was 50 and I was pole vaulting from bed to bed. Everything made sense then. I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe.
The whole idea is we're not supposed to know, I think. We're just supposed to get on with it. You get me? So we're not supposed to know. The answers aren't for us, evidently. If they were for us, we'd be born with them. So we just have to get on with it, and there's the answer. You know?
I think you're right, because I found a realization with this woman. Like I said, all the logic, all the planning, everything that worked in your life. I said, you know what the message is and you're missing it? You know what? Fucking get on with it. Shit or get off the pot. Do it now, because you haven't got an eternity to figure this out. You know? And that's a cruel lesson.
Yeah.
It's a cruel, you know?
Yeah.
But mind, Steve, you don't make the stupid decisions of youth. And they are stupid, because when you have those years, presumably, patience. The one thing about youth you got to learn is patience.
Yeah.
It's not everything at once. And when
I know.
you do see that, another story. I concluded I couldn't take a car to bed, right? If you get my logic. So I started to date again. And it just like a brand new world. And there was a woman that kind of said what she was saying. She says, sitting in the car or something, you're not going to smoke in my bedroom, and I have endometriosis. I drove home and I'm trying to think, why did you say that to me? You know, in what world? You know, Steve, as a man, when a woman looks at you, she trusts you, she loves you, and somewhere in her eyes, because it's not going to be in her words, for lack of a better word, take me. It's okay. Well, this one, I always got by with things. I always did because my dad said to me, your primary job won't carry your family. You have to have things on the side. You didn't have the trust. What you were saying, before this goes any further, I'm not going to keep you. And I thought to myself, you doubt me. You think, I'm sucking off my mother still or something. You don't know me. That's not me. I couldn't bear that type of existence. And then her mother came. I said to her, we date, we go out, we have dinners, how do you know you're going to take 8 hours of me? Well, Christmas is coming up. This is a long time ago. And, why don't you come to the condominium for Christmas? Cool, no problem. Her mother flew in. And I also had one, you go to a drive-in theater, which I didn't think they were around. You go back, her daughter comes in married with children, kind of looks at her like, again, Mom? I'm going, what's going on? She says you shouldn't be smoking tobacco, as I'm rolling a reefer for her. And you give, because of the way today is, the man could force himself. So you sit on the sofa and kiss. And she looks at you and says, is this all we're going to do? And I can still see her sitting in the corner of that sofa naked. I should have just gone for it, right? More than I did. Point is, one to the other, you know what I mean? From one where the woman didn't see that I could measure up, to one that probably every Saturday night I had to think to myself, I sleep with you. We do this. How many before you that I'd be with? And that's not that long ago. And it still goes on. One wouldn't give it up unless she had assurances. And the other would always give it up with no assurances. Anyway, I find music one of the most soothing things, no matter. You ever found, no matter what you say in a circumstance, there's always a song? Yeah, you must be getting tired. It's late there. Anyway, I didn't mean to drag it down into this, That video was moving, was it not? Do we really deserve dogs? I think we just lost Steve again. You guys gone? Oh, we're still on by the look of it. Oh, Steve. Never enough Ken Loxley. Did we lose Steve? Oh, Steve. Steven. And share this with me, darling, without you. What is it, 7 o'clock there? Did we leave? Did we lose Steve? Hey, Citizen Z, you're up. Yo. What, did Steve go for a swim? We lost him. Oh, Steve. Okay, whoever swiped Steve, put Steve back. my point about music, there's another link if you guys are interested. It's a very familiar song, but it's done much, much better than anyone else. Oh, Steve. Okay. Citizen Z comes in and Steve gets knocked out. Put him back, Citizen Z. Put him back. Where'd Purple go? Come on up and do some singing, Purple. Something. Oh, Steve. The stream's still going, isn't it? Where'd he go? Is anybody still there? Shit, where'd it go? Share it with me. What's this got to do with snowman, Jamie? You mean angry snowman? Oh, showman. Did you press the link, Jamie? The greatest showman. Never enough. Only one time it's spoken in that entire song. But darling, without you. That one phrase, that one lyric. Only once. Okay, whoever took Steve, put him back. Oh, Steve. Chad is... on the starting time. Oh, Steve, where'd you go, Steve? I'm just a lonely boy, lonely and blue. I've got no one. Since I don't, Steve, I don't know what happened to you. Answer about your reference point. I have a feeling I'm going to jump down, Steve. I can't sit here alone. I do that anyway. Doo-da, doo-da. Steve, did you go to bed? Whatever you do, don't walk off a cliff. Oh, come on, don't leave me hanging here. I will hang here along until Steve comes back. Got nothing else to do. Kids are. No, the phone battery again. That's the thing about StringYard, Steve. It sucks the battery right out of the thing. I don't know if it's possible, Steve. Maybe you need a cheap laptop, just for the internet, Chromebook or something. Of course, it needs charging all the time, too. Oh, dear, 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 dear. Take my hand and share this with me, darling, without you. All the shining towers of spotlights, all the stars to fill the night sky will never be enough, never be enough. Never be enough. All the shining towers of spotlights, all the stars that fill the night sky.
Hey yo, how you doing?
Are you back?
You just about. I'm not sure for how long. The battery doesn't seem to be charging my phone.
No,
Oh,
that's a thought. You know, with these, you can get for a few $100. You can get like a mini PC or a cheap laptop Chromebook. You
uh-huh.
know, to take the load. You know,
Yeah.
I think that's what those people in Yorkshire did. You know, you screwed something up with a laptop, and they had to do credit, but it was only a couple £100 for it or something.
Mm,
Like a Chromebook with different OS, but it's just for the internet. You
mm-hmm,
know,
mm-hmm.
but your OBS and that, you got to look at that. The load on it, and a lot of them would come with 4 gig RAM. That's done it up. It got to be minimum of 16. In my
Oh,
opinion.
okay.
A lot of them, the new ones, 4 and 8. Sometimes even 6, like a 4 and a 2. That's not enough.
Uh-huh.
Now you're going to get Windows 11, which is, I don't want to get on the tech thing. The whole concept of Windows 11, they encrypt the drive like BitLocker did. But the idea, Steve, is I'm going to break into your house, right? I'm going to ransack.
Okay.
I'm going to look at your laptop. I'm going to take it apart to take the drive out. See, that way I can't read the drive. Rather take the whole bloody computer and I can do whatever I want with it. But that's where Microsoft has gone.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, that might, do something for you. You don't, overuse your phone.
Yeah. There's always something to think about when I win the lottery ticket. Yeah.
Well, I don't know euros. I mean, it used to be about 2.5 pounds per American dollar. Now it's like a dollar, 70, 60? A couple £100. You can get them in North America for about $300 now. You
Yeah.
know, they're just mini ones, but you have to look at it. You got to know what you're ordering and what you're going to use it for. That's the number one
Yeah.
thing. And
Yeah, I need to go back to work in the festivals to have money like that, or go back working. Well, I don't think there's even money like that in the festivals or on fishing boats anymore. But
no,
yeah, ideally go back in time and I'd save me money rather than party.
yeah,
Just go into it on the capitalism factor. Yeah, but
it,
I didn't. I went into it for the party mode, for the one love, for the happy days. I
I,
never thought about a rainy day for tomorrow. Yeah, I never thought I'd be stuck up a mountain where I'd be needing a dollar. You know,
I
out
still,
on the road.
I think there's still one thing true, even today as ever: Murphy's law. Murphy's law is alive and well. It will go wrong if it can go wrong.
Yeah. This is it. I make plans and they go wrong. They backfire. Yeah, so I don't make plans anymore. I made plans yesterday, and yeah, it makes me look like a fool when I make plans. And Murphy's law kicks in, as you calls it. It just makes me look like a fool.
Yeah, but it's good to get you back. It's very strong signal at the moment. I don't know. I'm sure chat's hearing it too. It's one of your best connections you ever had.
Oh wow, brilliant. Maybe that's because I'm freshly in. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I was told that when I first started with StreamYard, the signal weakens after about 10 minutes. So it's
yeah.
better to refresh after 10 minutes. But I don't follow all that. Yeah.
It's your batteries. Like people that come up on panel and they want their camera on, I think you're crazy. You know, that's just sucking the daylights out of it, you know, so you can wave at somebody, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
I just for me, I put my camera on because I've got nothing to hide. Yeah, I'm quite happy to be on camera, my face there. You know, it's like you can see me truth and me honesty. You can see me eyes. You know, you see what I'm looking at.
no, I mean, on face value, it's very good, you know, like a laptop, but the
Yeah.
technology wise, it's going to draw your
Yeah,
phone to its knees, you know.
right. That's
Uh,
something that I've not taken into consideration. You get me? Yeah. I don't consider things like that. I look at the more important things. You know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I mean, the only reason I've never done it is my circumstance, not me, my circumstance. You know, the way I look at things now, this isn't me, but it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, but it's like I say, everybody was they were, you know, that they'd be on panel. I don't know if he's male or female. I don't know. And
Do
one
you
just
mind
got,
if do you mind if a comedian joins panel? He's a hard working Welsh fella as far as I can make out, and he seems to be like full of good-hearted banter. Do you mind if he joins panel?
well, I don't. It's your show, not my.
Well, actually, when you're on panel, you have choice whether people come and join or not. Yeah, I'm not intruding on you. You get me? Yeah, I don't want to upset you. You get me? Yeah, I don't have control of what people are coming onto the panel for. You get me? Yeah,
I've
when
been
they come on the panel, I ask if that's all right with the people on panel.
no. It was more like I've had it backstage where we had a mutual friend, and you know, AC wanted to help him, and I just said, if you're gonna put a link for him now, I can't help him. You know, I'm tied up with myself and my circumstance. I just don't have anything to give anybody. So I appreciated it then, you know, because it was a backstage, you know. But otherwise, it's public domain, you know. It's the way it is.
Mhm.
No, I don't have an issue. I'm running out of stories and I'm getting tired of hearing myself.
Brilliant.
You ever have a woman where you ask her a question, even as tender, but you get to that point in a relationship and there's silence. And then you try to get the question out, and all of a sudden, you're a verbal abuser.
uh,
You can't win.
uh, yeah.
You know the old saying to a man, Steve, you're just supposed to know. And you think to yourself, I don't think I studied for this test. You know,
Yeah.
can you give me a hint? Is it animal, mineral, or vegetable? I don't know. But we're just supposed to know, aren't we, Steve?
Hey, this is it. I'm not. Yeah, just get on with it. Just get on with it. It's not whether we know or not. It's just get on with it.
The day when your big boy pants fit, they have all these pockets in them. They got all these answers. You just have to pull it out and read it.
Wow. I don't get to see what goes on in the chat, as some people might be aware and other people don't be aware. But I think I'm aware of what just went on in the chat. I highlighted a message that came in from Ireland, representative, a fellow called Paul Dunn, after Dunn Stores, a big supermarket chain. He wrote in the chat reminding people, do not send me any money. Yeah, it's the last thing I appreciate. So, yeah, I appreciate more this conversation or this time that that we share. Me listening to you talking about what you want to talk about. I appreciate that much more than any amount of dollar that you could think about. Yeah, I don't want that. I want to listen to you. I want to talk to you. You got me, yeah. So Paul Dunn, thank you very much for putting the main topic there. And then there's T1, currently one of my main supporters. Keeps posting me PayPal link. I mean, fair play, T1. Happy days. It's a little bit contradictory to, to everything, but happy days.
There is one fact we'll never get it, just like Murphy's Law. Money doesn't give you status, doesn't give you character, doesn't do anything, but just try to get by without it. You know,
Yeah.
it's just the way it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know,
In
citizens.
environments like this, as you can see, there is no need for money. You know, there's no need for money. But then, if you want any of the riches or any of the goodies coming from the city, then you've never got enough monies. You get me? Yes, it's like, is this catch-22? Put yourself where you need it all, or put yourself where you don't need it all.
Mm.
And then when you put yourself where you don't need it, you can't use it. So what good is it? That's what I says.
I mean, perfect for me, whatever. You know, you have your different things to do. You know what it's like to have to live. But the first bill I pay is my communication bill, ISP phone. Because what would you do without it? You know, you look at these people that are loners, you know, through all their life, but I guess I got to respect them. But I don't know how they do it. You know, everybody has those moments you pull within yourself and you try to find the answers and find the strength to get out of it. But without that, personally, I find the idea of this machine, something goes down, I don't have it. It's almost like a panic attack. You know, and I kind of think less of myself that why is that so important? But we still, you know, you have to have it.
You see, I don't panic attack about things like that. I panic attack about when I get let down. Yeah, when I put all my faith and energy into something or someone. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. That's when I have my panic attacks. That's
Yeah.
when I lose the plot.
I don't know, maybe it's my attitude, you know. Like I look at things, Steve, and it's a sad case of there. But everybody will let you down sooner or later. And it could be their misfortune in life and they're gone, but you will be let down. But the thing is, don't overthink that self because you'll never experience it. You'll never experience it. And I think the worst thing, you know, you don't want to go try to fly off a cliff, right, into the sun with your waxed wing. But when you look back and you say, most of the stuff, I never even tried. That's the hardest thing. You know, I had that with my ex and things like that. I said, even with this one here, you're afraid to try. Yeah, but this is what's going to happen. How do you know that? You never did it. But a friend of mine, I think that doesn't matter. They didn't do it. You know, they did it, whatever. You don't know that. You know, I concluded something in my life, and I don't have a sister. I don't really. But the one thing she said to me, you don't know that. And I was so locked in after my mom died and having depression. And then I couldn't see she was right. I don't know that. But that's just my feelings on that. You know, I don't recommend jumping off a cliff and see if you can fly. I doubt if it's going to work, you know, to your betterment.
Yeah.
You know, but I forget the guy's name. Remember the story of, I can't remember if it was a Greek name. We put the wings on, and the only problem was he flew too close to the sun. Citizen Z, if you're there, you know. Jamie, do you know who I'm talking about?
Somebody will come back with the information in a minute. They'll Google search it. But I know what you're on about. I've seen it.
I think it starts with an E, and I just, you know, the name's right there, and you know.
Didn't he die on impact from jumping off the Eiffel Tower with his wings?
No, this goes back to Greek mythology that he had the wings and he had, you know, bird feathers, and he flew, and he could actually fly. But the problem was, I think I want to go to the sun, which melted the wax, and Starts EU or something like that. Error. I don't know.
Icarus?
No,
Icarus?
it's something.
Icarus? Icarus, they pronounce it, isn't it? Icarus.
Icarus was kind
No
of
way.
Icarus. I think something about logic. Oh, I don't know. I don't. That's all myth and fairy tales.
Yeah, the never-ending story.
Oh, that one. That was Peter Falk as the grandfather, reading the story to his grandson.
Oh,
Way where are you? The land of the nothing and the dragon.
oh, Peter and the Dragon.
Yeah, I think there was one Dragonheart or something. Sean Connery did those voices really well. He played the dragon, the voice of the dragon.
Oh,
He was a brilliant actor. There was someone like that.
I tell you what, yeah, I'm happy to say that I enjoyed his movies too. Yeah, Sean Connery, a good actor. I enjoyed that.
I think the ones everybody got on about is 007. I mean, James Bond got beaten to death. You know what I mean? Was over and over and over. And I think the last part was going to be a woman playing it. I thought, I don't want to watch this. I think Ian Fleming and his estate got enough money out of it. It's just been told and told and told. So I didn't enjoy Sean Connery as the, 007,
All right.
because it just got told and told and told. And you get, every year was a new 007 movie. And, you know, but, I enjoy Sean Connery, like in
Hey, good
Highlander.
evening, Magpie.
Hello,
No,
Mrs. Magpie.
yeah,
Shit. Who's that?
phone call.
Yeah, hang on a sec. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello,
Hello?
hello,
Hello?
hello.
Damn, there's somebody calls me and then they hang up. I'm alive. I'm alive. Damn it, I'm alive. I had something funny here, Steve. It's an apartment building. I never thought I'd ever live in an apartment building. I was fortunate in my life. And my son-in-law brings up a census form, every 4 years, whatever it is. And I
All
said,
right.
Karen, I'm not doing it. Take it down, throw it out on your way out. And that was the end of it. And I was in some live, a chat, whatever. A knock at the door in summertime. And I'm thinking, you'll go away. You'll go away. They didn't. Now I got to find the pants and try to get together on that. I open the door and there's a woman standing there in her 40s. And she says, I guess because of the pandemic or something, you haven't done the census. I said, I don't do the census. She's obviously, the officer to do it. And she says, yeah, but, we got to know. So I opened the door. And fortunately, I had pants on and said, see, I'm alive. Tell Justin I'm alive. Now go away. She kept going. You got to fill it out. You got to do this. You got to do that. I said, I'm not doing it. You'll go to prison, which has never been challenged, but it is against federal law. I said, I'm dying. Put me in the cell. I want 4 televisions and a privacy curtain. And when the book cart comes by with the Kama Sutra in it, don't bother. I wrote it. Now go away. And she kept going. And she says, finally, I know she's going to fill it out. She says, do you live here alone? I says, no, my imaginary friends and the 4 hookers I keep in the bedroom I rent out on Saturday nights don't go away. At the end of it, she filled it out. I said, you could have saved yourself an elevator trip.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me about the loss. You know what I mean? Like, get over yourself.
Yeah.
But, and I went in the chat and I told him about it and they said, you're kidding, right? Like the chat like this, that didn't happen. You're full of it. I said, she just left. It's just the strangest things, You'll go to prison. Anyway, did somebody jump? You said you wanted the link?
He said he wanted to join the link, but he hasn't.
Car 54, where are you?
He just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Coming in, I don't know.
Yeah, good. No, man.
He hasn't appeared back
What
chat.
he runs
Maybe it's the way I presented him. Maybe he didn't appreciate.
Oh, well. You know, the thing I get from the Americans, the Canadians are polite. So if I go into it and I said, to the guy, you're a fucking asshole, idiot, dicky looking son of a bitch. That's not very nice for a Canadian. I said, okay, I'm sorry you're a fucking dickhead. I'm sorry you're what you are. Bad language. I've never seen Jamie. Has Jamie ever come on panel? I don't think I've ever come to think about it.
Jamie's from this channel from day one.
No, but I don't know if I've ever heard him on a panel. I've seen him around a lot.
Oh right, okay. I've never heard him on the panel either.
I mean, not that that's a must. It's not a must, but
I've seen his face. But I've never heard his voice. Yeah.
well, you could always get a voice changer and make up what you want. Those things are incredible.
Yeah.
I think they're about 240 US or something. Some woman had it given to her, and we had a lot of fun for about 2 days, and she's never used it again. It was a lot of fun, and she didn't pay for it. Somebody on the channel just, had it shipped to her. I think everybody should have one of them. But one thing disturbing about it, Steve, you might not mind a woman being a dominatrix, but when she's talking like an 8'9" gorilla.
When your dog, yeah. No, thank yous.
You want to play Ken and Barbie with me?
No, doggy.
Oh boy, that was fun. Didn't last too long. So you must have electricity and everything there, eh? At the cabin and everything.
I live in a bus. Although the last couple of weeks I've been living in the house that I'm minding, only on the upstairs floor. It's open planned. Is a work site, so it's not luxury. But I live with solar. Yeah, I've got solar energy.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So I'm very restricted.
You did mention that bus, a few months ago.
Yeah, I didn't have such a good system a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, maybe before Christmas I didn't have very good electricity either, and for a few months this time last year, I had no electricity at all. Yep. Yep. But it's all like living out on road. It's all I expect having no electricity. Living up at this house, I kind of, take it for granted that there should be electricity because it's a house. Get me, yeah? There should be water because it's a house. There should be a kitchen because it's a house. Yeah, but it's not because it's a building site.
I was thinking about your phone. You know this thing about 5G towers. Remember if it was going Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, I want one. Where can I buy one?
Well, the tower, I don't know. But I went on to one of those channels there, and they know somewhat about me, the tech thing. And so I went up on panel, and they said, what do you think of this 5G thing? I said, what about, the towers and the microwaves? I said, you do know they're working on 8G. That was 2 years ago. They're working on 8G. So I said, well, what do you think about it? I said, do you think it's going to harm you? Yes. I said, I got the perfect fix. It's going to work. RF coverings. That's nothing. It's going to work. And well, what? And I says, do you have a dresser in the bedroom? Like a high boy, yeah. You take the phone, you take the SIM card out, you put it in the top drawer. You take the rest of your phone, put it in the third drawer, and don't use it. You'll be fine. And it's kind of like, what? Don't use your phone.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be fine. I mean, this is high tech resolution, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's going to hurt you and everything, make you sterile, make your teeth rattle, make your eyes cross and everything else, don't use it. You'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, some guy says to me, "You're a smart ass," and I said, "Well, I must have a step up because everywhere else I went, they call me a dumbass."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just I just got elevated to subhuman. But it's simple, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
I
don't have
used
a.
to have a girlfriend, and she said I had a sexy ass. Yeah.
Oh, you got a sexy
So I
voice.
used to say gracias.
Oh, I've heard a few of them on panel.
I say you got a gracias. I might have a sexy ass, but you got a gracias.
Oh, ass. I thought you said voice.
Oh yeah, I've had loads of girls saying that I got a sexy voice too. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Have you ever figured out what that's supposed to mean? What a woman thinks is attractive or sexy? I went.
Yeah.
I spent more time with this relationship on Google, asking it those questions.
Right. Right,
I
but then you have to understand. Then you have to understand. You've got Spartan women, you've got Mongolian women, and you've got Roman women. When you understand, you've got those three types of women. You will understand which women you're committed to, and which women, what type of, what class of woman you're really wanting or meant to be with. If you're meant to be with a Spartan, what the fuck are you doing with a Roman? And if you're supposed to be with a Roman, what the fuck are you doing with a Mongolian? You get me?
it never dawned on me until you mentioned this thing. You might have a point.
Okay, so have a look at look at the facts of the Spartan women. They were equal to the man. Yeah, they would go to war. They would be the warriors. They would also have diplomatic experience positions. Yeah, they were equal to the man, if not higher to the man. Yeah, because they gave us the sons in which can continue our armies and our farms. Understanding, yeah, our bloodlines, our name. Yeah. So then you've got the Mongolian, which weren't so, the women weren't so politically involved, but they were much more, like warrior, hunter, gatherer, and homebound. Do you get me? Right? Community orientated. But then you've got the Roman woman, which is just basically housewife material.
You might.
That's
Whatever.
how the Romans have separated and manipulated the rest of the world into thinking. Do you get me? Yeah? And it's bang out of order. I want the Spartans. I want the Mongolians. Yeah, I don't have no use for the Roman woman. You get me?
Uh,
I ain't gonna get beat up by Mrs. Magpie now. Yeah, she doesn't like me talking like that.
I
is she
mean,
gonna send? Is she gonna send her lynch mob out to get me now?
well, it is a part of the logic when you try to figure it out. Like, why is this not working?
Yeah.
What am I doing wrong?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the look of the Mongolian warriors? I don't want a woman that looks like that, Steve. I don't. That's disturbing. Especially the mustache.
Yeah.
It's no, maybe you have a point. I mean, certainly about the what did you call it? The Spartan woman. There might be a point about that. Did you notice something? And while you ever have a free time of something, and absolutely nothing worse to do, you got to make sure you have absolutely nothing worse to do. And the acronyms, like International Business Machine became IBM, and 3M, Minnesota Mining, and manufacturing, and all these acronyms. You can imagine you put it into Google, some acronym, and the number of occurrences you'll get of all different, all over the place. There's one, you will only get one. Can you imagine that? An acronym, and it may be recurring circumstance of it, but it will always be about one thing. And I'll challenge you. SSBBW. Type that in. And don't ask me why I did one day. You only get one occurrence of that acronym, which is exactly to do with the topic we're talking about, strangely enough.
Mm.
The face that launched 1,000 ships.
Ah.
And then
Cool.
you always have your little rocking horse where you and the boys hung out overnight, right?
All right.
Troy,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
Brad Pitt played that part really well. I enjoyed that movie with him.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Blooming heck. Cinema. Wow. You've seen the changes of cinema.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Excuse me. You remember? I've got smoke going up my nose. Do you remember your first cinema movies?
I remember every Saturday afternoon, the matinee at the Palace Theater, watching Jason and the Argonauts and Hercules movies with Steve Reeves, and all the mythical creatures.
Yeah.
Till my mom started to get the idea maybe I shouldn't go because of the harem girls.
Yeah.
I think he's going to see more than the little chiffon type of things. I don't know. That was a very, very long time ago. But the mythical creatures, release the Kraken. That was a pretty good childhood. That was a lot of fun. And you could almost see, when Medusa came through, and you knew how the set was done. It was just like a little miniature, and it was, dragging, the snake hair and then the tails. And you'd see the soldiers with their, Greek soldiers with their shields behind like a pillar. And of course, they got the shield they polished to see her. But when I think about it, it's like Lucasfilms. They're all miniatures, What you think you were seeing was, of course, at the time when you were young, like, oh, look at that, Medusa.
Yeah.
But, the way things have changed. It's a saying I used on this Angry Snowman thing. There's a saying, the camera never lies. If you look closely at YouTube, that's all it does is lie. Do you really want to believe it? Just my feelings. Lies all over the place, Dave. Everywhere. You just don't believe it. That's why I get these channels that look at this video. Look at what's going on. Where'd you get it? YouTube. And you believe the video, right? It wasn't considered. What? Anyway. Just my observations. So at least you're in shelter. You're in a good place. That's good. It must be breathtaking scenery there.
Mate, it is. I don't know if you can hear the waves crashing, but I'm literally above the waves. Yeah, about a foot and a half. The waves are below me.
I couldn't really say, it's a curse for photographic memory, but I remember those things. I remember exactly what you talked about, the waves just lapping in, and very hot days, very cold days. I'm grateful.
Well, today's very hot. Today's very, very hot. Yeah, very warm. Captain Jack's over there with his cooler over there is at the moment.
Yeah. So in that much, I feel fortunate. You know, my life isn't all that somber. It has a very high points of things, but you know, sometimes you get to this point, and I honestly, Steve, I don't know what to do. And maybe because in a lot of the situations, there's nothing more to do. This thing got nothing left to. And my memory gives me this. I'll talk to you, and a song will come to mind. You know, you write a song. I'm going to write a song about this. A very sad point, very happy point. Get over it. It's been written 1,000 times before. You ever notice that? It's always been there. That's what matters. That lady is Mrs. Magpie's one whose son's thinking of going to the States. Personally, at this point in time, I don't see anything in the United States worth even going to look at. I don't. You know what I find the most memorable feelings, Steve, of nature is northern Ontario in the fall. The maple trees, the oak trees, the leaves coming down, brown, black, red, orange. And you see all the leaves in the forest all of a sudden scattered because it's chipmunks running through it. And if there's water, it's cool, and you have a coat on, a very, very thin coat, but you don't really need it. And the air is fresher than it's ever been. But then again, maybe that's all gone up there too. I don't know. That's all that matters. I'll tell you one thing about United States, in my experience. The experience scales very quick. The attraction, the thing of it all, the grandeur, the size, everything about it, I don't find that. I had a hell of a time in New Jersey. That was a hell of an experience, but it was good to get back to reality. Unstable. That's a very kind word, Mrs. Magpie. Unstable. That's a very forgiving, kind word. I never found America anything but unstable. But that's just me. You want another little story, Steve, of America? Or can you take it? I think Steve's battery went again. This is one of the reasons I do not have a cell phone, mobile. I think the man's gone for tonight. Most dreaded words in the world, batteries not included. Okay, you want to know a story, Mrs. Magpie? My godfather, rest his soul, had a Texaco station. His father had it before him. I used to go bowling, go across the street. My dad worked there Saturday. He worked for Customs and Excise. You know, and old Mr. Marr with his pipe used to put me on the counter and tap my nose, you know. Station. He owned a house, he owned a car, he had everything. He also had a son named Bob. And he said to my dad, my father-in-law, would you want to become a silent partner for 20 or 30,000? And he says to him, sure. First thing that happens is Bob goes away. Literally, Bob cost him everything in his life. An Italian guy, Dino Penn, bought the license for Texaco, and I moved to another station. And for a while, the mechanics worked for him. My father did, and I did. And I was there on a Sunday by myself, pumping gas. And this is about 300 to 400 miles north of Lake Ontario, the American border. Back when gas was about 50 cents a gallon. And this family drove in on their way south, I guess back home. And it had New York plates. So I thought, I just go out. I knew the exchange, 3% on American money, so much at the bank. You know, you knew that forever. So I go up and I said, you want the oil check, sir? You know, I want it filled, whatever. So I took his American money and I went in and cashed the thing and gave him back his change in Canadian currency. And his wife's sitting beside him and his kid's in the back. So he says, what's this? Very snarky. What's this? And it kind of took me back for a minute. I said, well, that's your change. And he says to me, I don't want this funny shit, this stupid paper. So I leaned down, looked through him, looked at his wife and said, take your fucking American husband home and stuff it up his ass. Because if he drives 300 miles and doesn't change his currency, he's a quintessential American. Get the fuck out of my country. End of story. That's my experience with the Americans. Anyway. Oh, Steve, where are you? Somebody come on panel. I'll make you a frozen dinner. Cup of coffee. Also make you sorry you ever came up on panel. Yeah.
Yo, I'm back. I've got to keep my camera off because it's just rinsing me battery. That's what I've just found out. I've got to put that into practice, innit?
You know what I'm missing right now most of all, Steve?
Go on.
Eggs, liver with smothered in onions, steak. I miss that.
Yeah. That sounds like a good dinner. That sounds like a good family dinner.
Oh, we didn't have much, but I remember it's so cold and get ready for going to school. You know, you barely fit in the chair, but you had, oatmeal with brown sugar, and you had the soft-boiled eggs with the soldiers with the toast and that. My mom didn't have like an egg timer, but she always got it just running enough, Didn't have much, but sure had that.
That's it. That's the quality.
Oh, the fridge was always full of leftovers, little dishes with this and the stuff over it and everything like that. But there was never a meal that was lacking. Never.
Yeah. That's what my fathers showed me. Yeah, my mother didn't show me that. My mother showed me a drink comes first.
Well, it's. You know what I found funny that I'm going to share, and it's going to be out of place. I have a older sister, 4 years older, and you know what it's like getting to school, especially in the winters. I never got a job. The only one time my dad, I was 11 years old. It was a Friday, and he carpooled. Where he drove. I'm going to take you to school today. I was outside a hospital downtown Toronto, freezing, going to have my tonsils and adenoids out for no reason. But you walked,
Yeah.
Back in the day, my sister, you know, she's getting older, and you're sitting at the kitchen table, which was always used, you know, metal, looking at the clock on the wall. My mom's got, you know, hurry up, get ready. And of course, my sister would have to, you know, I followed her in school, if you will. Aren't you so and so's sister? No, I'm not her brother. But I'll never forget. You talk about growing up. I don't know your experience. You know, my sister's 4 years older, and she'd come down getting ready for school, right? Varying states of attire, shall we say. Always clothes, but whatever. And I'll never forget this. This little kid, not even grade one, I guess, around there. You're looking at the clock, and you know, hurry up, and yada yada yada. And she comes down in, you'd have to say underwear, you know, whatever. Well, the one morning, and I never thought of it at the time, never, till much, much later. She had a black nylon see-through bra on her. Well, I guess it deserved a couple of glances. She never came down like that again without her house coat on. My mother, my mother had eyes in the back of her head and 38 brains. You know, she just knew, and I completely forgot about that. Women, you talk about women. Where did they create mothers like that? You know, on what planet? You know, and I never thought of it. It never occurred to me. I never noticed it until decades later. And I have to, you know, when you look back at things, and I kind of thought, my mother never, she gave me little hints, you know what I mean? If you will. And I kind of went back in that, and I remember that, you know, because breakfast, it was always so important and everything. And I'll never forget. And all of a sudden I thought, I think my mother concluded he's growing up. This ain't happening anymore.
You know, it's a funny thing with this liver, yeah, liver and kidney. I never liked it as a child, but now as an adult, I've really, really grown to enjoy it. Do you get me, yeah? Yeah.
Absolutely. I remember dinner, like my dad, by 6 o'clock, he was home and he had blackout, you know, in winter, a little bowl of Brussels sprouts. And he says, I'm going to sit here and you're going to eat them. You know, and I thought, this is torture. And like you say, liver and things, you know. But now, I mean, not that long afterwards, certainly by the time I got married, which was too young, they are delicious.
Yeah, yeah, Brussels sprouts. I've always liked Brussels sprouts. For me, it was parsnip. Parsnip was the one vegetable that, no,
No.
definitely not. But now all of a sudden, over the last few years, I've eaten roasted parsnips, barbecued parsnips, and they're pretty good. I like parsnips.
I agree with Jane, or Miss, is it Mrs. about the kipper? I could never, you know, they have sardine cans and they'd open it in the oil, and this smell, it was permeated my senses, you know, like get that out of my nose, you know, the smell of it, you know. And this is, as you know, the Grand Banks of Newfoundland. I mean, there was a time when the wooden ships came over and they stopped, and the sails are full. They were stopped because of the abundance of fish off the Grand Banks would stop a ship in its path. And yet, you know, you figure, you know, fish, you know, would be a main staple. I never liked it. Other than a sole, like a freshly caught, you know, trout, pike, or something, and you know.
Mate, I don't like all that river fish, but all that thing that come from the sea, I love it all. I love all that fish. Actually, no, cod. Cod's one fish that I will like. No, I don't want to eat cod.
No, I'd much rather halibut. We used to stop at this
Yeah,
old
halibut.
couple,
Yeah.
you know, fish and chip place every Saturday when I bowled and was about 8 years old. And they had halibut and cod. Never ordered cod.
Yeah. No, cod's no good for me.
That was
Halibut,
delicious.
haddock, whiting, I like all, but not cod. Mackerel, I like that. Salmon is all right, but yeah, I don't do that farm salmon. I know what wild salmon's like. I used to fish it, and I used to smoke it, and I've eaten it. Yeah, no place for that fake salmon stuff, farm salmon. No.
There was a time I never knew. Once a year, we kind of rented not all the time, a cottage. And I never knew until I talked to my mom. She says, your dad used to shoot craps. And if he won, we had the cottage. But there was a time, take you fishing, the rowboat. He made it so I was terrified to swim. He just was not a good teacher. But fishing, I used to go damn sunfish, right? I got something, Dad. I got something. Fucking sunfish. But I'll tell you, when I reeled in a catfish, I was going to beat it with an oar. Get that stupid thing out of the boat. That was the most god-awful thing. It was the devil coming out of that water. Catfish. Oh, good.
For me, the worst thing coming out of that sea really is the conger eels that I've experienced.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
just can't kill them.
I could just imagine that. Oh, good.
Yeah, same with the octopus. Yeah, you have to, and the squid. The squid and the octopus, you have to remove their the organs and stuff. Straight away. Otherwise, you can't keep them. They escape. But like them conger eels, yeah, them's like a pit bull. You get me? Yeah, and the bigger them congers, the more of a pit bull they are. Yeah, Mrs. Magpie. There's a lot of creatures on this planet that look like things from a horror sci-fi movie. Serious, yeah. All them bugs and insects, all them creatures from the sea, and the personality and characteristics that these beings have got. I mean, yeah. It all looks like horror and sci-fi. I love it. So you don't do the saltwater fish then? You're not a fish eater. For me, I wouldn't be into eating tin fish, but I have to because it's cheap and ready, Yeah. But yeah, growing up, I wouldn't eat tin fish. If it's not fresh, I wasn't interested.
One thing I found is a point of humor in the chat, which a lot of people did not like a lot. You ever ask a question that you cannot answer? They just, and it's irritating. And she got to the point, like I say to you, Steve, have you ever? And you might say to me, what? You might say to me, what? I said, exactly. Have you ever?
Have I ever?
What? Well, she got to the point. She got to the point in the chat because I didn't get to the camera. I couldn't get one. Why would I? And I'll say things like this. And, I'm going to say it. I mean, it's daytime, but so what? We all know that. What's the end remark between two men? Well, if you're going to pull a gun, you're going to hit them. What's usually the thing when you think about it? Does it not go something like, Steve, go fuck yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, go fuck yourself, yeah.
So I'm in the chat thing, it's more or less just one of them, right? And she was not in a happy mood. She says, when you were young, did you annoy your mother in the kitchen like this? She says, I do have a sharp knife. And I said, I'm good. I never bothered that. So I asked one of the questions. And she puts little F-U type of thing. I said, beg your pardon. And she says, fuck you. I said, really? Yeah, go fuck yourself. So I went, and I use this with men. Okay, I'm back. Now what? I just fucked myself.
Yeah, good stuff.
Think about it when a man says that to you. You got you, and you figure he figures he's got you. Steve, go fuck yourself. So you go, okay, I'm back. Now what do you want to do? Just, and that's the ultimate call out, is it not? I kind of thought, how do you answer that? Oh, you say, I just fucked myself. I'm back. Now what do you want to do? What do you got after that? Right?
That's brilliant.
There went another band. It's not my problem. Your problem's you. You've determined I can't fuck myself. I fucked myself so many times in my life. I'm good at it. Anyway, what can you do? I got to tell you, Steve, it doesn't get any better in the next 30 years. It goes downhill.
I can imagine. I can imagine. I'm excited. I'm excited for the downhill adventures. Yeah, it's been on uphill climb most of my life. So yeah, downhill, happy days. Let's get it on. Yeah.
I have always a story. In fact, I didn't like it. I don't like having it. But it's like I told this woman I knew her age from somebody else, and I knew she was coming to 65, which she would by now. And I said, you know what's really cool about turning 65? What's that? You're legally able to be claimed to be insane. You're legally, when you fill out those papers and that, it's cool, you're insane. You have no memory. Yeah, we're cool with that.
Yeah.
So I said, you want a point? I went to the ER here with everything because I can't get a doctor or something like that. And the lights go down and you see people going in the dark, with the spotlights. They know where they're going. You don't know. All you know, you're laying there, and if you were to say, I got to take a pee, that's your problem. But if you pee on yourself, that's their problem. And I'm thinking, I'm not going to do this, right? And if you come in, they put on your chest for the EKG. If you drop one of them, they freak out, right? What's on the floor? So I'm thinking this isn't good, right? This isn't, I'm not doing that. So I said, you try to get up and you hear the ER doctor going, get that man back in his bed. I got enough broken legs. So I thought, fine, I'll get up. I know where the logic of this is going. They don't. I'm not going to pee myself. It's not happening. So I get up and I'm standing there and I'm kind of, going through the motion. Get back in the bed. I said, I'm going to piss on your floor. You don't want to take me whatever. You don't want to give me something. I'm going to piss on your floor. Next thing I know, security's there. This little young pup that, blown out chest and his gold t-shirt, What are you swearing at? I said, I'm swearing at the pain. There's a lot of people in here in pain. I said, you look pretty fucking good. What do you know about it? Point is, they took me to the washroom. And then in the morning, they lose you, right? They lose you. You're not there. They must have phoned my son-in-law to come get me. He didn't. You're the number one, right? So she knows what's wrong with me, and she's about 30 some odd years old, whatever. They want you in a wheelchair, right? They don't want to be responsible, to go out to the car. So she says, well, now you can get CBD to help you. And I said, what? CBD. I said, what's that, dear? She says, well, like marijuana and, you kind of. I said, really? I used to smoke that stuff when I was half your age. And the cops used to nurse get me for being high. I said, but, if this is the way it is, my doctor will give me the prescription. It's paid for. No, you can't get that there. I said, what do you mean? Well, you go to the store and you order it. They got gummies. I said, what are gummies? I don't know. Well, it's about 120 to 140, possibly 400 a month. I said, I don't have that money. This is going to the car, right? I said, how long you worked here? 10 years. I said, would you and the girls go buy me some and read me a story? You come over to the apartment and read me a story, dear. You bring the CBD in that. Okay, whatever that is. Yeah. So I get in the car, Steve, and it's cold and everything else. And I said to my son-in-law first thing, that stupid bitch. I'm insane, right? I'm over 65. And I still got, have you heard about that, Steve? You can get CBD now. Did you know that? So I'm legally insane for over 10 years. And the gummies didn't work. I think we lost Steve again. They don't give you that, Mrs. Magpie. They don't let they don't let you grow old gracefully. Disgracefully, yes. You're right. I got so many stories about here, Steve, I could drive you nuts like that.
Mate, you continue. Yeah, you know what it's like. Yeah,
Well,
you're
you know what?
invited and you're
You know
made
what?
welcome. You're calm. You're collected. You got fucking good things to listen to. I like it.
You know what MAID stands for here in Canada? Medical Assistance in Dying.
Oh,
I watched my father-in-law go with this. They brought him back 8 times. An ambulance can't call it. It wasn't at a DNR. So I was waiting for this. You know what I mean? You should, if you can't govern your life, you should be able to govern your death, should you not? I mean, there's a right. So I had a welfare check with a cop and some woman or whatever. And, will you drive me home? Yeah, go in for the checkup. Well, I went in, had CAT scans and everything else. I happened to mention my philosophy, right? It's not good when you have a black guy and he looks like he's a baker. He's got to have a shower cap on and clipboard tapping his nose saying, I'm thinking of admitting you. Should I or shouldn't I? And you kind of think, and you say to him, is the CAT scans that bad? I don't feel that bad. Next thing you know, they give you a pair of socks, kind of a green, funny color with little rubber soles, pads on them. And security shows up and puts you in a wheelchair. It's not good. Then you find out Canadian law allows them to put you away. You have to get a lawyer. That didn't go well for them either. They can do it, Steve. So, Mrs. Magpie, you're not allowed to grow old. There's always somebody there to judge your sanity. You know. Anyway.
sorry, a bottle's just escaped me. I've got to grab it before it falls in the sea. I'll be back.
We'll be here. Mrs. Magpie, have your son gone to America for like a test run, if you know what I mean? For a couple months or something, just to see what it would be like? And please don't tell me there's a woman there. A woman involved. But somehow I think there is.
When Mrs. Magpie first came to my awareness, Mrs. Magpie was Mr. The End is Coming Soon. Yep.
Mm.
She pretending to be a man. And then it changed to Mrs. The End is Coming Soon. It's brilliant. She wasn't pretending to be a man. She had her little helpers helping her set up her social medias.
Yeah.
And they gave her the title Mr. The End is Coming Soon. Yeah. It's brilliant.
I was going to get my daughter one time before their daughter was born and life took off. They moderated for Facebook or something. And I was going to say, make up a channel and then I'll change the password, whatever. You know, you've done all this. You know, you've done it since MySpace and all that, which I'm glad I didn't. Um, you know, I look at the multiple platforms and everything, and you know, the constructs of the platforms. I wouldn't want to be on multiple ones. Not with Mark Zuckerberg, because you know how that Facebook started. He was in college and they were rating girls. Put up the picture and, you know, is she cute or whatever from 1 to 10. That's the way that started. I'm going to predict something for you, Mrs. Magpie. He will come home. Within 5 years, he'll be home. I could be wrong. I'm sure you got the scars with your strikes, didn't you, Jamie? Not literally, Jamie. Oh, Steve. I've had operations, where they no doubt pulled the nose off and the ear off and everything. But I would imagine they'd put me back together and before they would let me like that. I wonder, Jamie, do the inside scars ever heal? I don't think so. Good. Hard thing to do when you're a schoolboy. I hope he got his just desserts, Jamie. Somebody like that would probably live the rest of their life and never grow up. You know what I found in my little world, Mrs. Magpie? The measure of a woman. When you're with a man, you will come to know his secrets. And if it all goes south, do you still keep those secrets? Or do you tell them? A real woman keeps those secrets, just like he kept hers. Pitiful woman is the one that can't wait to tell the next person about that man's secrets. That's my personal view. I be? Will I be happy? Will I be rich? Here's what she said to me. Oh, Steve. One thing to hold grudges, Jamie, you're right. You know, if you're able to forgive for your own sake, don't forget. I'm talking about a woman. You know what I'm saying? The one that gets close. And if it all goes aside, do you keep his secrets? Or the next one that comes into your life, do you stand on that man's secrets? I'm sure Mrs. Magpie would know what I'm talking about. Pretty hard, Jamie, to hold that respect when they don't hold it for you. That's what I found. Anyway, somebody tell a joke. Do you ever tell a woman the real secrets, Jamie? I don't know. This one I did ever before in my life. Now I wonder if she'll keep them. Yeah, I agree with you. I've made 100,000 friends. I can tell by all the missed phone calls that I don't get, right? Wonder what really is a friend. Haven't had real friends, male friends, Jamie, since I was 22 years old. Had a lot of close calls with a lot of men, even up to a few years ago. And each and every time fell apart. Not my doing necessarily. However, too philosophical. Where would you be without it, though, Jamie? Oh, yeah, Mrs. Magpie. I gave my ex 3 tries after divorce, and I got cut each time. I don't care how she feels about it. I spent 10 years. Literally, my words to her would be, I hate you. I loathe your very existence. And I'll tell you something, ma'am. You never greet another with an open heart unless you let that go. It won't work. You know, life has its way of paying those debts that you want to fulfill with others. You want to guide their existence. You want to wish them the worst of luck, most misery in the world. And it's strange. Once you stop wishing that and you open yourself to the future, fate, destiny, whatever you want to call it, the great plan is more brutal on them than you could ever be. But that's whatever. Do you ever get even, Jamie? Because you try to make sense of it all, and you stand your ground. Maybe it's my age, but do you ever get, quote, even? I don't think you do. Once you give those thoughts the power over yourself, it continually hurts you. And, I could tell you what's the most painful death, that they determined, but I don't want to be too negative. I love people, they're brought back 6 or 8 times and they say, I know what it's like to be dead. And I said, I know what it's like to be crazy. Well, how do you mean that? I'm sitting here talking to a dead man. I got to be crazy. I know what you're saying, Jamie. I know what you're saying. I heard my ex on a number of occasions about who she willingly or unwillingly got involved with. And it always came up. You know what I'm talking about. It always came up. And I would hope she kept that part of me secret. What bothered me, whatever it is, I hope she kept it secret. I'd like to think she did. As I kept her secrets. Anyway. Oh, family. Oh, that's another kettle of fish. That's another kettle of fish. And maybe I'm wrong, Jim. I could tell you another story about my daughter and what the circumstance of losing my vision. So it wasn't what it appeared to be. And she wrote me a letter and she left it, email, for like weeks. I thought to myself, what am I going to say about it? What am I going to say about what she wrote? Because it's the truth. I can't hide from the truth. Then a few weeks later, Dad, I love you, but that's the way you've always been, and I have to accept it. I've heard a lot of that. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. There's a lot of people I know that went through, I'll never tell their story, their friend. And it was in the most dark times where you'd kind of go, you're delirious. You couldn't be lucid to think what you think. And they found religion, Yeah, I know what you're saying. There's some transgressions, you just can't let go of. I hope, Mrs. Magpie, you found something else in your life. Even brief, even virtual, even something. I'll tell you from personal experience, it makes your day brighter. It makes your tomorrow even more to look forward to. And yeah, when it ends, it's very dark. I don't. There's no words for the loss of the child. There is the way of things, right? Your parents are going to go, their parents went, you're going to go. Reverse order in life. It's heartbreaking. This is what I don't get about some of the crap they're coming up with California. I think it's a joke. It can't be real. It's a sick mind. Do you ever look at a child, the innocence in the eye, the awe, the expectations, the openness to everything? Just let them be children. You only do it once. No, that's a blessing, isn't it? I don't believe in blessings from above anymore, but you know, it's. I don't know about a woman. To this day, I don't know. It's a mystery. I'll never know. Maybe it's not meant to know. But on the same hand, you might think of something not easy being a man. It's really, yeah, Christian. Yeah. But the wide-eyed wonder of a child in its eyes, something you'll never forget. And God help you if you have the firstborn as a daughter like me. You never look at a woman the same way. Never. And I think that's a good thing, I guess. Not easy being the hunter. You're just supposed to know. Hmm. Rowdy's good. Rowdy's good. Come on. Gotta have a little spunk in you, you know. Lay back and just let the world run over top of you. I've met people that went their lives like that through circumstance. And they chose a lifetime of hiding from things. Then when you find out what you missed, you're fearful of it and you run and hide. You know. Are you sure of that, Jamie? Are you 100% sure that there's an order and there's a plan? Mm. Now, it won't get too far into religion, but you've heard the words, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. But I love you. Logically discounted. Where'd Steve go? I made him a frozen dinner. It's getting cold. Don't you think, Jamie, respect is a word bandied around? Very hollow word. You know? But you have a point. To the true friends, there is that underlying respect, if you will. But then again, every piece of logic I've had in the last 30 years have been tested to the point it breaks. Don't ever put the words into practice because you find they falter. But that's just me. Just me. I'm going to make a presumption. I don't know how many are in here, but Mrs. Magpie, I guess your use of whatever is medical, which in my view, you know, you do what you have to do to get by on it. I'm sorry if it's recreational. I've been that. I've seen the recreational use and the ruined lives and the loss of lives in the 60s and the impact on unsuspecting people. I don't go for use for recreational. I don't. I learned that the hard way. You know what blows my mind about some of these religious people? that they say marijuana, weed, hemp, whatever you want to call it, it's acknowledged and promoted by the Bible. Now I think to myself, that's why Moses went through that shit in the desert, right? He only had the occasional drink of water and all that weed that he smoked. Give me a break. Oh, Steve. Love for the love. I told you about my recent experience, and she hides from it. She's fearful of it because she's going to lose. I had to say to that woman, you doubt Blackwatch, you doubt the whole thing. And I understand. I tried to explain it to my father when I was 14. I gave up. I said, your brother is going to die within 3 weeks. And he did. But anyway. Well, when I was a teenager about drugs, the guy on the corner, they walked around the corner with polished boots, new blue jeans, and a new blue jean jacket, with a rather cool haircut. Might as well put a sign around him that said narc. Just mine. I don't judge people. I don't. It's your own call, but it's a risk that saw too many lives taken and too many lives ruined. The same with alcohol, whatever. I'm not here to judge. Yeah. I look at these Americans, they're going on about the government, and it could be right about the government, but they seem to forget the guy, the really nice guy, the real nice family, the ones that they respect. And he works for the government, and so does she. Yeah, I guess. Choice. I don't think anybody has a choice with addiction, Jamie. I don't. There's an industry out there that makes a hell of a lot of money out of just that. Yeah, okay, I hear you. You grow it at home. I mean, at one time, just the smell of your plants would have got you jail time, Mrs. Megan. I hear. I guess I just wanted to experience everything about life. I stopped that when I was 17. You know, I don't judge, but there's no rush like an adrenaline rush of what you're doing, and you just can't feel it like that. My experience. I don't know. I've had my times, Jamie, even recently, where I kind of thought, the ex said, do you want to get a dime bag? And maybe I should have. No, I mean, I don't judge Mrs. Magpie. Like I said, they said to me about gummies and that, like I didn't know what they were. Duh. They didn't help me sleep. They didn't make it. They didn't make this any easier. And maybe I was fighting it because control, control at least of me, if not my circumstances. Like I say, I lost my childhood friends because of mind games of an idiot. You know. Yeah, I know there is. There's proliferation of it. I know one, I'll mention his name, Hawk. Medical grow up and everything else, and, ex-Vietnam and all this. But you know what he says? Go back. Kill Big Pharma. Go back to the books of the 1870s and medical thing. And he still says that weed will cure cancer. But I say to him, go back, do without Big Pharma. I want to see your little boy. I want to see your teenage boy do without his insulin. I want to go back before penicillin. And when a child was told, you were told your child has strep throat, that's a death sentence. It's a death sentence. And now it's just off the books, right? Strep throat is easy to cure. But let's go back to the 1870s when you didn't have that. In the light of day and in logic of what they're saying, it's death. Oh, you're in Coventry. Oh, I know what you mean. What did you guys do with Steve? Is it legal over there, possession? I think it can up to 1.5 kilograms. I don't know. We got liberated by those, laws so long ago. Darling, without you, all the shining towers of spotlights, all the stars that fill the night sky. There's another song to that, Jamie. You know that? See you in September. See you when the summer's through. Here we are, saying goodbye. Really not legal? I mean, some of them, like, why'd the cop stop me? What's he giving? He's measuring your THC. You have no business behind a wheel. If you were drinking, you have no business. Sing it, really. I got my youth straddled between the 40s, 50s, and 60s sometimes, I think. Mm. Well, at least you're able to get the medical thing. I don't know what it's like with doctors there, but it's a little more open to. It does help. I mean, if you have cancer, it does help you eat. Everything on you. Yeah, it's the same as drinking. Sure it is. you're not proper. I agree with the principle of driving is a privilege. It's not a right. But then so many rights are treated like privileges. I was told here, as of this date, you can't smoke in here. But I get my rent agreement grandfathered. So when I came here, you're like able to do this, this, and that. Well, last I looked, they didn't rewrite the contract for me to sign. They can't. So, and the property manager's cool with it. She knows, clearly. So she doesn't give me issues. So it's saying, you say to somebody, don't make this more difficult than it has to be. Don't. I feel your misgivings, Jamie. I mean, I've never put the camera on except when I had to backstage or something. And my ex when we separated, took all the photographs, hundreds. And then, she got kicked out of the place she was and they threw it in a dumpster. Need a copy. Copy doesn't help. But I took out this camera, I looked at things to me, and I finally figured, well, I can't take a photograph, but so what I'll do is I'll make a video, right? Stop it in Firefox, and I can take a picture. First thing I said to myself, even with my eyesight, that's not me. Please tell me that's not me. Oh, shit. So it must be, what, 5 hours? It's got to be 8 o'clock at night there. She's been gone 10 hours. How would you like to deal with somebody where it's 14 hours ahead? Do any of them listen, Jamie? Do any of them listen to what you have to say? I hope they do, for your sake. I hope they do. My experience has been they don't want to hear it. They want to hear exactly what they think. They want to hear the conspiracies. They want to hear they. I always thought I'd like to go to Washington, D.C. It used to be Philadelphia. And I want to go to the big conference room. I want the CIA and the FBI escort me to a conference room with a big plaque that reads THEY. They. So I can go talk to they. The they. I hear you, Jamie. I do. Have you ever experienced just what you said? A day where it's. I used this with my relatively new son-in-law, 14, 15 years. And I said, maybe you'll understand what it's like to be her father. And I said to him, in this place here, when your daughter was about 3 or 4, you ever gone a walk on a spring day? And it's rained, but it's evaporated, but the air is sweet. And all the green leaves are coming out. And all you can remember is walking with your little girl's hand in yours and breathing that sweet air. Strange thing is, Jamie, he did it. He says, I remember that. I know what it was like, the feeling. I said, now you understand what it's like to be a father to the woman you're married to. Very strange analogy that came about. I don't know. Coffee. Oh, Steve, where did you go, Steve? Steven, wake up. I don't blame you if you're asleep. Go to sleep. Okay, who stole the coffee? Oh, Steven, where did you go? Okay, what did I do with the show? Oh, shit, what did I do? Ah, there it is. I suppose Steve's battery in his phone's gone. I never have a cell phone. I have no. Yeah, I guess it's the only time. It's the only game in town, isn't it, Jamie? No one's offering another one. A lot of people say if I could only go back 20, 30, 40 years, but I'll have to know what I know now. It's not part of the game plan, is it? You only know what you knew then, maybe. Oh, God. Oh, those documentaries. Oh, God. The self-inflated egos that are, quote, experts on things, Jamie. The experts, the ones that go through academic whatever. I could give you a perfect example if you want, one that every woman will know, as I understand it. Sigmund Freud came to the conclusion. I don't know if I should say it on here. I don't know if we're the only ones in here or not. Because it's been a real experience for me with trying to figure out a woman again. And I've concluded I have no idea. Maybe Mrs. Magpie will come back and I could test the waters as to whether or not that is okay to go there. Come on, Steve, I'm dying here. Come back, we'll talk the soaring cost of Rubik's cubes. I keep peeling off the stickers to solve it, and it's costing me a fortune. Oh, Steve, Avon calling. Oh, Steve, are you there? I hear you, Jamie. Who else you got to be but yourself? Average man. You know, in a lot of ways, Jamie, I hope I'm above the average man. Because when I look at the average man, at least the interactions on YouTube, I don't want to be that low on the totem pole. I hope I'm better than that, or at least different. At least different. Well, average man, what have you done with Steve? He's been MIA for about 30 minutes now. And I don't think I can keep embarrassing myself like that. What's wrong with that guy? See, is he still going? I bet he does. And there's that one. Or did he can it? No, it's still going. Well, I missed a live 3 hours ago. I've been on here 3 hours. I want to raise, Steve. I guess you're right. I guess you're right, Jamie. You know what I get the biggest? I may not understand it. These men that are out there are the prepping, like prepping 101 and prepping, and they're survivalists that you talk about. I mean, let's face it, the really survivalists, Jamie, they should be in the mountain fighting a bear, right? Like Legends of the Paul. The final thing is fighting the bear. They shouldn't be on YouTube shooting their bullshit, should they? Every one of them, I can hear Johnny Cash going, I've been everywhere, man. I've done everything. I know everyone, man. I've been everywhere. Right? I don't know if it's going to be around, Jamie, but I wish I had the links to show you my point with a couple of 5-minute ones, you know. I've done everything. Have you ever got the one from the religious people, Jamie? I know you're a disbeliever in something. I'm going to pray for you. Well, what are you going to pray for me? Did you see the light? Well, what light? The one you saw? Yes. So you want to pray for me that I'm going to be like you? Yes. I'll pass. That's just me. Hmm. They'll swear it's not programming. They're free spirit, right? They've not been programmed in there. Steve, where are you? Oh, come on. Jamie, you're not old enough to remember the mods and rockers, are you? But I know what you're saying. Survival. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Gangs. Never got around with gangs and people. I had enough to do with the motorcycle clubs here, and I didn't want any interaction with them at all. I don't know. Hopefully that's behind you, Jamie. Hopefully it's just faint memories. I still think there's very few men that are meant to be alone, given the choice. But that's just me. Steve, where are you, Steve? If you crawled off and went to sleep, you're in trouble. A little bit below. My firstborn was 74, March 74. Then she had one in March. And she had one in March. And she had another one in March. Everybody here was born in March. Except me. Except me. So I would have been what? Over 25 years old. I was a man. Jamie, I often thought, what if they didn't say we didn't have anything? What if they say we got a job? 10-ton. I could drive up to a 10-ton truck, no real air brakes. My dad was involved with customs and excise, where the trucks come in, the big ones, and they're bonded until they're cleared and brokered. Maybe I was better off not driving truck. I've been around Teamsters too, and they're not the type you want to be around, in my experience. Well, there are lorries over there. I don't know how far they go. Basically, they go up to 10 ton. I think that's gross vehicle weight. And then air brakes is AZ. When I got my license, I was chauffeur. The difference, not it's 100 hours, not this, not that, Regular license or chauffeurs. You get paid to drive. And I went for the chauffeur, so, which I think made you better. So you're 48. And I was 48. I was living the dream. Drag racing. What do you qualify better days, Jamie? Youth, you can't count that. Like I said, childhood, you only get that once. That's why you leave them alone. Let your children be children. You remember Cat Stevens, Yusuf? One of the lyrics was, "Oh, tell me, where do the children play?" Oh, 26 ton. Yeah. Not quite the big ones. Here they went from 48-foot trailer, they allowed 53, and then there's the pups, which you had to have another license. But air brakes, AZ, I mean, not too many. That's 50 ton, 100,000 pound payload. That's the limit. So I understand. Trucks back then were 15 forward, 6 reverse gears, 2 shifters. Today they're automatics and that. I guess it's 26-ton gross weight, right? GSVW. Mm-hmm. You drove through London? Not downtown, I hope. I don't think you really get the snow anyway. You do get snow, but not to that degree. That is a test. You know, when the rain just starts and it's oily, you know, the roadway and self-employed. Yeah, long haul to me though, you know, if you have a family, the long haul, it's like my job in information technology. I babysat a machine and my family suffered for it. Anyway, Jamie, I don't wonder what I'd do if I had to do it all over again. I'd know you didn't get me a coffee. I had to get my own coffee. And it doesn't tastes like dishwater. I know what you mean by the long days. I've had days where I thought would never end. Not in a good way. Not in a good way. You'd be surprised, Mrs. Magpie, and the number of chats I've been in. And I play. I do. I kind of leave with the women, you know, the inferences of things. You don't say it bluntly. And to me, there's far too many that say, I miss him. I miss him. And frankly, one said, we used to shower now and again. I miss that. And you get the ones that say, I'm not going to do that again. That narcissistic son of a bitch. And I think to myself, you just broke up, right? No, 15 years ago. And they let them one relationship run the rest of their lives. Just me. Stephen, where art thou? Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. Oh, Steve. Well, I guess your work days are ending over there now. They do get long, don't they? I used to come home from work, particularly the summertime, a little veranda I put on the house. And I'd say to my wife, even though I was out of the big traffic, back roads, leave me alone. I'm going to have a cup of coffee and a cigarette. And she often, at some point, looked back on it and said, what was the point? What was the point of leaving you alone? And I said, I had to figure out and feel and internalize why I just went through what I went through every day for you and the kids. Yeah, 90 hours. This is what gets me today, Jamie. They'll say the firefighters, the ambulance, the medical crews, they acknowledge those people. They're always working. They're always there for you. And you know what I say to them? When you hook your computer up, when you dial your phone, your cell phone, you don't think there's somebody there that rather been home with the family? but they're babysitting a machine. That's today. That was my life for 30 years. Mm. Have you ever considered one thing, Jamie? In life, sometimes you don't fight it, you kind of work with it. The most difficult things, you didn't fight, you just worked within the parameters of it and found your way. But that's only me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, Stephen, if you don't find your way back soon, I can't go on much longer. Oh, not really, Mrs. Magpie. That's not even half the week's hours. But what it takes from you might as well be every minute of every day. Mm. Oh, come on, Stephen. It's only 9 o'clock. 9:14:33, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna have to jump down pretty soon. Try to make sense of it all. She'd been off almost 11 hours. Bet you her night was better than mine. Yeah, I wish I could shoot off. You don't know, see, different way that can mean. I have a feeling Stephen is not coming back this evening. I have a feeling Stephen's going to wake up and everything's still running. I have a feeling Steve might be alone. There must be some way out of here, said the trumpet to the breeze. I just can't get no relief. There's one thing I got to see was most memorable is May the 3rd, 1969, Jimi Hendrix in concert. He died September 18th, 1970, 18 months later. Really, I appreciate that, but I wonder, Jamie, I'm tired of my own thoughts, tired of my own words. I need to go, love, because I don't have a doctor. I need to go because conjecture is you need pain relievers and opiates. And I gotta go because I don't have them. Next thing you know, Jamie will be saying, I got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Anyway, Stephen, wherever you are, sweet dreams, brilliant sunrises, and softening sunsets. Let's see if we can find something here. Let's see. What do we have here? No. Let's see. Do-da, do-da, do. Oh, new tab. A private window. New private window. Come on, where'd you go? Oh, come on. Nothing else can be my eyes. Yeah, I guess I didn't save it. Damn, I didn't. See if I can find that again before I go. Let's see, where did it go? Okay. Oop, that's not it. That's not it. Yeah, let's see. Do. Damn. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ken Loxley, never enough. Look at new. Copy like.